So this would be a base level cyber subsystem. And then we played with other shapes. Yeah, we repurposed the star
Right.
to try and get at the idea that cyberspace is an independent domain at the same time it projects itself into the others. Another attempt to do the same thing. Then there's that diagram that Mac liked, and so Matt Corin attempted to redefine that in our terms, and this is his second attempt. And then I did this one last night. And I don't think any of us are wedded to any of them.
But if we go back to this one, I think really what's unique about cyberspace is that in fact it is an independent domain by itself,
Right.
equal to the same as these other four, but at the same time it occupies space within the other four.
I think I like this for another reason too. It also gives you the sense that if cyberspace, if for some reason things change completely and it went away tomorrow, you still have those other domains and they don't change.
Right.
And that needs to be clear from a strategic perspective, that while there is certainly an impact and a connection and it overlays all of those other domains, it does not change the fact that those domains exist and are unique and will continue to be those domains, whether it's cyberspace or not.
Well, and the one thing I would do, I'd change technology to cyberspace. I mean,
Yeah, okay.
We pulled this from somewhere else and we haven't played with it too much.
Yeah,
but-
no, I agree with that. But,
That's the last one there was my attempt to kind of repurpose that diagram in our terms.
yeah,
So we use the same diagram, except we use circles for some publications we put out a few years ago, and I'm pretty sure we stole it from the DoD, so I think this reflects what the DoD was thinking, although they change their mind every 2 seconds. At one point, they thought this was a good idea.
No, I mean, I don't see how you can get past the idea that it is an independent domain by itself, but it also superposes all the other four. I mean, it occupies the same space and you can operate in those other domains with cyber.
Right.
Right.
You might change sea to maritime, but the only reason why we did that was not to offend the Coast Guard and the Marines. Seriously.
No,
with
we don't
regard to
care.
the Navy.
No,
You
no,
don't
There's a lot of
care.
that. I worked at the Naval War College
There you go.
last year. We spent a lot of time doing exactly what you're, let me propose something else though. I don't think I'm committing any breaches here, because we talked about this. We never did anything official with it, but
No,
we
right.
talked about this. And what I put forward is more, you probably won't be able to see this. If you look at the domains in terms of how they're physically placed, you got land and sea, and land and sea can interact with each other on the near end, but not on the far end. So for instance, there comes a point where if you're attacking something at sea, if it's on the surface, you can attack it. The deeper it goes into the sea, the less chance you have to attack it, until finally, only other things that can go that deep can attack it.
Or I suspect even the further into the middle of the sea you go, the more
Yeah, and
you lose your land-based aircraft, you lose your land-based weapons.
Yeah, and so you start looking at a domain in terms of the near domain and the far domain. The near domain, other domains can interact with. The far domain, they can't.
Like that.
Cyber circumvents all of that. If it's connectable to the internet, if it's connected, if it's raisable by radio, then it can be touched in cyber. So cyber ends up being a mirror image of these things because it can touch all of them. It's almost like having a portal to any of the other domains. You might not be able to bring down something in space from something on land, but you can certainly communicate with it from land. And if you can communicate with it now when we're talking about cyber, there are things you can do with it.
Well, and Mike, that might be a later derivation. I think, I mean, I'm trying to keep this simple enough just to get across the idea that cyber is a independent domain, much in the same way that sea, air, land, and space is, but at the same time, it occupies the same space as the other four. You know, and you're absolutely right, and we all know that. you can have activity in one domain move to another domain.
If you enlarge it, right, so it's covering the other four, it also covers the white triangle, then you have white triangles. And those white triangles are all civilian, non-domains, but it would capture, that's as important to capture, it seems to me, as the domain part of it.
Okay.
Because if we reduce it to domains, we're almost saying this is exclusively a military and
Yeah.
security thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Whereas if you broaden it in that way,
Right.
you're recognizing the other aspects.
Well,
of
and
it.
there's also because we're talking about national security. It's the
Right.
perspective we're taking. And we have to somehow incorporate the fact that there are national security issues that do not, that are not part of those domains. Economics, for example, or faith in government. Look at the rollout of the Obamacare. There was a significant impact on the faith in government because we had a website that didn't work.
Right.
That has to be captured. Nothing to do with the military or any of the domains. Has a great deal to do with strategic impact and the national security and how that gets impacted.
But I wanna piggyback on what Phil said. I mean, and I was thinking the same thing. The domains typically are just a way of saying, this is the Air Force's area, this is the Navy's. And your point about this is not just about the DoD, maybe there's a way to adjust that figure to make that point.
Yeah, I would have a square over all of them, and then you do create white triangles. And it could be that the white triangles do economic,
Social,
social,
yeah,
yeah, political.
you can get the, yeah, absolutely.
And
There's
then
no
the
reason,
moral.
because from a national security perspective, all of those things have to come into play.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you put it over the four, then you get those white things, you can do things with them
Absolutely,
as
I
well.
like
It
that.
opens up a lot.
That's a good.
So I don't know anything here, so tell me I'm stupid if I say stupid things, but one of the things I think Michael's diagram was trying to capture is perhaps that in the traditional domains, we have fairly well understood points of interaction between and among the domains. And what's perhaps very different about cyberspace is it touches everything at multiple points that may not be as predictable or well known, and including some of the civilian areas. So I like this idea of overlapping everything. This diagram does not capture, and maybe doesn't need to, the point that Michael was making about how air and sea may interact at particular boundaries and so on.
And I think that's a refinement that we might talk
Yeah.
about later on,
Yeah.
and certainly has validity. But I think it's, given what our purpose is here and what we've been trying to do to get people to pay attention to this effort, that's a very simple diagram that says what we want to say. And I think you're right, expanding it to cover other elements that are involved in national security would really have a good impact.
Bill.
Getting down into the details later on, I think is exactly where we need to go. We
And,
need to get here first.
oh yeah, no, part of why I brought this up is exactly what you and Phil were talking about. When I had this discussion with people last year, I said to them, you're having this discussion as though somehow there aren't going to be civilians with laptops who can impact what you're trying to do. You've got to figure them into this because, yeah, us at this table are not gonna be able to build an aircraft carrier and go out and mess with you at sea. But us with a bunch of laptops absolutely could. And you've got to find a way to incorporate that. And maybe you've come across this too. I've come across plenty of people who are adamant, cyber's not a domain. It's not. We're not having that discussion. Depending on which admiral is saying that, we sort of, yeah, okay, okay. But, yeah, trying to incorporate, the possibility that you may not be able to build your own aircraft carrier, but there are plenty of people out there who can impact what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, quoting from academia only,
Mhm.
there are papers that talk about was it the Russian-Georgia conflict where the attacks came from US servers?
Yeah.
So, based on that example, absolutely that's a different sphere that's outside of the DoD, just your point exactly.
Yeah, well, I got a lot more acceptance here than I got there, for saying that. I mean, not that people were hostile, but, a lot of people were just sort of silent, kinda, I don't know. But there were a few people who were just sort of adamant, no, you're muddying the issue when you bring that into it. And I said, well, it's muddy. It's muddy.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I have an idea of what you guys talking about, and I agree with you, and I think it's,
I think on the definition too, one thing about the definition is we need to make it somehow clear in that definition that we're talking about national security.
okay.
I mean, we understand that, we assume that when we see it, but cyberspace is much more than this definition, but this is a good definition of what we're talking about is national security.
All right. You know, interestingly enough, when I first started working on this back in the summer, you know, I'm scouring the literature trying to get a definition of domain.
Oh, yeah.
There is none.
No.
There is none. Now, I even had the War College, you know, the operations folks down there, strategic operations folks, I queried them, and they came back and said, well, we've gone through all the pubs, and we can't find anything.
Yeah.
So,
My own experience, I've found a lot of what they call operational art concepts that everybody accepts are out there, but nobody can actually define concretely what they are. You can ask numbers of people, and their essential answer is, I know it when I see it, but they can't find you specific. And I'm talking, I read a book on joint operational planning. That's the textbook that they use. The thing weighs 5 pounds, and it's 1,500 pages. And there's maybe 5 pages in there on certain concepts that they all admit are important. They all talk about them as being integral to being able to do planning. Nobody knows what they are.
all right, so, I'll deal with that now, and I'll send it out to you and hopefully get some comments from you. But, you know, I mean, I think this is relatively important because I haven't seen anything in the literature that, you know, specifies it to this degree.
No, I like this. The one thing I think we need to somehow get in there is this notion of a dynamic system. And a system that has a lot of emergent properties, so
Right.
it's constantly pulsating, constantly shifting. It's a complex, and treated as a complex system. I just picked up a book, most of which I'm not going to understand, because a lot of equations, on the science of cities.
Okay,
But the same thing, you know,
Yeah.
and it's about relationships, about cyberspace is a place in part about relationships. It's obviously very networked, but there are networks within it. So and I said, but this idea is a bit like a vast. Remember Tom Longstaff actually did this in that Wild Things lecture, where it's this kind of vast amoeba
Right.
that's pulsating, constantly changing shape, and we need to get that quality into it somehow.
do you wanna try to put it in the definition, or, I mean, some kind of characterization of it, or? No, where did I go?
I tell you, if you just look at it, and go a man-made, comma, dynamic,
All right,
period. You said it. It simply, it implies that it's going to change. We may not know how it's going to change, but it's going to change.
all right, and we,
It could be as simple as that.
all right.
I want that complex as well. A man-made, dynamic,
Okay,
complex.
Yeah, okay.
Could I ask maybe a naive question again, but how would you characterize the differences between cyberspace and what I'll call communication space, which I don't know that I want to claim as a domain, but I see several similar characteristics here.
They are.
Transmission of information, broadly accessible, dynamic, individuals interact, can mess with it, can use it, can block access, etc. So what's special here in this definition? Is there enough special there versus that just general idea of broad communication?
And I've wrestled with that. You're absolutely correct. What makes this any different than the RF spectrum or any of the other electromagnetic spectrums?
In some ways, it's a more open system with many more players. So those tend to be closed and proprietary. And in some ways,
I would push about specifics here, but maybe I'm getting into technology as opposed to the.
Yeah, I think that's part. I also think there's another element to it, that what cyberspace does is when, and we've seen this evolve over the past, I think probably 5 years more than anything else. When we talk about communications, we're sending information from one point to another point, or multiple points. One of the things that cyberspace does that makes it kind of unique is that communications is part of it, but there are a number of other technologies that get integrated seamlessly into cyber, and that they can all work together, or they can all be separate. And cyber just, and that goes back to that amoeba definition, where it just kind of keeps changing. I can define communications or and what we found when I was doing this for the President's Committee on Cyber was, for communication, we use telecommunication, because that was much more easy to define. Understanding that there is a form of communications, obviously, that goes on in cyberspace. But we did telecommunication because we could define that, it's well understood. Other communication, but that becomes telecommunications is a definable area of operations, whereas communications on a grand scale can simply be anything from I can wave to you and that's communicating. And that certainly is part of cyberspace. And so I think it's important in this case, what we always do is just, we had to define it. Otherwise, it just becomes a question where the philosophers can deal with it all.
And I walk into the question by saying it's communications plus something, maybe.
Correct, yeah.
And what the plus is and what can we learn from what we know about communications and dealing with that. And again, I'm not sure I want to call it a domain, because that's a technical term.
And that goes back to the overlap.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Goes right back to
And
the
Wally, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but, I listened to Peter Singer down at Brookings Institute. Last interview I heard with him in the book that he's just recently published talks about the cyber system generating its own data. Is that correct?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, so that makes it somewhat different than just a transmission.
It's different.
Medium itself.
It includes all of these systems. It uses all of these systems to achieve its task. Probably this is what distinguishes it from, all of other well-established telecommunication or whatever, systems. And again, as, Casey said, all of them are very, very integrated, and they can work simultaneously as they can work individually. And one thing I would like to add to the definition here, why are we having like information technology infrastructure? I'm just suggesting saying it's something like interdependent computer networks, which will encompass that and other stuff too.
Interdependent computer networks.
Yeah, computer networks,
Instead of everything.
infrastructures and say resident data. Just a suggestion if anyone would like to add something, Probably.
That breaks it down a little bit. I mean, I think that's why it's useful.
Either way, it comes from the definitions that were put forth some years ago. So it's just it's a hangers-on that was never kicked out of the room. So I think that's the answer to why it's there. Whether it's the best or not, I have no opinion. I will add another thing. I think you made it, but I'll try to rephrase it. Cyber has built-in analytics. So you can reach out in cyber, and somebody's got an engine that does analysis of Twitter feeds and can tell you who's the dominant player. Communication networks don't do that on their own. There are analytics. And cyber also brings in not just computer analytics, but human analytics. So that's why I really like the fact that you're putting the human back in here, because now that brings in the fact that there are humans connected. Because in fighting in cyberspace absolutely is critically dependent upon humans.
Yep. I mean, I would agree with that. Although DARPA's doesn't agree with me entirely.
So
That may be a
cyberspace,
positive thing.
cyberspace generates
That may be a
information.
positive thing.
We took information out of this and replaced it with data, but I'm hearing in that maybe that the entities in cyberspace generate a higher level of analysis. It might be information, not just data.
Oh yeah, I would take it from cyberspace generates data, information, and knowledge if you buy into the whole data info knowledge.
Whereas communications, to go back to mine, it's just information
just limited.
transfer, or data
Probably
transfer
data,
rather, yeah.
I actually like that. I mean, I think use of use of data, information, and knowledge in that final line.
Are you making
Hey,
changes?
Mac,
Yes.
this is Dan on the phone, and I would also add that in cyber, you have the operation of applications and infrastructure that really don't meet the traditional definition of communications. So a lot of sort of the business process elements of government and government to industry transactions is part of cyber. And that could be software applications, it could be how servers interact, and that wouldn't meet a traditional communications definition.
All right.
That's a good point.
Let me see if I can capture all of what we've been saying. So, man-made, global, dynamic. Oh, what did I just do? Who knows?
No, you're all right.
And just click on home. No,
Yeah.
you got.
Well, D-Y-N.
Dynamic, complex.
What was it? Complex.
Complex, I think, you know. Well said.
All right, so what, we're gonna change this to data, we're gonna leave it information, we're gonna add
I'll put data.
data, information, and
I
knowledge?
think all,
That-
you know,
that's what
yeah.
I'm
I
recommending.
think all of them.
What else, guys? Wally, you said, take out, information technology infrastructures?
I'm just suggesting saying in interdependent computer networks in general, you know,
Yeah, how about
which
just,
I believe
yeah,
it includes, you know, information technology
The
and.
problem is, I mean, you know, this notion of the Internet of Things, right? And smart fridges and smart
Yeah.
freezers and smart, so you call them now,
Computer
I mean, they are
networks.
computers in one sense, but in others, they're
It's
not how we traditionally think of computers. So that's my only concern about it, is again, a dynamic quality.
Well, you wonder what people will do with the Internet of Things, though. I mean, at the point where you have an entirely networked kitchen, technically you have a computer network. Does somebody jailbreak their appliances the way some 17-year-old rearranged his phone 5 years ago? What do they do with that? What can they do with it? And I guess part of what I'm saying is, the more of this you introduce, the more you change the equation. And it's hard to know what the change will be.
What's the consequences?
I don't know that it changes the equation that much. It changes the tactics, it changes, but I don't think it changes the equation. I don't think it changes from a strategic viewpoint, anything that much. And the reason I say that is we assume from this that it's going to change. That it's going to be dynamic, there's going to be emerging technologies. But then going back to what Max said earlier, the strategies that how you implement with that probably are similar to strategies that have been used for 5,000 years. So does it change? Yeah, it changes specifics from a not a strategic but a tactical viewpoint. And I would agree with you 100%. Tactics are going to change dramatically and already are. But I think strategy and strategic level, I think the strategy is going to be fairly, if not stable, at least recognizable for the foreseeable future. I think the tactics that we deal with when we're talking about conflict in cyberspace are going to change dramatically. I also think that one of the biggest challenges, and when we're dealing with this, policy. Policy is going to have to be much more dynamic and flexible than it's ever been before. But I think the overall strategy is going to be fairly stable.
Yeah, I agree with Casey, and I'm thinking about an example my OPSEC folks have, the security folks in our building. They always say, hey guys, remember your old answering machines? I don't know if you knew it, but they can always be turned on as a listening device. And this has existed for 30 years. I didn't know this until 5 years ago. Thank goodness I don't have an answering machine, but it's fairly easy to do. point being, we can always have turned on a microphone. With Internet of Things, all these voice recognition that's added to every appliance, now you have many more microphones to choose from. So it's same situation, but many more tactics I can now apply.
Well, yeah, I agree, and that's part of what I'm saying is, at the point 20 years down the road, where all your lights, your toaster, stove, refrigerator, they all have what by today's standards would be considered computers. So now you have the chance to build a much bigger network in your own home.
Yeah.
So at the point where we have people developing software that allows you to take a small network and enhance its ability to generate denial of service attacks, now you've got your home. Let's say you're a 17-year-old kid. I know 10 other kids. We want to make some mischief. So between us, we now have, let's say there are 20 appliances in each of our homes. That's 200 computers. We upload the software to each of those computers. Now we're generating what by today's standards would be a fairly sizable denial of service attack. And that's just 10 kids with nothing better to do.
Right. So the price of botnets just went down.
Yeah.
But they're already cheap.
They were already cheap. No, absolutely. That's part of my point.
They're still very competitive.
You can buy one now, but as we introduce more of these things, that's what I say about changing the equation. The more of this you introduce, the more you run into, this is not like aircraft carriers where we can't build one and go hunting, you know.
But let's not get lost, we get lost in what, on the bad stuff,
Mhm.
okay? And I think sometimes we focus too much on it. Let's also recognize that while all of these new technologies are emerging, that there's groups like us, and certainly groups much more technically advanced than we are, that are sitting there going, okay, we have to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Now, is it gonna get broken? Sure. But is it that constant battle? We're much better at protecting some things now than we were 10 years ago. We'll be better 5 years from now than we were then. So it's not all the sky is falling. It's that, oh yeah, okay, we have a different problem, we have to deal with it. We all have job security if we're in security.
Go ahead, Phil.
So I still like it broken out a little bit, and I would actually add to it in response to Isaac's point, sensors.
All right,
Because
so I mean, I've gotten the network of, the components and networks
Let me ask why.
highlighted because I was debating with myself whether we really needed to include that in there. Thinking that, okay, we're gonna have to add something at some point, et cetera, et cetera. If we just leave it as interdependent networks and resident data without giving examples of what make up those interdependent networks, we can include as necessary as it gets added and taken away.
I like the fact you've got the internet, but it goes beyond that, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I like about it as it stands.
So what I'm suggesting is, we just get rid of that.
That's where I think, what,
Oh,
No, I actually liked it as it was.
oh, I did too. But I think we got it. Don't do that.
Why did I invite you guys here?
But I would add sensors.
I think your data does that. How it's used is one thing. Now we're getting into usage.
Right.
I don't know that you gain anything by going sensor. Now we're talking about what it's
I'm-
used for.
I'm not sure, because in some ways sensors, once they're there, they have a degree of autonomy, right? And they constantly feed information into the system,
Only because
which
people won't give up any power that they've already gotten. Now
So-
we're talking policy.
you're talking policy, I agree, but I just think this is an important element of where we're going. That's all.
So question, if I'm wearing Google glasses, is that a sensor that's not covered by those other things? True question, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it probably is.
Depending
Is it?
on the use. You know,
Or is it a target for other sensors? So that I can know where you're at, what you're looking at.
it can be.
Yeah.
You know, it's certainly a portal for that. And then, but at the same time, you know, I mean, even just with a phone, if you send 10 people out with phones and you're in contact with all 10 of those people, aren't they acting as sensors in some way while they have those phones? among other things. I mean, they fulfill a number of roles, but I think there's merit in what Phil's saying is at least to discover what role sensors are gonna play here. We may decide they don't at some point. And going along with what Casey said, not so much, you know, the sky is falling. I look at it more like, typically these things favor the aggressors at first. The aggressors are the ones who figure out the nasty things that can be done with them and the efficiencies of nasty things that can be done with them. But coming along behind them are people like us trying to figure out the efficiencies of defense. And typically, at least in the history of warfare, eventually the efficiencies of defense match the efficiencies of attack. So I like to think that's part of what we're trying to get at here. Include sensors for now. We may decide it stays, we may decide it goes, but because certainly the people, and one thing that doesn't get talked about a lot is using the electromagnetic spectrum to blind sensors. I had that I had that happen in my own home. The seals on my microwave oven crapped out, and when they did, I went to cook something and was able to obliterate my satellite signal with it. And it was like turning a light switch on and off. I did it 10 times in a row, and on each of those 10 times, it shot off my satellite signal completely. We don't really talk a lot about, but I did some research, and it turns out that my microwave oven and my satellite box both broadcast on the same frequency.
No, it's an excellent point, because that ISM band, 30 years ago, we thought that was all we needed. Turns out that's the Wi-Fi band.
Yeah.
So now we're all competing, our microwaves are competing with our Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
That's why my wireless speakers screw up the Wi-Fi in my house. I turn them on and my kids get really upset.
The phone too. The cordless phone.
Yeah.
All right, so Phil, convince me why we need to have sensors in here.
Okay, I mean, it seems to me that an awful lot of things we're starting to see flows of information that are just established that in a sense take on an automatic quality, right? And I remember, and Tom Longstaff saying, you know, you walk down Times Square and all these electronic billboards have photographs, have cameras, and they can do facial recognition, they can record what time you come. And in the world of big data, I think a lot of big data is coming in through sensors.
Think of Times Square, think of London.
Yeah.
It's the most sensor-rich
And
city in the world.
that's right. So
Now you guys convince me why we ought to have all of these different, I guess, devices, means, in the definition to begin with, and we just don't leave it as interdependent networks and resident data.
because you're saying something by including the internet, you're saying it goes beyond the internet. I really like that, right? I think that's important.
I will absolutely agree with that. I don't know that I like sensor. Because it's simply a matter of collection of data.
And transmission.
That's what's special.
Okay, but I mean, it's still a,
So
For the production of,
I mean, a lot of people are talking about smart cities, right?
Right.
Smart cities are going to operate in large part on sensors.
of course they are, but, you know, we talk about, we have, I think we're capturing I think we've already captured the idea that we have all this data in various and sundry forms, you know, whether we're talking Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or internet or whatever. A sensor somehow seems to me to be getting down into
It is. Inputs, because basically they are input devices, you know,
Yeah,
mainly.
yeah.
So, and if we're talking about computer systems,
yeah,
I
we're
think
talking about cyberspace.
it encompasses that concept of input, output, and processing. So,
Yeah, I just,
see, I think
I'm
all this
inclined to
stuff you guys are
support
talking about,
Casey.
information environment, right? all fits in there.
That and more than just information.
However,
Sometimes it's just data running around.
if I put the word sensor in, and Waleed attacks my computer and turns on my camera, which half your students could probably do fairly easily, takes my picture, takes it back, is that sensor not a vital part of cyberspace? I mean, that was the most important aspect of that particular attack, right? You turned the camera on, got the data,
That
got it
particular
back.
attack, I could do it another way too. I mean, it's,
Sure, I agree, but it's part of the computer systems.
it's a tool. I can do the same
It's,
thing
it's,
with a
it's
camera.
part of your computer system. This camera is,
I can do the same thing
when we
with
say
a digital
computer
camera.
system, it includes your camera. Yeah, I use this particular, tool or this particular sensor to
Okay.
capture your picture, but it's still part of your computer system.
Okay,
You're
my
comparing a
refrigerator,
sensor to a keyboard. It's with capturing information and
It's
getting it
still,
into the
it's
system.
still part of your computer. This is what we're talking about,
Do
Do we need sensors as a standalone, here, or it's already included in computer systems? I think
and I
this is
say you
argument.
do because cyber physical systems, just to throw a buzzword out, and Internet of Things is about putting sensors on things that weren't there before. My refrigerator may have a camera on it. So do we put refrigerators in to make sure we get that particular sensor? My car has cameras and microphones on it. Do we put the car in to get, I mean, I'm being ridiculous here, but my point.
I think one of the points you're making, I think you put it very well, which is that they're input devices, but the input devices are becoming much more varied. I mean, so we've got voice and we've got dictation, but I think you're seeing with sensors much more varied, and in some cases not necessarily. Traditionally, right, there's been the input device, and the person doing the input is the one who controls it. With sensors, I'm grappling here, but with sensors, you don't necessarily control it.
And okay, so following along with that, when we used to think about sensors, the sensors were dumb inputs. You planted them, information comes in, but they don't do anything. They just, you plant a sonar net, all it's doing is listening.
Right.
And maybe you hear something, if you happen to have your headphones on, you hear what the sensors are picking up. But now we're talking about sensors that can do things.
Yeah, in smart cities, I mean, that's the obvious.
Yeah.
So
So it's just part is a reflection of the dynamism, that's all.
Yeah.
there's a philosophical split here between listing every possible sort of node in the network versus what I think you're trying to do with the definition of network. And let me say, you've got network
Right.
and you've got devices on the network. So you've got some characteristics of the network listed, but you've gone to specific device types, and that's what this discussion is, versus listing some of the
And I think-
characteristics of the
yes.
devices.
And I think
Thank
that's,
you.
thank you, that, I think is said exactly what I was.
And so you
trying
said
to say in the-
semi-autonomous, active, some ability to do self-analysis, at the device level. And that's where you're going, I think, by saying computer systems as a very generic for this very capable node in this network. I don't like putting internet there because that's a very specific networking technology, in my view, versus the generic use of the term. So there are lots of different networking technologies extant. We've mentioned some of those in this discussion. The fact that they're interdependent, interconnected, remotely controllable, remotely accessible, those sorts of things are characteristics that occur to me listening to this versus trying to list every possible sort of specific device, because as you say, the sensor is no longer just a passive sensor, it has more built into it. The camera does image recognition now. Those things have merged, and again, we're back to some generic system has all these capabilities.
And I would agree with you, and that's the whole point I was trying to make.
I agree.
You made it a whole lot more eloquently than
If you boil down cyberspace to its simplest form, Isaac, not anybody else, would say that it's a graph with nodes and links. I would argue that it includes the nodes and the links, and you would too, because you've already listed some nodes.
Yeah.
So by adding sensors in, you're just adding another node.
Right.
Are we doing what you just said, throwing in everything that's a node and a link? We absolutely are.
Yep.
But why not describe one more node? That would be my argument for sensors.
Or take them all out and just say no.
Nodes and links, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a compromise, right, with what you've got. After resident data, other parentheses.
Here?
No,
Line
Before
five.
Including,
You put,
Line
All right,
five.
resident data.
yeah, and then you put parentheses.
parentheses,
I see, yeah.
Nope. Parentheses. All right, I'm gonna get there.
And then will be,
Yes.
where does it end is actually a problem.
After controllers?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Mac, while you're writing, one thought I have listening to this as well is I like the way that it was presented about defining it by characteristics that could apply to any node. But then I also like the idea of using sensors and potentially one or two others to illustrate the point. In other words, so you don't have to go down the road of including every possible node, but use them to make the definition real so that, and I'm thinking to when you write the report, so that people who have not really been, had the benefit of these discussions can kind of quickly grasp, oh, that's what they mean, that's the kind of thing. So have it as a definition to illustrate an illustration of the definition.
Oh, okay. So just include nodes.
But what I was gonna suggest is, could we take Isaac's notion and say, within an information environment consisting of independent networks of nodes and links, and then move on to the examples. So within
Yeah, I like that.
Interdependent.
within an information environment consisting of interdependent networks of nodes and links.
And, what did I just do?
Within an information environment. Just put
Come
an
on.
and free right there. Within an information environment consisting of, strike the, interdependent networks of nodes and links.
concept
like
of
that.
network itself, it's basically impliedly
Well, that's where my
carries
ignorance kicks in.
the links and nodes.
When you
It's-
talked about a matrix of nodes and links, I thought, okay, that implies interconnected network to me.
Right.
And resident data.
And I mean, and then you could put in parentheses after nodes, your examples, and then in parentheses after links, your examples.
Yeah.
Which would get into the internet and,
All right, so after nodes, we're gonna put one.
your examples of nodes. And that's where I cut out because
You know, I was
That's a
getting ready to
fuzzy
say, all right,
distinction
what other
for me,
nodes
so I-
we're talking about?
Computer systems, sensors, embedded processors, and controllers are the ones that up there, I think.
Yep.
Refrigerators, we've mentioned. Refrigerators, yes.
microwave.
You know, I did find it interesting as well, my wife,
And
a
links,
nice camera, digital.
we're talking internet telecommunications networks.
And
Yep.
it's
And
now
re-
got
and
an
re-
attachment.
does
You
resident
put the
data fit
camera,
in there?
you
I
plug
don't
it
know.
And after you
I don't
take
know.
your pictures,
We'll get to
you
that.
simply push a button and it wirelessly sends all your pictures to you.
I mean,
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, I personally see resident data as outside the nodes and links because it's in nodes, it transfers.
And
Okay,
there's
all right, I
nodes.
got you.
Yeah, yeah, I don't keep it.
So my question is, if I have a microwave with poor seals, do I have a weapon of mass destruction?
Yeah.
Well,
Open a-
I was
a
surprised at the
full mass
regularity I was able to achieve with it.
Yeah, really?
10 times in a row, just going, and then the signal crashes, and the minute I hit the clear button, signal's back. I'm glad there was nobody else there with me.
So you don't have the technology or the power in that technology to do a major EMP to cause permanent damage to the network perhaps, but that requires a different
Right,
sort of
gotcha.
radiation
But temporarily,
device, I
at
think.
Weapon of mass disruption.
Weapon
we go.
of mass disruption. That defines a student.
You just cost me a few $100. I'm not convinced I need to replace my microwave. Seriously, I'm panicking right now.
You know what?
I'm sitting here doing the same thing. How old
Right
my
after I did
microwave?
that little experiment, I said, I don't care, I'm gonna go find the money, cause we're not, I don't cook. Alright, I defrost. So the microwave is an intimate part of my family now. And, I mean, at the same time,
There's an unintended consequence of technology.
yeah.
I
No.
don't have to cook, I can defrost in my microwave.
Well,
Come over here.
I got a
You
galley
then
kitchen.
you did cold.
I should be doing this instead of
You know,
here, that way you've got.
There was a point where I'm sitting here
What do you
thinking,
do
man,
with
I'm
you?
gonna have to rethink my entire way of feeding myself.
There you go, there you go.
The funny thing is though, last year, the work I'm doing, I had a guy to pull me aside and give me a real basic look at the EM field and what could be done with it. When I brought it up to the people that I was doing the work for, they didn't want to hear it, dismissed it out of hand. We're not doing that. Concentrate on the cyber stuff. And I said, well, if you're going over to wireless networks, don't you want to have an understanding of how somebody might impact that? And no, that was that.
I mean, that's what I like about this effort. It just struck me because I'm still encumbered the same sort of way. My clients are DoD, and their reasons for not discussing it are Rice Bowl issues.
Yes.
The fires community, EW community, wants no part of being dragged in with the cyber folks. The same thing with the signal folks. So I have to deal with Rice Bowl issues that are not related to the actual right answer.
Yep, exactly.
Yep. All right, so how does that look?
I think it looks good enough for us to move on.
Yep.
Well, except you know update it twice.
Got a what, Phil?
I'd take out data the second time in the last, what?
Right here?
Yeah, I'd take that out. Put OF in there. Between use and information, Mark. Between use and information, put OF. Sorry.
Reproduction,
Yeah,
Or
after
use.
And use of information.
And use of.
Of
oh,
information.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good enough to move on. You
Yeah.
guys can think about it if you don't like it. I'll send it to you. If you don't like it, you can send me
Make
back.
changes.
Yeah, yeah. It can be part of a discussion. All right. So we're back to I mean, we talked about that, and yeah. Expand the why, and include,
Well, let's find
And then you could put domains there. You could put those economic, social,
right.
political.
Right.
Would be.
I don't know, David. What is it?
It's an attempt to capture.
And David's got another
What
attempt to
Mike
capture
had to
something
say.
down here, but
It's-
we'll
but it's
come back
not
to
on your
that
machine. We can
momentarily
come
after
back
the
to that.
break. So, that's really what, I mean, the findings that we came to at the end of the first, session we had. Now, so what we want to talk about now is, what do we do about, activity within cyberspace from a national security perspective is really what the purpose of all of this is about. I mean, my attempt at a diagram to sort of, visualize strategic operations, and reacting to activity anywhere, right? Any of the domains, and these are your, dimensions of national security. Go into the good old decision-making box and you produce something. Generally, when you begin to try to figure out how to approach
I'm having
activity
trouble seeing it. Can we?
in, why don't I put that on the full screen, then maybe I can see it.
There, that's better.
There are several different ways of doing that. One is taking a look at either who is being affected by it, or the next.
backspace and spacebar. Spacebar will send it forward, backspace will take it back.
I was trying to get rid of the color here, but, I'll leave it alone. And this is really from a threat. And so generally when, you know, if you're dealing with national security, what you look at is who's being affected, is there sort of the reference point, or what's the threat, or who is the threat? And, you know, I mean, we can, get all sorts of tangled up in trying to figure that out, and because there are a whole lot of them. One of the things I've thought about is, might it be helpful to sort of develop some kind of conceptual typology of risk acceptance of activities within cyberspace, which could then begin to be used to define a series of responses to that. Now, hold on just a minute. Generally, when you're talking about national security, you're talking about it in terms of vital and secondary interests, right? I mean, at its basic and most common. One of the ways I've looked at, I used to look at activity that takes place is using this typology here, which is a status quo. Basically, what you're saying is this is acceptable. I don't have to do anything. I mean, I basically leave it alone. You know, not status quo, the risk has now become unacceptable, so I'm going to be forced to respond to what's happening in some, in some form whatsoever. And then obviously you move to a crisis where you begin to get all of these conditions of a crisis situation, making the response that much more imperative and that much more dramatic generally. Now, why don't we stop? Well, and David came up with this the last time, really, which is a strategic landscape, basically.
Actually, I came up with this.
Yeah, this is not me.
Oh, was that Mike? Mike came up.
I'm not smart enough to come up with that.
I'm sure you are.
I rearranged the order, I think, a little bit. But I mean, really, when you're dealing with trying to make decisions, and I guess what I'm suggesting is, right now, what I think we should be looking at is, look, when does activity within cyberspace require a decision? Because there are some things that can happen that don't require a decision. I mean, you just leave them alone. Let it, continue to go on. Then there are others that will move up a scale. The risk becomes greater. So now you're forced to make some kind of response to it. And then when you add in all the conditions of a crisis, now it becomes imperative that you do something. In a status quo, you have some time to do some thinking and sort of formulation and mix of the different types of responses you want to make, whether it's offensive, defensive, et cetera. But when it gets to the crisis, that time frame to make those decisions just becomes a lot less. With that introduction, why don't I suggest we take a moment's break? Let me go use the restroom, and we'll come back and really this is sort of the crux of the discussion for this particular session. And you guys can tell me, I don't have the slightest idea what I'm talking about, and it's the biggest pile of doo-doo you ever heard in your life. And I'm willing to accept that.
No, but one marker. Are we talking about capability of an adversary and then resources available to us?
No,
In that?
no, you're talking
Actually,
about capabilities of a responder, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm talking in very simple terms, can you act?
Yeah.
And everything that fits under can you act? It could be what you're talking about, but it's just
So this is a response slide.
Yes.
more or less.
Yes.
'Cause
That's
that's
the
what-
way I took it too, Phil.
What this was me taking what everybody had talked about
Okay.
in the morning and making this slide for the afternoon.
Okay, because it seems to me there's another slide that can come before this,
Right.
which is that to determine that level of risk and who the actors are and which actors might pose greatest risk.
Right.
I think the quick part is to figure out what you got at risk and then when it turns into threat.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's really what we're talking about, I have a risk and it becomes a threat. Once it becomes a threat, then I have to do something about it.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Quick.
take a quick 5 to 10 minute break, we'll come back and, we'll start from there.
All right, Mac, I'm gonna use this time to see if I can get a hold of Lisa.
Sorry, Dan, we didn't catch you.
He said he's
It's
gonna.
gonna take this time to see if we can get a hold of Lisa.
Oh, thank you, Dan.
I wanna get the definition.
I think there's a delay in my, using my brain.
It's a network issue.
Did you drive up last night?
Yeah, yeah. I'm going back tomorrow, so I'm going to Meriden tomorrow.
Go to where?
Meriden, we have a little house in Meriden. So my wife's down there all the time, so it's a birthday on Monday, so.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, that's our main house. We have a little farmhouse.
If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again. If you need help, hang up and then dial your operator. Thank you.
After you talk.
What's
I
it
assume
good?
they're on.
Still like, we love it.
Good, good. Glad I can be helpful.
How was the family? Good. Good seeing you with Tom. Good.
I don't do
It's
that.
good.
Make sure everybody's mics are in a good place. Yes, you're good.
We're out of golf here,
Yeah, you have to apologize to your students. I didn't respond, but I've got, one of the things I'm doing this year,
Casey.
I've had 4 personnel reports to write. We had a contract extension, which was
Those are
easy,
worse.
but it was a good friend of mine. Then we had a 10-year case,
Can you hear me?
which has just gone through, and I think it's all very positive. And I just finished the draft and sent it down to the committee members. I'm the chair of the 4 committees, of 2 midterm reviews.
No, I feel your pain. I just completed a 2-year stint as University-wide Promotion Committee Chair, so I get it. Absolutely.
It's like writing an article.
Oh, it is. It's horrible.
You sound really impressive next door on the speaker, saying these things.
And of course, that's what it's all about, sounding.
Yeah.
So, I understand.
Yeah, no, I mean,
And there were workarounds for the students, so that it caused them no significant.
okay, well, I'm so, but I felt bad, but I was.
No, I understand that. It's,
No, I haven't done. I mean, I've got to write a couple of proposals now, and I'm, just getting these.
sometimes they do think that some of these responsibilities blur the line between what is university service and what is academic research in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, just going through your colleagues'
It's,
course evaluations,
yes.
right? I mean, is a painstaking.
We're in the middle now in the midst now of talking about what can we do, because when our faculty submit for promotion, there's something called the box, which is supporting information that accompanies their application. And when we talk about the box, we literally are talking about boxes of supporting information. And we've seen a dramatic increase in the sheer size of the boxes that we're getting. So that many candidates now are submitting multiple boxes, and the boxes have annexes, and when we transfer them from the provost's office to the secure location where the committee looks at this stuff, I mean, we're literally talking about a truck that backs up to the door and hand truck after hand truck full of boxes come off the thing. It's nuts. And then the committee, of course, spends hours going through the stuff.
Well, we do it at the school level, right? We do it in Gisbia. So we do it, we have an ad hoc committee. And then it goes to the faculty. And our faculty voting depends on rank. So essentially, if you vote for tenure and promotion from assistant to associate, only associates in full can make that discussion.
So at Gisbia, the critical decision is tenure, and promotion to associate comes as a result of the tenure award.
Yeah, they together.
See, and it's kind of, the two processes are separable here. You actually have to go up for promotion in your 5th year, but you don't have to necessarily go up for, you have to go up for tenure in your 5th year. You don't necessarily have to go up for promotion. So you can go up for promotion, apply, do it, or go up for tenure, apply, and then you could apply for promotion a year or 2 years later.
Right. Okay, that's
so they are separable processes, which is significantly different, I think, from most of the rest of the
Many
world.
places,
Yeah.
We've talked about this a lot.
Yeah. But the other problem we've got in Gisbia, right, is criteria.
Take some time.
And because we have economists, we have
Yes.
national security. And we even see we've got our 2 midterm reviews, the 2 national security guys. But one, it's very traditional, he's going to send a book off to Cornell in a month or 2. He's already got 2 articles in security studies.
One way or the other. Well, they're cheap this year.
And, we'll probably have the book in 6 articles by the time it comes up.
uh,
The other one is doing nothing with his PhD except a couple of articles. Is aiming for the top journals, and he's already got a co-author piece in American Journal of Political Science.
Oh, wow.
So, but the criteria for him is going to be different. I mean, I suspect we're going to treat him more like economists, and if he hits these top journals, 5 or 6 articles will probably be, which...
We're in the same boat. I mean, because we're a university-wide committee, it's not just a question of evaluating political scientists and economists, but political scientists, economists, educational education, fine arts, and the question is, what constitutes scholarly activity in those fields, and frankly, how are they compared? And it becomes.
A friend of mine just got a chair, a former student got a chair at Birmingham, and I think the dean was an engineer. No, I'm just talking about. David's a political scientist.
God save us from the engineers.
That's trouble. That's trouble right there.
And during the interview with him, he said, Dr. Dunn, in our field, we work together so you have collective publications. We take the hill, and we try to make sure we all onto the hill.
Right.
You seem to go around by yourself picking flowers. And Dave said, "You
I
came
actually
back."
like that. That's very.
It's a great.
It is.
And Dave said, explain what he did, and this is probably where he cracked the interview, and he said, and it's not picking flowers.
I mean, it's the straight path to the top as opposed to this circuitous switchback path up the side of the mountain, right?
It's an interesting. But no,
Well, it is. It's endlessly fascinating. I mean, it was one of the best experiences of my academic life, and it was one of the worst experiences of my academic life. So in many ways, now that I'm not doing it anymore, I approach it with both extraordinary gladness, but then sorrow as well, because
But we do have, see, on our personnel committee, we have 3 people outside the school. We have political scientists, economists, and anthropologists, actually.
So the decision is not a university-wide decision. I mean, it's made at the level of the school,
It's made at the level of school, the dean then makes a recommendation to the provost.
and then the provost makes a decision, or does the provost act as a proxy for the president? Does he make a decision the president?
I'm not sure what, Mike, what the president for ratification, the provost is essentially the
Okay, so he's, yeah.
So the provost is the,
See, here it's ultimately the president's decision, but the president does have the power to designate
okay,
the provost to act.
okay. Maybe that's what we have, I'm not sure. But generally, if, you know, if there's a strong, I think,
So your recommendation goes to the dean, then the dean makes the recommendation to the provost.
the recommendation from the, we have an ad hoc committee,
Right,
which does not make a recommendation.
okay.
It provides a basis for the faculty to vote. The faculty vote is a recommendation, yes or no.
Right.
The personnel committee then is a second level of review within the school, whether outsiders. And that they vote, and a positive vote against the recommendation.
Okay.
The dean sends over the results of those 2 votes, he has a covering letter where he makes some his observations. And the committee,
I'm bringing
the initial committee report,
Okay.
the initial committee report also goes over to the provost office.
So then the provost collates all this information and makes a decision.
Yeah. I think it would be very unusual if the dean strongly supported it to be. We had one case a couple of years ago where someone was denied, they appealed in 2 more years. And we split as a faculty the night before, and I got pissed off. I told the associate provost that the provost had given minority, given a veto to a minority in our school. And there were people playing games with people's lives. The guy had done everything he was asked to do. But it's an interesting process, and it's, and you see these in political science. Chuck Coachman says, you need a book and kind of.
I was actually, as you were saying that,
Well, and that's the question, because you've got a lot of faculty out there going up for promotion who want those kinds of metrics. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it. But we can't, because at the university-wide level, you can't say to the folks in fine arts, we expect a book, but then what is a book equivalent in fine arts? I mean, is it a performance? At what level must the performance occur? I mean, it can be a real problem.
No, even in school we have that problem. Which of our faculty need books and which don't?
Has the board voted yet? Has the full board voted yet?
Say again.
Has the full board voted yet?
On,
The Board of Governors on your proposal to pay off the bond for the
yes,
CBA?
yeah, they voted in favor yesterday.
I thought that was just the committee. Was that the full board too?
Wednesday was the committee,
Oh,
Thursday
good.
was the full
Okay,
board.
good.
I mean, and usually the full board just accepts the committees. They also voted with purchasing a
Congratulations.
piece of property. Yeah, that's good, yeah. There's a piece of property across 13th from Robert Shaw.
Oh, really?
That was on the market that we'll be able to get, that ought to allow us to extend the Bulldog Trail and stuff like that ultimately, so.
So now that we've got the authorization,
It's just looking for the right
The
time,
right
the right
window,
mix
right.
of bonds, because there's things here I do not understand.
no,
But a couple of different ways to buy bonds back or defease the bonds. Fine word.
you pay this thing off, I'm gonna float a resolution to rename it. The Driscoll Convention and Athletic Center.
No, that'll get me in trouble, no.
And I'll try to keep up. You couldn't find anything more efficient than this?
Oh, you're calling
So
him
are we
a
good
note
in,
taker, okay.
are we in good
That's
shape
not a bad
budget
thing.
next year?
We're okay shape, but it would be nice if the Commonwealth actually paid for some of the services we provide. So
On
the
the
state
screen?
budget will
That's a
not
good
get
idea.
any better. And our enrollment's okay here. Some of the other schools in the system, theirs has gone way down,
Wait,
and it's
I
caused
think
lots of
I
problems.
saw that chart like, we are just like down 2.5%
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
since 2010, so.
Yeah, which was a high for us, so we're in better shape.
Than
But-
others,
But if you look out,
Cheney and others.
Yeah, yeah.
are very good.
but the number of 18-year-olds is the problem as we go
Is it-
forward,
yeah.
so we still have to work harder. But we're doing things, so hopefully it'll work.
Learn something from this course, all that's right. There's no way you're gonna capture it. And this
By
is
the way,
where
Walid Farag, I'm in computer science.
stop
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
Okay.
nice to see you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Action and rest and-
Can it be,
That's what I
can
was
all of
thinking,
them be
is-
done by
is
one person?
They can't possibly be
No,
collecting
just
for
stuff.
anything that's happening
Oh,
real
that's
time.
right, okay.
They're not, and I don't care what kind of recognition you get.
How long would
what
break it from?
Keywords and everything else.
He used to live in Michigan.
I grew up in
You
Michigan,
grew up in,
but moved here from Alaska.
from,
Yeah.
I recall that, yes.
Yeah, and was in Portland, Oregon for a long
So
time.
this is hard for you.
Actually, yeah, it's not bad at all,
Not bad.
but it's been warmer in Anchorage. Our kids are still up there in college, and it's been warmer there, a lot warmer than here, like it was 35
Do
degrees,
you wanna
40
look at, do
degrees.
you want them to see this?
Everything was
diagram?
melting, so,
I was just impressed
Is this-
with Mike's
is this
sense of,
yeah, so,
You
really
just
like
came
this
from
notion.
no, no, we weren't there.
Just talking.
Yeah, talking to
How
them, we
the-
keep an
how
eye
the
on
domains
things, yeah, yeah,
array.
so.
All right.
We're not gonna stop
that's
the perspective then.
See the kids,
No,
all
it's
of them
fine.
are
I
still
just-
living in Alaska.
Yeah, two of them.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
keep
they're-
it, we
our
can,
daughter-
we can.
Yeah, our
email
daughter
it out
just
to them
finished
later
this
on.
fall, her
And
baccalaureate,
I understand
and our
what
son
you're
should
talking
finish
about.
this spring. They're 3 years apart, but they both wanna go to grad school, so.
Giving us ongoing
And what was his major?
Anthropology. She wants to do museum science, which is a pretty, low volume sort of job market and things, but, so she'll have to get a master's or a doctorate. And then our son's in engineering.
And that's what I'm saying, that's what I've tried to do, is to represent
Electrical
that, those
computer,
connections,
electrical
but to
computer
suggest
engineering.
the
I'm actually
overarching
my background in
of
double E.
cyberspace.
Where's it?
Cyberspace encompasses all,
In school,
whether it's
I'm
proximal or
originally
distal or
Egyptian
whatever it
American,
happens to
so
be,
I got
cyberspace.
my,
Which is.
engineering school
And
in
in fact-
might use
Egypt.
that.
Yeah, yeah,
I finished my master, I came here for my PhD. So my PhD was in computer science, that's why I
Yeah, yeah, no, this is.
I'm not
this is
wedded
good.
to it, I just,
When I was
I
doing
just try- I
my
wanted to represent
undergraduate, there wasn't a computer engineering degree. And so I kind of mixed and matched and took a lot of computer science, a lot of electrical engineering. And so all my degrees are electrical engineering, but it would have been
well,
called
and
computer
my
engineering
sense of this
probably.
is
a
three
I was
little
also-
dimensions, what
so
you've got are the
probably,
domains
yeah,
going
yeah.
through something
inclined
that's
to
kind
computers,
of
everything,
cylindrical
even
and
graduation project. And then did my
that
master's
cuts
in
down
computer
through all of
engineering.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mike,
I'm right with
if you get a chance, take a look at this and see if it's what you, I tried to play with your diagram to see if you could capture what you had in mind.
Something like that. I mean, the way I had it was that cyberspace was almost like a shadow. And so it, I mean, when I first was talking about it, I was thinking in terms of, it's almost
So
like
what's
having
different about
a
IB, Dr.
a
Des?
direct portal
What's
that doesn't
different
answer
about
the
IB
distance, doesn't answer the logistics. If you
Um,
wanna shoot down an aircraft flying at 80,000
It's a lot
feet
older.
from land,
So I was at
if you don't have
Portland
a missile
State,
that's
which
capable
started
of
in
doing
the
that, you're out of luck.
1950s.
And our whole
And
spy
University of
program
Alaska
back in the
Anchorage,
60s was based on that concept.
1950s, 1960s. So
That
this
plane is
long
connected in any
tradition.
way to any kind
1875.
of
Yeah, it's also more
computer system
residential.
network. You can touch it
I was at
wherever it
urban
is.
universities
And
before,
that's,
so more rural.
that's cyberspace.
Yeah, those are
That's
probably big
cyberspace.
differences.
Well, and that's
Should
kind of
we
what
answer this?
Yeah,
I'm trying to represent here. There's a button.
Hello?
It's Dan Chenock.
All right, great. I think we're not quite back from break.
All right, I'll have to keep it on mute.
Okay then.
Okay, I've got Virginia that she can check out. That's not a problem. She's got the car going loaded up. We're good.
So when is this storm supposed to hit?
Okay.
I
Right
hear
now.
it tomorrow.
Tonight,
Is it,
Late tonight or early
Let's
tonight?
look,
Yeah,
let's
I
check.
look,
think probably later.
let's look, let's look.
You
at
don't know,
what-
you know. But they expect tomorrow something between.
I was, yeah, I was hearing that
inches of
tomorrow
snow.
is supposed to be a, not necessarily snowmageddon, but something
Mac,
close.
are we gonna try and get a late checkout?
Well,
Here, here,
we,
If we can get a late checkout, it really helps.
I asked Heather to ask about it.
Tomorrow morning is what that looks like to me, 6
Okay,
AM tomorrow is when the
tell them you're part of the,
precipitation starts to hit. Cold it is, but
Nothing tonight?
let's see what
Yeah,
Pittsburgh says.
you're part of the, you know, they're part of the IUB, and can we get a late checkout? Heather's trying.
See, over in Rhode Island,
We haven't got
we,
an answer, but you can get a late checkout.
we used to be very stoic about
And,
the
I'll
weather.
be in touch with
Hurricanes
you,
come and
as
go.
soon as we-
My grandfather is a veteran of one of the most destructive
Okay, Robert,
hurricanes to
thanks.
ever hit Rhode Island.
Bye.
But
Starts with 3
in
o'clock.
1978,
What's that?
we had a blizzard. It was only supposed to crash through Rhode Island, drop an inch of snow, and go out to sea. Instead, it hovered over Rhode Island for 2 days, dropping an inch an hour
No, this is in Pittsburgh.
for most of those 2 days.
Wow.
And it was all my fault. I was 13, and I had a birthday party, and I got all this neat stuff, and when I'm sitting in front of the cake, before I blow out the candles, my wish was, I hope we get enough snow this week
Oh,
that I can stay home all week and play with my stuff. And the next day, that's
From your lips
exactly
to
what we
God's
got.
ear.
That's exactly what we got. So the day after the storm's over, I'm outside with my dad shoveling out the cars. I'm like, Dad, I wished for this. This is exactly what I wished for. And he just stood there
With
looking at
great
me for a
power
moment.
comes
He
great
says,
responsibility.
don't you ever do this again,
yeah,
man.
no kidding. Yeah. So did you do this too? That's kind
No,
of, did you ask
no,
me?
now I'm on the other side.
All right.
I'm sort of the guy going, please don't let that happen, please don't let that happen.
Do I hear correctly that there's a movement afoot in Rhode Island to get rid of Providence plantations?
Yeah,
Took me 6 hours to
Yeah,
get there.
we're-
11 o'clock in the morning.
I mean,
Pulled over, actually it was about noon.
the original term when it was a colony
Right.
was
Rhode
state of
Island,
Rhode Island and
Providence
Providence Plantations. And what it is Providence Plantation is where Roger Williams formed Providence. Rhode Island is actually the island that I live on where Newport,
Right.
Middletown, and Portsmouth are. The first Europeans that came to it thought it reminded them of the island of Rhodes in Greece, so they said, gee, this looks like the island of Rhodes in Greece, and it stuck.
It's called Rhode Island.
So, yeah, it's.
Well, I've heard that the movement has to do with plantations. They think it harkens back to the slavery era and attaches associations that Rhode Island doesn't want to keep.
There's
So-
there's a part of our history we're only recently coming to acknowledge, which is
That part of it.
that part of it, that, the people who formed Brown University, for instance, some of them were originally slavers. The slave trade came
In
through.
fact, a lot of the Ivies are coming to that realization in terms of coming slowly to the anti-slavery position.
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, part of what makes it worse is that we were the stickouts in terms of
Yeah.
wanting independence. We declared our independence.
2 years
from
after the
British.
rest of us ratified the Constitution, you finally got on board.
Yeah.
And we were taken at gunpoint by George Washington. It was almost a scene out of The Godfather. You know, either your brains or your signature are going on this Constitution. But at the same time, we declared our independence from Great Britain on May 4th, 1776. In 1770, we dragged the British mail packet Gaspee ashore, burned it to the waterline, and executed the captain.
You were a pesky lot, that's all.
Well, you know what it is? The colonies were formed from the people who were thrown out of Europe.
Right.
And Rhode Island was formed from the people who were thrown
Thrown
out
out
of
of
the
the
colonies.
colonies, exactly.
All right, Roger Williams was thrown out of the Massachusetts Bay Colony because he was fraternizing too much with the native tribes.
And that's where Ann Hutchison ended up too, after she was, yeah.
She was tossed out for the same reason she formed Portsmouth. And, you know, we've gone along like that for 300 and change years now. You know, there's this great scene in one of the only musicals I've ever watched, 1776, where they're debating, you know, we're going to vote on whether to declare our independence. Where's the guy from Rhode Island? He's hung over and he's out in the outhouse, and they can't find him, and we got to hold up the vote because we can't find him. And he finally comes in. He says, "We're gonna vote on independence. We need to know what you vote." And he looks at him and he says,
Okay, good.
"We declared our independence 2 months ago.
Leave me alone."
Last call for any breakfast, anything over there, because they're here to.
Take it down.
Do you wanna go ahead and start? I need to run to the restaurant. Well, you want me to stick? I can stick.
Stick with this and then.
That's fine.
What I wanted to do before we started, substance discussion was, remind everybody of, while we're videotaping this, and, for that, information, I'm gonna turn it over to David, who, he and I are collaborating on some additional research.
Yeah, I mentioned it at the beginning of the first roundtable, but I think it bears repeating. The reason we're videotaping, the reason you had to sign off on the consent form to allow your image and your words to be used is because Mac and I are putting together a series of course modules that can be used in introductory research methods courses at the undergraduate level and perhaps at the graduate level, depending upon the level of the graduate need. But the idea here is that one of the real deficits that students come into research methods courses with is a complete lack of any kind of experience with research at its beginning stages. They've had plenty of experience with research at its end stage because the textbooks and the articles they read represent, fully formed, research projects. And I think I know they come into a research methods class thinking, there's no way that I'm capable of putting together something like that. And that's a shame because they misperceive the process. They don't understand that at its beginning stages, it's messy, it's tentative, it's composed of a series of false starts and stops. They don't see the back and forth that goes into defining concepts and understanding how variables derive from those concepts and how variables then can be measured in different ways. And so the first time Mac did the roundtable, I had my research methods class in the adjoining in an adjoining room. So the roundtable was in the conference room, and right next door there was a connected classrooms. And what I discovered is that the students really got into it. They were fascinated by what they were seeing going on next door. As the morning waned into the afternoon, all of a sudden there was this dynamic exchange between the two classrooms even. I mean, the students were sending ideas in and the roundtable participants were sending ideas out for the students to ponder. And I still get email from those students talking about what an energizing experience that was. And so Mac and I decided, based on some things I do in my research methods class called storytelling with students, we decided to merge the two things and see if there was some value there. So we took that very early show on the road. We went to the APSA's teaching and learning conference, got some good responses from what we were doing. We took it to the ISA conference in New York. So when Mac decided to do the roundtable again, we thought, well, why don't we just improve the production values of this thing and actually put together a series of course modules that could be, published, I guess, and then put out there for research methods instructors to use. And that's what led us to a marriage, we think a very productive marriage with the Communications Media Department. Brittany,
Yes.
you want to just, this is Brittany Pavlik. She's a PhD student over at Com Media. She's working with us to put together, to edit these the video down and put together a series of 30-minute modules that we can use. So far, the video that I've seen, the raw video from the first roundtable is magnificent. And I think the addition of this video, we're probably looking at 4 or 5 separate modules that take students from, identifying and defining a question all the way up through, a more sophisticated presentation of a research design. So my personal thanks, because we're both kind of excited about the prospects here.
And we already have a venue for
Yeah, we're going to Las Vegas in March.
Blake Harlan's.
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it, I did not go to Hawaii as Brittany and Mac did in January, but hey, Las Vegas, I can handle that. So we're going to take a rough cut of the first module to Las Vegas and see what kind of a response we get at the National Social Science Association meeting. So, thanks to all of you.
Thanks
And
to all of
you will
you.
all be, you will all be appropriately credited in the modules, so. And I'll put a rough cut out there for you all to take a look at.
All
So
right.
thank you.
So moving to, I guess, the rest of today's discussion. What's the best way to approach accounting for, I don't know if accounting for, responding to activity within cyberspace? Without, trying to, I guess, individualize and particularize every action that happens. At some point, you're going to have to do that, but I think when you approach what to do, you can categorize the activities that you might need to take at a higher level of abstraction to, sort of give you an idea, begin to establish the actions that you might take in response to what you see happening within cyberspace. Now, first of all, does that make any sense, or how do we go about doing that?
I think it makes sense, but I think we need to think about it a little bit differently. When you talk about what do we do in response to the things we're seeing in cyberspace? I think first of all, from a national security perspective, it depends on what area you're in. Are you a DOD? Are you other elements of the federal government? Are you in the financial sector? Are you protecting that? What is it that you're in fact protecting? The other thing is then deciding, I think, exactly what your most likely threat is as opposed to risk. We all understand that there are a million risks out there based on cyberspace. So start thinking about what it is you're protecting in your area that you're responsible for. And this is where policy can be very, very helpful, I think. And decide, okay, what's the real threat and what do I do about it? My perspective has been for a long time, unless you've got a very specific threat, that defending and protecting your information is always the best first step. Make it uncomfortable and difficult for whoever the bad guy is to do what you go after what he's after. And then also try and understand, I think, the strategic environment. Personally, I think that the greatest threat in terms of nation-state cyber is intelligence gathering, going for data. I don't worry about a cyber attack. I don't worry about any of that. Number one would be intelligence gathering, getting in and grabbing information, and not even to the point where you don't even know your information's gone. The other thing I would look at is organized crime, because that has a potential real threat against the financial services industries. Not the infrastructure, but the industry itself, because people are losing billions of dollars a year, and we're all paying for that. So look at your threat and say, okay, what can I do to keep those things from happening? That's the approach I think we need to think about.
All right, so what I got out of that, Casey, was if you want to break that apart and try to identify the factors that are important, you have to look at risk, threat, and target.
Yep. You have to know what you've got that's valuable.
Yeah.
You have to know what you have. What is it I'm protecting? First and foremost, what is it, because you can't protect everything, it's not possible. So what is it I'm protecting? And then understand, and then from there you go, okay, what's the risk, and what do I do about it?
And you can chew on it from the other side.
Sure.
What am I willing to lose?
Well, that's the whole point I'm trying to get to also. There is activity that goes on that that really doesn't threaten what you consider important, and you just allow it to continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Well,
monitor it.
Absolutely.
One of the issues I think you've got an internal target set that you worry about, okay? So you worry about the internal target set. There's certain things
Right.
within that.
Certain things that need to be-
But the other thing you want to protect is access to the system.
And that's exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
I think it's better to go into a defensive mode and much more effective. So to understand that, okay, I don't want people in my system. I have to protect, but if people get in, what is it, can I develop a system or define my system in such a way that, for example, if most of the bad stuff happening that I'm seeing right now is coming in through my email, then can I separate email from the rest of my system if I need to, and therefore protect everything else? The fact that most people, and that's really, it's much harder than it sounds. If you look at the facts, and a couple of the studies we did when we were at CERT, one of the things that was very interesting is, the one thing when you would talk to groups and say, what can't you give up? Invariably it was email. You cannot take away my email. I have to have the email. In fact, the email had very little to do with what they were actually trying to protect, but people perceived it. Okay, so then really understanding what you're trying to protect and what your target is. Then you take the appropriate action. So the smart guys are going, I can cut my email loose. If I need to, I can shut it down, I can unplug it. Oh, my people are really upset they can't do email. But guess what? My system is now protected. I'm not getting, I've just reduced my threat by 90%. And that's the kind of thing that needs to be understood.
Now, if I remember this right, you actually started talking about this in the last session.
Yeah.
In fact, we got a
And
diagram.
you were, if I remember how you put it, so there's, what you have in place is defenses, but behind that is a recovery plan.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, you always need the strongest, and the strongest systems are the ones that work the best and survive, or most survivable. Survivability is an important concept, are the ones that one can recover quickly, recover stronger than they are.
These are the diagrams from that conversation. That there's that one, and that's a non-critical and then a critical node. So
Well, that's
path
path
flow
and
redundancies.
flow and critical nodes. I want to go back to what Casey said, and what I got out of that, Casey, was that you think you need to identify the core or critical function.
Sure.
Oh, function as opposed to nodes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, you need to know that, so that you know there are
Now, hey,
limited
Casey,
resources.
in terms of, all right, in terms of national security, are we
Right.
now talking about, I think it's now up to 16 critical infrastructures? I mean,
Yeah, if you're talking about critical infrastructures, yeah, we
well, I'm talking national security.
Right, national security says there are 16 critical infrastructures. Some of them are government,
Right,
and most of them aren't,
right.
which also complicates the whole thing from a national security perspective.
Right.
And that goes back to what you're talking about authority.
Well, yeah, but I mean, right now, what I think I'd like for us to try to wrestle with and come to some kind of clear conclusion is, what is it we need to be worried about? And you know, I don't know if we can get into how do we fashion a response. And if we're talking about national security on the broad scale, the great scope of national security, not just military. Right.
We need to be focused on protecting our data, and I don't mean that in a flippant way. I mean, we need to seriously sit down with policy, which we do not have, and say, how do you protect your data? How do you do that? What is the best way to do it? Best practices are out there, most people ignore them.
Yeah.
But there's also a question, what data you need.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying, yes.
No, but I mean, you determine, so a lot of it, you know, I mean, you know the tendency to overclassify.
Oh, absolutely.
So
What's absolutely critical?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what is it that I can't do without?
But I've got a different.
And we can't do that here,
Right.
No,
but,
no.
I mean, we could,
But I don't think it's just about data. I do think cyber war is a real issue. I don't think cyber terror is, but cyber war I think really is.
I think cyber as a force multiplier is a real issue. I don't think cyber war is a real I don't think we're going to get a massive cyber attack from anybody. I don't think that makes any sense. One, it's too complicated, but cyber as a force multiplier to more traditional military operations, I think is absolutely, you're at, that, in that, yeah.
Well, you've got, I mean, but it's Georgia versus Estonia, and both of our data points, we don't have many data points, but we have two of both kinds. We have one of each kind.
Georgia versus what?
Estonia. Estonia, it was just cyber.
As a case study.
Yeah, but Estonia wasn't a military operation, that was a diplomatic operation. And it was
Right.
also ineffective as hell.
On the other hand, talking about Georgia.
But Georgia, that's exactly what I expected.
Well,
Yeah,
No, that's what you,
That's-
but I'm saying I don't think you can rule out these future Estonians either.
yeah, I guess,
But,
The way I-
here's,
go ahead.
here's why, sorry, I mean, because the question of attribution, because cyberspace gives you a degree of anonymity, and so long as there's a relatively high degree of anonymity, it actually encourages risky behavior.
I don't disagree with that.
yeah.
I don't.
There's also the in-between cases. I mean, someone is playing around with our banking system, as feeble as it may be, but maybe they don't really intend to drop our banking system, they intend to scare Americans. To an extent, they may have succeeded.
Yeah.
You know, because people are like, oh, my banking account is not secure. Well, we're not gonna lob missiles at whatever country or state this is.
Regardless of how
We need
often
some
we
way
say
to
it.
respond to them without dropping their entire network. So how do we do,
Yeah.
slapbacks in cyber? Without having to go kinetic. You don't wanna send an aircraft
Yeah.
carrier because somebody's, has a feeble denial of service attack on PNC Bank.
Why?
Well,
Now, and
I don't
when do
think
you
the
make
current
that
president
decision?
will do it.
I mean,
Okay, I don't disagree with you there, but what I'm saying is, one of the things that we absolutely, it drove us crazy, trying to work when there was the initiative on cyber, and I was on the committee for, we were looking at mutually assured destruction sort of ideas and the approach. We couldn't find a way to do it in cyber. I mean, we literally spent months of some of the smartest people I know in the industry, and we could not find a way to set up a deterrence program for cyber. Could not do it until you brought in the kinetic. And then you went right back to the attribution question, because if I'm going to go kinetic with it, how sure do I have to be before I will actually use that option?
There's also a huge threshold decision, right?
Oh, yes.
Because in cyber, if you respond in cyber, even if it's not as strong as you might like, you're not escalating in nearly as obvious a way, or as public a way, or as dangerous a way as you are once you take it into the kinetic realm.
Except I'm concerned too, and we've seen this happen enough, that unintended consequences
Yeah.
are a real problem in cyber.
Yeah.
If I bring this down, is there a ripple effect that I hadn't considered yet?
Or
And-
cascade effect.
Cascade effect, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this makes it extremely complicated. But I think going back to what we're trying to get to, it really is, and I think we're in violent agreement, that it's, first of all, identifying what it is you're protecting. Whether within a network, within a domain, within whatever you want to define it as. What is it I'm protecting? And then keep in mind that the question, what you're really talking about is protecting it. And that's your, I think, step one, is defending it, securing it. I don't, maybe it's as simple as encrypting. I mean, you can steal all the data you want out of my home computer and all my personal financial information because it's all encrypted, and I do it at an NSA level, so if they wanna take 10 years and break that thing down, great, knock yourself out and have a good time. By the time you get to it, I'm probably broke anyway.
So going along with that, the second thing that you would mention, maintaining access to the system.
Yeah.
That seems like something more immediate to protect. When we perceive ourselves being under attack, the first question maybe is, do we still have access to our systems? Can we still act? Can we still do? Is that what you're,
That's partly it. And from a military perspective, that's absolutely critical.
yeah,
Because can I depend on my network? I mean, went through this working at NORAD. The biggest fear was not that somebody took our system down, but somebody compromised the system, and therefore were the things that we were seeing real?
Right.
Or when we sent something out, was that actually what was getting to the forces that we were supposedly commanding?
because I can make a case to you that denial of service attacks used on Georgia weren't just used on Georgia, as I understand it, from articles I've read. It was also on Western media outlets. And whether anybody ever admits to who did it, one of the effects that it had was Western media outlets in the vicinity couldn't, for the first 2 days or so, could not get their reporting out of Georgia of what was going on. So the only narrative coming out of that war for the first 3 days or so was the Russian narrative.
Yeah.
And their narrative is, we're in hot pursuit. We were fired upon, we're in hot pursuit. Except we had a couple of armored brigades waiting on the other side of the tunnel to come in to Georgia, and we had 9,000 Marines and 30 support ships waiting to land on the third day at a Black Sea port. And anybody who's ever done any time, as you know, with operational planning knows you don't just whistle that up in a hot pursuit.
No.
So, but that was the narrative they were putting out. Because that's a hell of a lot better than, we're much bigger than these guys. We grabbed them by the lapels, threw them on the ground, and beat the daylights out of them for 3 days in front of the entire world. So, I guess part of what I'm saying is there's a point where they were able to engineer a loss of access on the part of anybody who was going to give a different narrative than theirs for the first few days of that conflict.
Which is a tactical decision, and it worked actually pretty well.
But it makes me ask the question, and I'm just trying to, do you consider the protection of the data more important, the same importance, or less importance than maintaining access to functionality?
And I was gonna approach the same point, Mike, and using the example that you were using about DOD and their loss of the ability to use their system. And so that would be the core critical.
Or depend on it, or credibility of the system. Is the system compromised?
Yeah.
A core dependency for the DOD system, right? Is that the same across all of those other 15 different critical infrastructure systems? And I would say
No.
probably no.
It's not.
Right.
No. it's
So, I mean, the point is then you have to take a look at every one of those
You do, yeah.
critical items within national security and determine what are really the crown jewels that you do have to, plan around.
But I think there's something else, right? I mean, it seems to me that we two levels. There are specific targets, and they can be data,
Yes.
they could be functions, as with infrastructure.
Right.
But there's also the system, and how we shape the system, how we shape cyberspace. So there are issues there about governance, about regulation, about codes of behavior, which I think are in a sense separate from these about specific targets. And if you can shape the system, in certain positive ways, you might have to worry somewhat less, not very much less, but somewhat, about specific targets. So it seems to me we're operating on a couple of different levels here. We need
Isaac,
to operate
before
on all
you
of
jump
them.
in, let me see if I can clarify real quickly. So what you're saying is we can divide sort of the risk that we are going to be faced into the system, the data, and access.
Well, part of the system is access, but it's partly about codes of behavior, right? I mean, in a sense, this notion of the internet as an ungovernable space, an ungoverned space.
Yep.
Well, is it? And there are other ways of increasing governance within it, and within cyberspace. And they could be codes of conduct. They could be, the equivalent, if there are any arms control agreements. There could be, what are sanctions in cyberspace, right? So there's some really interesting questions about how many analogies you can take in. The other element is if you see it as a metabolism, as a functioning system, then you can think of it in terms of creating antibodies, creating resilience in the system. And that's separate from the resilience of particular pieces of infrastructure.
Oh, I agree, yeah. And there's been some interesting work done on that, looking at it from almost a medical perspective.
Yeah, yeah.
The other thing, I think certainly up to this point, and I won't speak to what's likely to happen in the next 5 years, but up to this point, I don't think it's possible to govern cyberspace. I think it is possible to have impact on cyberspace, to have influence on cyberspace, which can be a positive thing. But yeah, and other than that, I agree with where you're looking.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. I don't know how many of you have read that Chris Dimchak article I posted. But I mean, she essentially says that cyberspace is, you know, the pure anarchy that the international political system is. And I mean, she draws that analogy, and it's absolutely valid. So what we're trying, I mean, basically what we're trying to do within cyberspace is the same thing we're trying to do within the international system.
Right. And in fact, if you take the Chris Demchak stuff, but there's a guy who writes about the Internet of Things, and he talks about smart cities, but then when it's pushed, he'll say Mad Max in between, right? And it's a very interesting analogy. And are there ways of, for example, increasing the smartness and increasing the resilience, robustness, and the degree to which something's governed, without it being fully, in some parts of cyberspace, if not in others? So can you disaggregate cyberspace in any way?
Oh, that's, I think one of the answers, I think cyberspace is incredibly resilient. And it's resilient because it almost fixes itself. If you go on the internet, and you bring something down, it will find a path to go someplace
It's by
else.
design, you know.
Yeah,
It was designed this way.
Well, it's designed, yeah.
That's this way.
Okay, so you got this tremendous resilience that exists within cyberspace, which is, and partly because there is no actual form and structure that's permanent. It's constantly changing and evolving. Most of the systems we're talking about defending are exactly the opposite.
Right.
And so we need to think of it from that perspective. We're not protecting cyberspace. Cyberspace is pretty good at protecting itself. I think what we're talking about is very specifically what system, what network, what data, what information are we protecting, and go from there, which actually makes it a much simpler problem.
Yeah.
You know, but it also makes, because there is no set control to that or definition, bad word, systems are different. People believe different, so there is no set answer. I think what we need to consider is thinking about this in terms of an overall policy perspective. What should you do to protect what you have?
And you go back to, Phil was talking about a system, you know, and I think, picking up on what you're
Right.
saying, we're making a distinction between cyberspace as a system and the critical infrastructure systems within, I mean, sort of a subsystem within the larger system.
Right.
And what you're saying is those subsystems are different than cyberspace systems to begin with because they are designed differently than cyberspace.
I'm thinking as I'm going along here, but there's
Well, I
an
know,
interesting
and
thing
we
that
all
just-
are.
that just popped into my head is that one of the things we found looking at all the critical infrastructures is that kind of like we're talking about cyberspace, as the overall, if you take, I don't care which one you're looking at, if you look at it in a large scale, on a macro scale, there's no real structure to it. You look, I can look at the electrical grid, and no grid is like any other grid, and I couldn't take them all down if I wanted to, because they just don't work that way. But I can go to individual grids, and now those are systems that I can define, I can find a weakness, and I can attack. The overall infrastructure, probably not. A section of the infrastructure, because it is a well-defined piece, I can do. It's almost like the internet. Because they're large, and the larger and the more complex the system gets, the less structured they tend to be.
But is there any piece of those subsystems that are so critical, if you devalue them or cause them not to operate the way they're supposed to, would jeopardize the operation of the system itself, or the national
Probably.
security?
I
Yeah,
doubt it. No, I disagree. I don't think you can bring power down.
physically,
I think you can
I've-
cost me billions of dollars. I don't think you can bring the power grid down.
Well,
Physically you
well,
can.
I mean, we've seen cascading effects,
Yes.
starting in Ohio and in New York.
Right.
You get, and that was, seems to be an accident that created that. Right.
That one was.
Okay, so, but if you create a number of accidents like that, and again, we used to talk about the physical, physical ways of attacking cyber systems.
Correct.
And
No, you're right.
And smaller contained networks with specific functions often have peculiarities. In my own experience, power was knocked out in the last hurricane in Rhode Island to about 100,000 people because although they built 2 main transformer trunks that were supposed to bring power specifically to the island that I reside on, they built them right next to each other. So when the wind tore down the first one, it crashed into the second one and destroyed that one too. And so we were without power for a few days, mostly because it was easier to build the 2 right next to each other for maintenance sake, as opposed to, gee, we might want to have one separate in another place.
See, that's your human element,
Exactly.
okay? Because that's where stupid comes into play real often.
Yeah.
It's like Boston. During the big dig, gee, they cut the 911 cable. Oh, we can't have that happen. We need a separate one. They paid to have an entirely separate individual 911 network put in, and then they put it in the same conduit. Thank you very much. Next time they cut it, both of them went out. That's just stupid, okay? That's bad risk management.
It is.
That is. What we're really talking about here is, it's like you talk about the power thing. Yes, I mean, you can have consequences like that tree falling on that particular thing. Now, the problem is, and again, it goes back to human element, every power company in this country knows enough that you cut back the trees over your lines. They hadn't done it.
I live in West Virginia, the power goes out for 10 days at a time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
In bad weather. Now, it's a rural area, it's not common, but it's, so I wish I shared your, optimism about the power grid.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, we're talking about national security.
Right.
Then what you look at it and you say, what do I need to do if I'm responsible for a grid and I come under, and I'm listed as part of the critical infrastructure? Then I think that's where you need federal policy that says you must come to a certain standard of security that will at least give you a reasonable chance of surviving the average attack, or being able to at least recover from it quickly. Even graceful degradation is better than a complete collapse of the system.
I think that the potential for cascade effects and unpredictable, or let me say unintentional cascade effects, is a problem in evaluating the level of risk across the critical
certainly is.
infrastructure
Sure.
elements. So we can say that the power grid, we can take out West Virginia or Rhode Island, but maybe we can't take out the entire grid. But maybe I can't predict every possible attack on the cyber infrastructure and how it might cascade. So it's harder for me to see how we can say this is a local attack and it lowers in our national security estimate versus something might go beyond and cascade in ways that we haven't seen. And that seems very difficult to get
It
at
is difficult.
in some of these areas for
Very
me.
much so.
Some of the major challenges we've seen in internet infrastructure have related to undiscovered flaws that were quickly corrected but were pervasive.
Right.
And we found out afterward how quickly something could cascade.
And we have found weaknesses in systems that are so pervasive, you simply go, there's nothing we can do about it.
Right.
I mean, there are elements that exist in almost every computer network in the world. And it's just, okay, I can't solve that problem. because it's absolutely essential and there's no way to protect against it. Okay, live with it.
Two questions, and I think one follows from that. You said, okay, you can't destroy the power grid. How much of it do you need to destroy to have a serious impact? And it was very interesting, you said the average attack, right? And that was what the levees in New Orleans will build to
Right.
deal with.
Right.
Was the average hurricane is 3, not a 5.
Right.
So you get a big attack, and it
It overwhelms all
overwhelms
defenses.
all
Yeah.
defenses.
I think the much more realistic look at it is your point on if you had an attack against, and certainly some grids are a lot more significant than others. If you start looking at the Northeast, the impact there, a lot of consequences that go with financial, a lot of consequences that go with government, a lot of consequences that go with a lot of things in that particular area that rather I brought it down in Wyoming. Maybe not the big deal.
But if we go back to
West
something
Virginia.
Isaac said, maybe that's not the point. Maybe the point is to inspire fear, and once you've inspired fear, then the chaos, the uncertainty that results may give you much more, it may be much more useful to you than trying to take down the whole system. I mean, the expectation that someone's trying to take down the full system may be enough.
And in fact, I mean, the definition out of the President's Commission on Critical Infrastructure back in '96 actually used that inclination for fear and a loss of confidence in the government to provide for your, health, safety, and welfare as the definition of national security.
Yep.
So, I mean, it really, so what are we talking about when we're talking about national security? Are we talking about just, maintaining the free and sovereign state itself, or are we talking about something a little, more insidious than that, and just causing the society to lose confidence that the government can provide for them?
Well, this is where I really think that looking at fundamental policy on how you approach cyberspace is essential. As an example, because it gives, if you do that, then it gives government at whatever level,
Right.
at least a target and an idea of where they should go and how they should deal with things. Whether it's fixing the grid and or maintaining public confidence. I thought one of the smartest things, for example, after 9/11, was to literally make the statement that the stock market is shut down. It will not be up for at least a week, and oh, by the way, when it does, it will come back at the exact same level that it was at prior to the attack. And that was simply a question of confidence. There was nothing
Right.
that made that happen, except that you had the government turn around and say, this is the way it's going to be. People went, oh, okay, I can deal with that.
Now I have some certainty
Now I
of what's
have some
gonna happen.
certainty about
Yeah.
what it's gonna be like on Friday or next Monday when it opens up. Okay, I haven't solved any problem except that I've maintained the confidence in how things work and operate because somebody made a policy decision and went ahead and did it. That's the kind of thing you wanna put down and say, this is how you start approaching this and this is what you do to ensure from a national security standpoint that even in the face of an attack or in the face of a significant problem within cyberspace, that you have these approaches that are going to at least keep you functioning as a government and as a, whether it's an infrastructure or whatever.
So it seems to me as we get to talking about responses, we have to make sure that we have multiple sets, classes of
Absolutely.
response,
Yeah.
right? In terms of the immediate problem, the immediate issue, the public perception, those sorts of
Right.
confidence issues, and whatever else might be out there. But there are sets of those, and the policy would have to deal with each
Right.
of those explicitly.
Yeah.
And to follow what Casey says, they're not all necessarily just digital
Right.
or cyber.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, very much so. And they're going to be, because, for example, food, the critical infrastructure, food is a critical infrastructure. Okay, however, when we look at it, I could make a significant impact on it, but it takes 1.5 years to do it.
Right.
because that's how that moves. I mean, that whole infrastructure moves at that level, moves seasonally, it moves by crops. It isn't like I turned off the lights.
So how critical is it?
Well, it is,
Yeah.
and actually the impact could even be broader than a lot of the other ones, but you don't recognize it, or you have, I mean, it's a highly complex system, but you have, the point being, that's why you need a policy that approaches that particular area. How the power grid works, how the financial institutions work, how government works, how water works.
Well, it almost sounds to me like what you're saying, Casey, is we need to prioritize the critical infrastructures.
I'm not sure that, from a national security perspective, it at least takes in most of the things we've been talking about here.
And most of us would agree that at least at the top we'd put, power and cyber.
Right.
And then you start moving down from there, but,
Well, there's actually gonna be two categories of that. You're gonna make a decision on what you don't wanna lose under any circumstances, but then there's gonna be something contextual about it where that might not ever even be in play. But there is something else that is being attacked, and you're going to have to make a decision on that.
right.
That may be divorced from, you're gonna make a checklist. We're under attack. Is our power grid okay? Nobody's doing anything to our power grid. Okay. So that's all, that seems to be off the table for now. We'll put them on alert. What is this thing that is being attacked? Can we suffer to have it being attacked? Does it matter to us? Can we let it ride? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, linked to that, but also going back to some of Casey's point, right, about what you have to worry about.
That's right.
It's an interesting question we've discussed a little bit before. If it starts in cyberspace, is cyberspace like Vegas? Does it stay in cyberspace? But the other thing with tensions among countries, right, is the opposite. That it starts in the real world and takes on a cyberspace dimension.
Yeah.
Right? So it'd be very interesting to see, for example, if there's tension between Japan and China, at some point,
Moves into
cyberspace.
Well, and I would be surprised if it didn't.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I'd be
Absolutely.
very surprised if it didn't.
So that's a really interesting one.
I think that's a key point. When you cross this boundary in either direction for
Yes,
whichever
right.
reason, you have to talk to that in whatever policy direction you're giving, it seems.
Yeah.
You have to think about that beforehand. You have to think about what responses are available in this hard-to-control cyberspace where it's very easy to go kinetic, I think, and go the other way.
What are available and what are appropriate.
Yeah,
I mean, it
yeah,
seems to me that this multi-layered response plan also needs to be prioritized. In other words, to use your example, Casey, can we handle it simply by being open about
Right.
an intentional shutdown of the stock market? Or must we move to another level, a
Right.
planned degradation of some, or another level yet?
The dilemma is not only about cyberspace. Forrest Morgan's work on space. If it starts in space, does it stay in space? Is a really interesting, so an ASAP attack. Where does that end up? Do you keep it there? And I think he's raised some of these issues, and so it seems to me it's got some.
But I also think it's interesting that your point about between nation states is significant in that, and one of the arguments that I've made for a long time is that that's why analysis and threat analysis between nation states is a doable thing, because it's still based on things that we have a good understanding of.
Right.
The fact that cyber is another tool to that is something we have to adapt to.
Right.
But the fact is, can I predict that Russia's going to do something nasty in cyberspace because they're having a diplomatic, problem with Estonia? Yeah, you probably could make that because they weren't gonna roll in with troops, so what other options did they have? Were we expecting the level? Probably not.
A great line. This is the covert action of the 21st century.
Cyber?
Yeah.
You mean because it's not attributable?
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that's much more, we can analyze that and you can start thinking about ways to deal with it. On the other hand, when you get outside the realm of nation states, then you have another problem. because now you're talking about transnational organized crime. You're talking about terrorists, who I think will eventually grab a hold of this and do something with it. Not per se, I think, again, as a force multiplier. But they don't, then you have to understand that environment.
Yeah, but
in order to
Casey,
make-
Casey, within the context of national security, are you worried about those other
Of course I am,
actors?
absolutely I am. Sure I am. I'm worried about the idea that somebody gets smart at Al-Qaeda and decides, wait a minute, if we could do another 9/11, only this time, at the same time we do that, we can manipulate all the traffic lights in town and shut down 9/11 or 911 calls, I have now made it impossible for first responders to in fact respond. Because I have gridded, the city is now gridlocked from top to bottom. And I can go to any city in this country, and I used Pittsburgh as my study, an example, because you've got bridges, you've got tunnels. Oh, and by the way, you've got all of your critical federal buildings in one area, in between another big building, with a perfect place to drop, stop, and leave a car that will go off. Now I shut everything down at that time, and I've shut Pittsburgh down, period, ended, done. I can do that. That I worry about.
Yeah, but is that a national security risk or threat?
You betcha.
Yeah.
9/11 was a national security risk and threat.
Why have we not had,
Multiply that.
why have we not had much cyber terror?
Say again?
Why have we had very little cyber terror so far?
It doesn't do what terrorists like to do.
Yeah,
It
you,
doesn't
you
kill
don't,
listen.
you don't wear the
Doesn't kill people.
consequences of a cyber attack on you. The thing with Target, all right, 70 million debit cards compromised. Who's wearing that? Nobody.
Right.
You can get your new debit card the next day. If they turned around and said, yeah, we'll give you a new debit card, it'll be 90 days. Then you're gonna have people going, 90 days, really? And then when they hit you with, yeah, and for that 90 days, if you wanna get money, since you're not gonna be able to use an ATM machine, you're gonna have to go back to filling out withdrawal slips and bring your driver's license with you and all of that. Then you've got people, 70 million people wearing the consequences. And then you're gonna see something. But for now, for a lot of people, this is happening by way of electrons.
Yeah.
So,
How do we know? I mean, the cyber criminals are making so much money. I mean,
Well, they are.
It's very profitable. How do we know there aren't terrorist groups who are behind some of these other attacks, but they see cyber as the way to finance their connection?
That's exactly right.
So
And we've
a
seen
different-
evidence of that.
That's a different problem,
Yeah.
right? It seems to me the terrorist exploitation of cyberspace as a force multiplier is a very different problem from cybersecurity.
Yes,
So
you're
I-
right.
That's because I think there's an awful lot of that. I mean, I think they recruit in cyberspace. I think they can plan in cyberspace. They can do target reconnaissance in cyberspace. They can do a lot of things in cyberspace.
Right.
All of which, though,
And they are.
rather like the criminals, suggest they have a vested interest in the perpetuation of the system.
Oh, yeah. I mean, organized crime is never gonna hurt the financials. They need it.
In fact,
That's right. They far less of a threat than the bankers.
when we look at the problem of trying to come up with a prioritized list of, what's exactly first one, like checklist, power grid, first one, I'm fine. It might be much harder than you think. So coming to Casey, actually example about the food industry. Yes, the cycle of producing the food takes a year or half a year or whatever, but think about distribution.
That's right.
yeah.
If someone hit distribution and completely cause a chaos in distribution, this is a disaster much worse than a power grid. Think about
Oh,
it.
yeah. No, where
If
I,
people go to the market now, don't find food for any reason, this is a big issue.
It's going to happen anyway, because
Well,
result of global climate change. That's
yeah, but,
No, but if
then
it's
you're
something
moving to the
immediate,
transportation critical infrastructure. So you're moving from food to critical, I mean, I don't know why.
I think
Yeah.
it's very critical, and it's hard really to think about all the possibilities. Which one is really much more important than the other
That's
one.
exactly why I argue that you're much better off, and your rate of return, I think, from really focusing on a macro policy view of things will have a much greater initial impact. And I think drive, it's gonna take experts within each industry
Exactly,
to
leave it to
fix
each,
those
you
problems.
know,
What is needed
to
is
define what's
a
most important.
national policy on what you do about protecting what needs to be protected from inside.
It's up to each entity to really decide
Right.
for itself, you know, what's the most important asset to be protected, you know.
But there is no consistent policy that this government has come out with on cyber ever.
Yeah.
This government has never come out and said, okay, the minimum that you have to do, there is due diligence that needs to be done if you're protecting cyberspace, and this is it. Even if it's wrong, it would be a step forward.
And there's a potential monkey wrench in some of this that I've come across anecdotally. I don't know how widespread it is yet. We very rarely hear talk about the cost of engaging in any sort of protective measures. And as we talk about risk, one of the things that bothers me about risk is you're assigning probability. It implies that that's something you can control. In Japan, they probably assigned a very low probability to an earthquake, followed by a tidal wave, followed by a nuclear meltdown within days of each other. But it happened. Was anybody, so the cost of that, I'm sure maybe somebody raised the issue. I'm sure somebody else said, you know what the cost of dealing with that is gonna be? We're not gonna do that. Students that I've had who work
Same
at.
thing with Katrina.
Yeah, but in the cyber world, I mean, I've got former students that are now working at Dell Secure Works, and they have a lot of stories to tell where they get called in because something bad has happened. They get called in, they figure out what's happened, they say, okay, here's the fix. And the people that they're giving that information to go, yeah, that's too much money, we're not gonna, it's cheaper for us to buy insurance than to fix the problem. So we're gonna buy insurance instead. We're just gonna bet that the problem isn't gonna happen, or if it does happen, it's not gonna be as severe as you're thinking it is.
That comes back to Casey's stupid. In a country that you know is vulnerable to tsunamis,
Right.
and you put your nuclear power stations on the coast, I mean,
Yeah, exactly, but.
Well, we got one in California sitting on the fault line.
yeah.
I believe it. I was there when they built it. That's why I moved.
But yeah, no, they're I mean, human beings are, what do they call it,
There's, and that's simply risk and threat management.
Right,
I-
right.
That's, Murphy is alive and well and always will be, and, you know,
but a government that wants to set a minimum standard is gonna have to tell people, you can't buy your way out of this, you can't buy insurance and declare the problem solved if we're talking about a national security type of
well,
thing.
and then, and see, there's an underlying element to this that gets very, very tricky. And that is, if you're setting up a national policy on national security that crosses over and impacts, for example, all 16 critical infrastructure areas, how do you enforce that?
Yeah,
Because you're talking about private industry here. I mean, you're talking about, okay, the power grid isn't owned by the government, and telecommunications not only not owned by the government, it's probably not owned by a US corporation.
Yeah, but
So
I
what do you do?
like your first approach is let's deal with the macro and let somebody else deal.
Sure.
The pragmatic.
that's the thing.
But
if
there's a
you're-
legal element here
Yeah,
that can't be ignored.
And
And the sorry, Mike.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, and the resistance, right?
Oh.
To the regulate, and you see with.
Well, that's what I was
with
gonna-
HSBC.
Yeah.
And money laundering, and with COVID before that, 370 billion was coming in from over the years without them doing any due diligence on it.
Yeah, I mean, the proposals, and I think Bruce Schneer is the biggest proponent of this, to make commercial organizations liable for the impacts of their cybersecurity vulnerabilities, has been floated and shot down enough. It's
Yeah.
been discussed.
Okay.
So-
Because I buy insurance against that too.
Well, that's his whole idea. Make them liable, have an insurance industry, and then they will focus it on security a little bit more than what they do now, focus on functionality. I mean, you can see Congress has not passed a cybersecurity bill. They've tried every year.
Yep.
Republicans,
Yep.
Democrats, doesn't matter, pick a party.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
failed every year. So,
But the funny thing is, if we were talking about, a communicable disease, and you got a choice, buy a vaccine or buy insurance, if your neighbors find out you're the only guy that has bought insurance and not got the vaccine, they're not gonna come anywhere near you. But if we're talking about people owning infrastructure,
Understand this too, part of this is shared fact. The reason you don't get a lot of squawk and you don't hear about this is it's a shared pain. If somebody goes ahead and organized crime steals 20 million credit cards
yeah,
and personal information, it's shared between all of the credit card providers, it's shared between all the banks. No one bank's faced with a $20 billion hit. The minute that happens, that bank's gonna be screaming in Washington DC, but it doesn't happen. It gets stressed out, and all they do is, when I first started doing this, all of the major credit cards would not even investigate credit card fraud below $50,000. Unless you could show a loss of $50,000, they didn't care, they just wrote it off.
yeah.
Well, then it got pervasive. Then crime got organized, and you started seeing 2, 3, 4, 20 million cards disappearing all of a sudden, and that went down to $5,000,
Yeah.
which is pretty much where it sits now. But every credit card company I know of that I've talked to the CEOs at will tell you that they have $1 billion a year that they put into their budget to write off for fraud, because they can do that. It's a shared pain.
Yeah.
So you don't get a lot of grief, and you're not gonna get anything passed in Congress, because nobody's pushing for it.
Right.
Build a defense from that.
And the other thing too is, everybody, please, please, please don't take away my cell phone. Please don't take away my internet. Please don't make it any more difficult for me to get email. Oh, I Twitter, and we haven't, when we started talking about this, remember, social media was really nothing.
Yeah.
Now, social media, we're gonna have to deal with something that is so pervasive and has so much impact potentially politically,
Yeah.
that we haven't even thought about that yet.
Maybe we should encourage an attack on social media.
Yes, I agree. You know, I mean, how many people do you know that don't have a Facebook account or something like that?
I don't.
I don't.
Either. Yeah, look at what this room is.
Yeah.
doing.
I know, but I don't use it.
Everything-
I think I resent that
The
comment.
demographics in this room. So I guess some concurrence or consensus that, we need to look at, criticality of the function and then try to determine what is the core criticality of it, begin to, some estimate of defense for it, or how do you defend it, and,
How do you protect it?
how do you protect it?
And you can somebody can protect it by unplugging it. I mean, that's.
But what you're saying, right, is you emphasise transnational organized crime, far be from me to play that down, right?
Yeah.
But most of it is still a nuisance level.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's not a level of national security. Where there's some overlap is things like botnets for sale
Right.
and botnets for rent,
Right.
and presumably botnet creators for sale and rent. And that's when you start to think about governments, in a sense, mobilizing the capabilities of organized crime to enhance their
Yeah.
offensive cyber capabilities. So I'm not sure we can have this neat separation of different kinds of actors in the way we've always tried to.
But, and Phil, so, I mean, you actually made the transition that I wanted to make, okay, so how do you determine what the response is gonna be? Or when or when you should respond?
That's what I've attempted to do here. I've been trying to put a lot of the things we've been saying into some kind of a structure here. So I've tried to identify a progression. I mean, we begin with a pre-identification of what needs to be protected and the problems associated with its protection. Then it seems like we recognize an attack. What are we seeing here? Is this an attempt to inspire fear? Is this just some looky-loo seeing what he's capable of doing? Is this a real live attack? Once we've determined that, then the determination of a level of response. Do we ignore it? Do we contain it? Shut down public information, plan degradation, redundancy? If it can't be contained, we need to react, then do we stay in cyberspace? If so, what do we do? Is it a combined cyber-kinetic problem? If so, what do we do? Is it a kinetic problem? If so, what do we do? Is that, broadly speaking, what we're talking about here?
I like
Yeah.
it very much. Now, here's the other question, though, and the one thing that is not in there, and we have to ask
The one thing?
ourselves.
There's gotta be
Well, yeah.
hundreds of things.
Well, the one thing, let's put it, this one that kind of slaps me in the face is, no, where does it become, or does it become important for attribution to what, to who's conducting the attack? There's nothing about attribution there. Now, and I raise that because that gets into response.
Yeah. Well, yeah, at what level of activity and or risk or pain do you then move to that response? I mean, you move from ignorance or ignoring it. Now I'm going to take some kind of action to respond to it.
Well, let's talk about pain.
Right.
Because pain, when we're saying you don't want to be overly alarmist and risk can get you to think about a lot of things that might happen.
Question mark on attribution.
Yeah.
Is that where it should go?
No, I don't know if that's where it should go,
But it's gotta be.
part of-
It's gotta be
It's
in
part
there.
of indication and warning.
We have to decide if it's important.
Yeah, it's going to be part of indication and warning. As I said in the last session, we all got hooked into, in World War II, everybody knew everybody. The planes flying overhead have big red suns on them. We knew where they came from. There are guys have arrived on the battlefield wearing black uniforms with a skull and crossbones. Among the questions that was not asked about them is, gee, I wonder what those guys are here for. Now we have that problem. And this idea of pain may be a way to get at that too. Who's causing us the pain? Who has reason to cause us the pain? Chances are, whoever it is somebody we know. Somebody that we're already into something with.
When David linked that, when you go from contain to react, you've also gone from defensive or mitigation to offensive, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Maybe.
But maybe that was partly, because there might be a set of reactions when you've been unable to contain that, it's still defensive.
Yeah.
Or mitigation.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I would say what's missing after you presume that there are a possible attack is preemptive strikes. I mean, there is a philosophy that cyberspace is not a place you fight as a counterpuncher. You have to anticipate that it's coming down and then take the first step. Because, I mean, I'm sure the Georgians recognized pretty soon what the Russians had done, or whatever country did it. Well, we're being taped, so I'm just, whatever. I'm not in academia. But it's too late.
Politician.
All they needed to do, that slow them down. So they don't care if you're mitigating it. Don't care. Damage is done. So there's a thought that you have to be the first puncher.
If you can. If you're able to.
Well, and also if you got the right target.
Well, I
You
mean,
want to be
and-
preempting somebody that, is not planning to do you harm.
Well, I guess I sort of separate them, that there's a certain value to being the guy in the bar that looks like even if you could sucker punch him, he'd get back up, and now he knows that you've done it. You're looking for somebody to make a reputation on, so you walk up behind somebody and break a chair over their back. Chances are, whoever that individual is you select, he will not be 6'7" and 300 pounds. Because that's an individual that you might very well sneak up on him. You might very well break the chair over his back. And then he might just turn around and look at you and go, what was that for, before he snuffs you entirely. So there's gonna be a survivability aspect to this, which is sort of Casey talking about, what do you wanna protect? But then there is that preemptive aspect. If you had the street smarts, the ability to size up the room and understand who might be in the room that wants to do that to you, you might seek them out first, if you have that. Now, I don't know how as a national security piece, for lack of a better term, you come up with that street smarts. Because you're right. In cyberspace, it might be worth your while, even just to let them know, I have a feeling you're gonna do this.
Demonstration or.
Here I come. You know, let's see if you can dish it out as well as you can take it. You know, that's, or vice versa, sorry.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm sure Keith Alexander would agree with you, but, and I'm not sure that's necessarily a strong endorsement. There's a, there are so many potential problems because of the attribution
Yeah.
challenge here, that almost becomes a non-starter. It's something that you feel, geez, if I was really sure, I'd feel good to do it. But it's that being really sure, or, you see, cyber, unlike, you know, unlike the Cold War, you know, you're absolutely right. When I sat at NORAD inside that mountain, there was no question, if we had a launch out of China or the Soviet Union, we knew who did it. Thank you very much. Now, whether it was the entire government or it was, you know, the crazy general scenario that everybody used to talk about,
Yeah.
that was something we had to decide. But the fact is, we had attribution. We knew where it was coming from.
Or ourselves. If that nuclear weapon had exploded in North and South Carolina,
Yeah.
how does the president get on TV and say, we've just nuked ourselves? Right? Or does he get on TV and say, we've just been under attack from the Soviet Union?
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's a very interesting question.
But
it's relevant because preemption, right? I mean, and the whole strategic stability was profoundly, was set on the Wallstetter stuff, which came from Rand. Rand's Wallstetter stuff about invulnerable retaliatory forces. Is there an equivalent in cyberspace?
No.
To this?
Nope.
I absolutely, nobody that I've ever seen, and I sat on that presidential commission for months, could come up with anything that would tell you that that's possible.
Or put it this way, if it is possible, we
Except
haven't found those efficiencies yet. I mean, along the course of World War II, as they're developing anti-submarine warfare, one of the things they come across is German submarines always radio back to Germany. So we're able to find them using high-frequency direction finders. Not find them specifically, but understand that they're out there and the general direction that they're in. Along the course of the second year of the war, we begin flying aircraft along that direction finder beam, and sure enough, if we fly far enough, we find them. The third year, we started equipping convoys with escort carriers. Now the convoys can put up large numbers of aircraft over them and out in front of them, and they can find these guys and actively hunt them. But at the beginning, we know when they're there because they sink us, is what we have.
But Isaac's talking about pressure for preemption and people starting to think in those terms, right?
No comment, but, I mean, I'm gonna change it. Think about zero-day exploits. Why do we collect everyone? It's not, everyone collects zero-day exploits. I mean, kids in grad school are collecting and selling them for.
Yeah.
Why do we collect? Because that is a potential attack avenue, and it helps everybody involved.
Yeah.
I wanna know about a zero-day exploit because I can start protecting against it. I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why do the companies not publish when they have exploits immediately? They don't, because it causes a lot of attacks, so they wait until a certain number of people already know. So there's an element to knowing how you could be attacked and reacting to that ahead of time.
And at the same time, there's no deterrent value in letting people know you found it. I mean, in the physical world, you can deter people by saying, I've now found this weakness in you, and I can exploit it at will. But, and I actually saw this play out this past summer. Roger Williams University Law School did a cybersecurity game, and I'm watching these law students who are told that there are certain vulnerabilities that the other country has. They want to get them on the phone and tell them, we know you have this vulnerability, we're going to hold you hostage. And I'm going, yeah, that's not really the way it works with cyber stuff. Once they know that the vulnerability is there, they'll go fix it. But as far as they were concerned, no, I got a gun, I want to shoot it. We got this vulnerability. Let's put a gun to their head. And I says, it's no longer a gun to their head once they know that it's there. And everybody kind of looked at me and went, oh, why not? And I said, because you can fix things. And that's the thing that trying to find a deterrence. I'm with Casey. I don't think there is one, at least right now.
Well, I don't, and I think the problem with deterrence in cyberspace is much different too. If we look at what are the threats, okay, you can talk about a zero-day exploit, you can talk about botnets, you can talk about all of this stuff, it's constantly changing.
Yeah.
Okay, there needs to be a sense of stability in what your threat is, that what am I protecting again, I mean, what kind of tool am I likely to expect? And we also know historically, certainly within the internet, that again goes back to stupid. We know what causes a buffer, overflow.
If it's
Okay, there's no reason there should ever be a buffer overflow anymore. There's no way in the world you can fix that. Do people? No, they get smashed by buffer overflows all the time. And it's dumb because it takes somebody X amount of time to sit down and fix that problem. Meanwhile, somebody's coming up with new tools constantly. So you will spend an inordinate amount of resources trying to come up with a deterrent that isn't gonna work. That's crazy. What you wanna do is figure out, again, look at it and protect, determine what is important to you. And that's important too, because what you think is important or what you know is important may not be what the bad guy thinks is important.
Yeah. That's played out a
I mean,
lot.
that gives you an advantage.
But if you can deal with it's a big if, but if you can deal with the attribution problem,
Yeah.
strategies with deterrence, at that point, might become much easier.
If you can solve the attribution problem, now, then becomes from a policy perspective, there has to be, say, okay, at what level what level of confidence do we need to say, okay, we're sure enough that we will go ahead and utilize whatever deterrence package we have? Is it 80%? Is it 90%? Is it 95%? What is it? And
There's WMD in Iraq.
yeah, right. No, because they, never mind. But, why did you do that? So that's then the question. You're right, if we could do that, it's a big if, but, we've solved bigger problems. But then we have to get into the policy area, at what level of confidence we have.
Well, I mean, I'm sort of trying to get at maybe not an idea of deterrence, but if I were gathering intelligence on other entities, could be countries, could be governments, one of the things I would want to not just investigate but test, if I could, would be if something goes down, whether I make it happen or not, just watch somebody. When something goes down, how long does it take them to repair it? How good are they at that? And that's going to be part of a deterrence calculation I make about, if I attack them, what's the shelf life of that attack going to be? Are they going to have everything back up and running in a few hours? That doesn't really buy me anything to do anything to them then.
Depends on when you did it.
Depends on why you did it.
Right.
But if I'm, since most of my background in this has come from, doing military stuff,
Well,
one of the explanations I had to make to them is, this isn't like firing off artillery. You could have a very small shelf life, and there's no way to predict what that shelf life is going to be, so that you can count on, you want to shut everything off so that you'll have a window to do X. if the other side's IT people are good enough, your window may be much more like this than like this.
Yeah, but maybe that's the one I need. Maybe what I need is, and maybe I want to go ahead and if I'm doing an airstrike and I can stop your, even for a matter of seconds, okay? If I can stop you from identifying my aircraft coming in and then bring back up their air defense, they don't know that anything's gone, it's just been a glitch. I got hash for 20 seconds, and oh, yeah, it's back up running now.
See,
I don't care if they see me coming out, I really care if they see me coming in.
See, I don't know that you can make a case that when the Israelis attacked Syria a few years ago, that they took the opposite approach. They decided they didn't want anybody to see them coming or going. We don't know what they did.
That's a tactical determination.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
for
that's-
them, the idea, it was a tactical determination, but at the same time, their idea of things was, even if they see a glitch on their screen, they're gonna think it's us. We need to show them nothing. We need to give them reason to believe that absolutely nothing is wrong.
I understand that concept, I think that's giving a lot of credit to the Syrians.
I'm
You
just
know,
saying.
Just think about, so I don't disagree, clearly there are different missions where you can have an impact. But I mean, United States has forces that, the 18th Airborne Corps, they're there to move quickly. And there are lots of missions out there in the world and adversaries who don't want to see them get here.
Yeah.
For a few days, they can change the facts on the ground, and it doesn't matter about attribution. I mean, there are scenarios where it's about slowing us down for a few days.
If they can.
If they can.
And I'm
If the warfighter does not get out of bed,
Mhm.
they can do what they want to do and change the facts on the ground. It
Right.
doesn't matter if he gets out of bed after
I
that.
agree. What I'm saying is, what is your ability to predict that it's gonna be a few days, a few hours, a few minutes? How fast do our response people clean that up?
Because the way you do that is the way we've always done it, which is try and sit and anticipate. And that's why we have analysts, who are supposed to think like the bad guys.
Yeah.
Because you sit there and go, okay, here's what I'm planning to do. I'm the bad guy, I can think like the bad guy. What would be most effective for me? And that's what you build on, and that's what we've always done. The intelligence guy that fails is the one that keeps thinking like himself, and he can't think like the bad guy. If you can think like the bad guy, he'll consider that.
Well,
And he's not gonna be right all the time. I mean, I used to tell everybody that worked for me, if you're right 50% of the time in the intelligence world, you're a genius.
yeah.
Okay?
But what I'm more
That's what
talking
you
about,
do.
it's not, I'm saying more, how good are we? How well trained are we? How good can we fix ourselves, regardless of what's being done to us?
Right,
How-
there's a conceptual point, and I think it comes out in Isaac's comment. One of the things we need to tease out is a set of relationships between real-world strategies, developments, events, and capabilities, and the cyber domain.
And that's what I'm trying to get at too. It's the human beings you're gonna put on this are gonna have a say in how effective the cyber stuff is.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
Attack me, and if I can fix it in an hour, maybe an hour is all you needed, but if you needed more, I've just short-circuited whatever you were hoping to get from this.
you go ahead, and I think that's fine, and certainly at that level, you're absolutely correct. I also think though, from what we're talking about trying to figure out national policy on security. And I think that's too far down in the weeds. And I think we look at it and go, because when you talk about deterrence, or you talk about anticipating specific attacks at that level, that's a tactical concept. And it's a tactical response to whatever environment you're in. That's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at, would our recommendation be as a group that we should seriously consider deterrence, or that deterrence is most likely a waste of assets, and we think that securing our networks is the way to go, at least at this particular time? With the idea that maybe if we ever solve the attribution problem, we could do that?
And all the literature I read says they're getting better at it.
Well, yeah, they get better, so are the bad guys.
And,
I mean, the
and
other thing is I can spoof and make you think I'm
But that's always been around, I mean, that's
I know,
deception, come on.
But
yeah.
sure it is. But do you wanna build your policy on
Right.
Something that happens that rapidly,
But sometimes, I mean, when I said, you know, your point of time and giving yourself time through cyber actions is really interesting, because in a sense that's what Stuxnet was about. It was about slowing down the program.
Yeah.
And so it's a...
But it wasn't time sensitive. It was, this is gonna happen, it may take 6 months to happen. It wasn't time sensitive. And we were counting on a certain level of professional response on the part of the Iranians who seem to have been the target from it. And what I'm saying is, when we're talking about setting policy, when we're talking about saying we're gonna set a minimum standard, if we set a minimum standard for people being prepared, what kind of certifications they have to have, what kind of exercising are they doing for this infrastructure, and it has to be at a certain level or above, because we want a certain amount of resilience. We want to have a certain idea that when things happen, they're not going to drag on for days. You know, you're talking about the power grid in West Virginia being down for 10 days. Some of that is unavoidable because of the geography of West Virginia. But some of it also is, do they have enough people? Do they have people that are trained well enough? All of those considerations come into play that go into that 10 days. It might be different someplace where there are more people, where there's more money for training, and so on. If you had to set a policy that was going to say, we need, for the things that we want to protect, we need a minimum standard that must be met, that gives us confidence, national security-wise, that if something does happen, we have confidence that it will be fixed in a timely and professional manner. That to me is
That's
what
almost
happened.
like readiness of military forces, right? Yeah.
On some, but we're not, the problem is, I mean, with the military, they can always enforce their own stuff.
Well,
You know, they can tell you you have to have a password that's 15 characters long and must have these things in it. In business, you don't necessarily have that, but you're sort of saying to business, we're now incorporating you into our national security calculations, and we're thinking about minimum standards we're going to impose on you that are going to help us.
suggest to you.
Suggest to you, but there's been precedent in the past for
Well, yeah.
people to show up in times of conflict and say, it's not a suggestion anymore.
Right.
Do we have enough confidence that we can say we're gonna be up after something? There's a lot more uncertainty in this realm, whether it's attribution or is a particular attack gonna succeed in this particular window, how long it's gonna be out. Can we really even talk about setting some standards like that, given that I don't know we can predict this much resource means we're back up in 10 minutes? I'm not sure that's possible.
And I'm not really either. I mean, part of what I'm getting at is the conventional wisdom has always been, or has recently been, the best defense is a good offense. And I'm not sure that's true anymore. I'm saying that you may have to divorce defense and offense from each other a little bit.
But there's some interactions, right? If you go back to Stuxnet, we used offensive capabilities in cyberspace, right? And just as we legitimized preventive and or preemptive war in 2003, we've done the same.
Yeah,
Right.
we
Yeah.
have.
Yep.
So
And-
we created precedents, and they likely to be followed by others. So this is one other reason I think why I'm more concerned about cyber law than Casey.
Okay.
Because I think we've started that. I think we've seen it with Chinese and Russians been playing this for a long time. And how do you use it? That was a relatively easy and straightforward target. You're trying to degrade some physical capability they were building. But that's one. What are the other uses of offensive cyber power? Do you use it out of the blue, or do you use it in a broader context of the emerging relationship between two powers? And I think that's one of the reasons I've always thought, in some ways, in electronic Pearl Harbor, we assume that's out of the blue. There was a whole context for that, where the US had pushed the Japanese into a position where they faced a cost calculation, not a cost gain one, right, where the cost of attacking, because they didn't think they were gonna win the war, but the cost of attacking was still seen as potentially less
Yeah.
than the cost of doing nothing.
Yeah.
Giving up all their hard-earned gains in East Asia.
And I would argue that that gets enhanced in cyber, and so it will be always going on in the background
Yeah.
all the time, every day. In the physical world, you have to make preparations, you have to do training, you have to figure out logistics. You don't have to do most of that in cyberspace, so it will always be going on in the background. You will always be having a contest with your adversaries for who, on any given day, at any given moment, has the upper hand. And that's gonna be flowing and changeable. So today, I might have the advantage over you, tomorrow you may have the advantage over me. The advantage may only last 5 seconds, but it'll be there. And since we're talking about nanoseconds, 5 seconds could be a long time, depending on, as Casey pointed out, depending on what you're trying to do.
But I think what I'm really trying to get at, I'm not being very, and I agree with that, Mike, what you just said, but in a sense, we've got some interesting issues here about can you project cyber power? And is cyber power, how do you use cyber power?
Phil, hold that, let's go to lunch and we'll bring that, we'll start with that when we come
Okay.
back, all right? I got 11:45.
Yep.
So, lunch still in the Oak Room. President Driscoll, thank you very much. for
Thank
your
you,
contribution.
gentlemen, for allowing me to crash your party. It's been very fun for me, thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your time.
We will.
Listen, if there's nothing interesting going on in
Open
Burrell
forum.
Recital Hall at 1 o'clock, come back.
I have other things on my calendar, that's the pity, so. Safe travel as well for everyone.
Thank you. We're going back up to Oak Room, where we had lunch last time, and my suggestion is, Heather will be up there, so I'll talk to her. Phil, you've checked out already. I may be the only one, no.
I haven't checked out.
There are at least 2 of us. I think the plan would be, let's grab some quick lunch, we'll go back to the motel, check out, and Isaac has graciously offered to give you a ride
Isaac.
down to the Wyndham. And then we'll meet back here 1-ish
Sounds good.
and try to frame up some stuff so that I can begin to make some sense out of all of this.
I'm gonna ride with you back to the hotel, make sure that everything's squared away, and then I can always take my car back if everything.
We can put 3 in the cab of my
If you'd
pickup.
like to make a call, please hang up and try again. If you need help,
If not, I can just have Virginia come get it too. It's not a problem. Don't worry about it. I'll just have her come.
They go there.
So what is the problem?
They go there.
What was that?
You need someone
They go in.
to go.
Yeah, but it's a pickup truck,
Oh.
not right in the bed.
No.
You want someone to
I'm not
leave,
going
you
to
know,
bed
anyone
either.
want to be dropped at
I'll just have.
Ford
her
or
take me.
at the hotel?
Big deal.
What is the issue, you know?
Yeah. Getting 3 of us back to the hotel.
We're all right.
When, at the end of the day?
No,
lunchtime.
It's sort of lunchtime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
pretty
I
much.
mean, they.
So we're gonna have lunch
right
first
next
and
to
then
me,
we're
so I
going.
see them
Yeah.
all the
Okay.
time, we work together on these issues, but they both have put together projections of what cyber's gonna look like in
You're
2020,
doing a nice job
2030.
of framing.
Yeah, okay. David is just sitting in the background and
Yeah.
just capturing all of it. What we are
This
doing.
way, Colin's got this really nice piece on
Yours
comparing
is the fill-in data for what
Authorities.
he's putting in there.
Although-
issues in the drone war to cyber.
So are you staying tonight at the hotel?
Writing something.
I guess I'm staying at,
I'm sort of
Pittsburgh.
scared.
Well, tomorrow I was gonna go to
You guys are writing
Pittsburgh, I still have
separate
friends
papers,
that I
but
want
then
to see.
tonight.
Yeah, well, apparently we're gonna get snow overnight.
Of course, you know, you got
And
married.
so Mac is
They told me
canceling tomorrow's session,
Putting on the board.
and they're
So the
gonna
more
get
the
me.
better.
No, they help me, they help me.
Apparently we're getting 6
Well,
inches of snow up here.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have diagnosed with diabetes, so I decided I have to do something about it. So
Yeah, they don't wanna take any chances, so, they're gonna
Jimmy could decide.
hustle me off to Pittsburgh, cause on Sunday I have to catch a flight back to Rhode
And
Island,
it's
so.
from an elliptical
You'll be
machine.
leaving for, you know.
This big weight with the other day when they came.
After our afternoon
It was really
session,
interesting, Colin
we
drove.
did, to Pittsburgh.
Chad was the one, and the guy who actually dismantled it.
Easier to get to the airport
Number of
from
those was relatively
Pittsburgh.
yeah, of course, the one problem. Chad
Actually,
was
you
the
know
one who
what?
worked it
For
out.
future
Collins
reference,
and I just stood
You lived in
back.
Pittsburgh.
I lived in Pittsburgh for about 7 years.
But I've got to see them because I've got an opportunity for them. There's a
28X,
there's
the
a
airport flyer,
friend of mine from the book, the editor,
goes
Colin
from the
Farrell, says,
airport
if I
to-
call in
This room will be locked, so feel free to
Pittsburgh
leave your
to
stuff.
Yeah,
University
you should, I mean, if we can figure out a way for them to brief you,
$3.75.
they've got some interesting thoughts on cyber.
Well,
They've been studying.
Anytime I
it.
come
One-
to
one
Pittsburgh,
of the,
I stay at that particular hotel
actually, I think we
because
just solved the
it's,
problem. You know, we got
the bottom of that hill is the bus
round
stop
back.
to catch the bus to go to the
So one
airport.
of the,
for $3.75.
Oh, good deal, I never know.
Yeah, no,
we came
I
over to
became a
go to
creature of
Norway,
public
town,
transit.
Yeah.
We've
When I was a student,
Speaking about 15
Well,
agents.
there was never any place to park.
Lansdowne,
And,
Very hard.
you know, so I used to see
And
Bill.
I went
This
to
would be a
Pitt
great talk.
University
Yeah.
Future of cyberspace.
for a couple of weeks,
Yeah.
and I left.
Yeah,
It is
So you-
very to be thankful.
Yeah.
it is,
I was
it
living,
is.
I didn't
That
like
would be
that. I
fantastic.
was living in Virginia,
I'm
and
gonna go to
then
the pool, I didn't really
You know,
so it's like-
When you,
I
when,
decided, and the problem is that I came in the middle of the winter,
last place you lived.
and it was really bad. This was 1999. It was
Okay.
terrible winter. This year. 1998 actually. 8 and 9. 7, 8, no. And I was living in
No,
Virginia
that's not
Beach,
it.
so
That's not
I can imagine. Well, when I moved to
it doesn't
Pittsburgh,
work.
I grew up on an island. And so people who live on islands generally don't want to leave the islands. So for some people where I come from, I'm less of a college professor and more of an astronaut.
Boldly going.
Oh, yeah, no, you'd be surprised, you know, when I first said I was gonna move to Tallahassee, Florida, I might as well have said I was going to the moon, because as far as people where I came from were concerned, Tallahassee and the moon are equidistant from Newport, Rhode Island.
I married a girl from Pittsburgh, and in Pittsburgh, it's the notion of crossing the bridges. People from the various neighborhoods don't cross the bridges.
No,
So to assume that Jeannie grew up in Carrick, to presume that a girl from Carrick knows anything about downtown Pittsburgh, would be like assuming that me from Idaho knows something about downtown Pittsburgh.
I was floored, my second year as a PhD student there, I was floored to find out that I was gonna be the one giving directions to people for getting around Pittsburgh. In a room full of people who had lived in Pittsburgh for 50 years. Yeah. Hey, how do you
Stunning.
how do you get to Ross Park Mall? Oh, I don't know, I live on the south side, we go to this other mall, and I'm looking at this.
That's right.
Nobody in this room but me knows how to get to Ross Park Mall. And they all go, well, there's no reason to go up there, it's on the other side of town. And I go,
I'm a new.
We live in Greensburg, and Jeannie's family thinks that we live on, for them, it's like, I grew up in Idaho, the rest of it, 8-hour trip is nothing.
yeah.
That's how you see it. Oh my God.
provoked by Casey. So you might want to just initiate a small attack to send a message.
Right.
But that requires attribution in a sense, right? If you want to send your message effectively, you want people to know who's sending it.
Yeah, that's right. I
So-
mean, you want it attributable.
Yeah, that's a,
And
well,
hope,
there's an interesting question too, because we're talking about projecting power. One of the interesting quotes, I don't know, early 2000s, 2002, 2003, was from Sweden. And said, well, it's great, cyberspace is terrific because we can become a strategic international power.
Yeah.
And when you really think about it, assets, the way we think of them from a military position, you've got some small countries that essentially have no significant power militarily that have substantial power in terms of their cyber capability. It's a great leveler.
Right.
Well, so that was my question. Is it a great level, right? Because that was my question. It doesn't really level the playing field because, or do you still get disparities of power? Presumably, what we did on Stuxnet was qualitatively more damaging and focused and sophisticated than most other things.
that's part of what I was getting at with what I was saying is the resources that one country can bring to bear versus another then come into play.
Yeah.
If I've got enormous numbers of people who are trained to deal with this, it's not going to hurt me as much. If you only have a relative handful of people who can deal with it, I'm going to make their hands full. And if I've really been watching you closely, I know where that threshold is beyond which you're not going to be able to keep up anymore. And if I want to, I can keep heaping that on top of you because we're using astronomical numbers in cyberspace. Now, as far as sending the message goes, that comes into play too, because implicit in sending the message is, come at me, bro.
Or I can do more. Well, don't come up because I can do more.
Well, I can do more, but I'm doing it with the implicit statement that, and I don't think you can do as much to me in return.
It'd be really interesting to go through shelling again, particularly arms and influence, and see to what extent you could do some of those, the things he talks about, whether you have equivalents in cyberspace.
It certainly strikes me that, in cyberspace, offense is cheaper than defense.
It is.
And therefore you have, for the smaller powers, having offensive capability is much cheaper than having a defensive capability. And so it's a pure, offense, and that's an unstable system, if you look at offense-defense balances.
Yeah.
And it'll wax and, if it goes the way military history has gone, then it'll wax and wane. They're right now offense is in front. Throughout history, we've gone through points where offense was way in front. But at some point, medieval fortifications became a big deal. Then they went away for a while. And then in the 17th century, you've got Vauban, and he's being brought in by every head of state in Europe to build fortifications. Then we got explosive shells, and now they're no longer a big deal. So we step away from them, and now it's all about offense and the idea that attack is the best defense. How long does that last?
Machine guns and trenches, yeah.
Yeah, then, go ahead.
Something, Phil, I wonder to what extent we have the superpowers, to the extent there are any.
We're talking about the cyber super.
No, I'm talking about the traditional superpowers. I think to some extent we may have given, by throwing a shield around countries, we may have given them leave to redirect resources into education. Whereas we have to keep stealing resources in order to, beef up our conventional strength. So what we've done is to create, I'm thinking of Korea, the South Korea, and their lead, their engineering lead. To what extent have we created the problem for ourselves, smaller countries becoming superpowers, because during the time of our protectorate, they had the opportunity to invest in ways that will now pay off for them in very big ways. they do become the new superpowers because they've got the capability.
It's interesting, I like
That's really
that.
neat, yeah.
And look at, I think there's a converse to that, though. If you look at Russia, and I think the inability to maintain pace
Right.
also created an environment where their growth within the cyber world for malicious activity and the creation of organized crime was directly a function of the fact that the government could no longer support that huge war chest that, you know, that was always required, Putin aside. So, you know, I think it works both ways.
Yeah.
You're absolutely, I think you're right, and I think it's part of that, you know, a power vacuum. It gets filled somewhere, okay? If you're on a positive side of that, and you're South Korea, and oh good, I don't have to spend all the money on
My
military.
defense.
Conventional
Look what I can
defense,
do.
yeah.
And on the other hand, it's the Russians going, I can't do that because I don't have the economy anymore. And in the meantime, you have this huge increase in cyber. I mean, huge increase. And very competent cyber too, by the way. I mean, which is interesting.
And we've also, in a sense, you know, by nuclear non-proliferation policies and treaties, in a sense, excluded that force equalizer.
Right.
But it also means that that moral imperative that exists to not develop nuclear weapons doesn't exist with cyber.
No, it doesn't.
So you have a different force multiplier that is available to smaller powers in a way that, you know, nuclear isn't.
And there has been no success in getting any sort of real international agreement on controlling cyber.
I would offer this just to temper it just a little bit. I mean, you could come up with some very good arguments why cyber really is just for the big boys. That it is not just about hacking with computers. It's a multi-int type. If you believe, you know, the Sanger book about Stuxnet, I mean, you know, a lot of branches had to come together, a lot of different things had to occur to get everything that you wanted. So it's not as simple as I've got 30 guys with laptops and access to the internet, go for it.
Yeah, no, I agree that there's intellectual capital, there's physical resources that have to be pulled together to do the big stuff. Now, I've often wondered whether Stuxnet, I mean, lots of people sort of offer up, well, it had to be us, and the Israelis, or maybe just us, or maybe just the Israelis. In terms of it, the intellectual capital must exist out there to go along with what Phil started saying this morning. I wonder what kind of dream team you could put together. I mean, if you had the money, you just didn't have the capability, what kind of dream team could you put together? Is it possible that Stuxnet was built by a dirty dozen, funded by a Gulf state that's looking at Iran and going, you know, when they finally do get the bomb, we're going to be living right next to them. They won't use the bomb against the United States. They probably won't use it against Israel. But it's certainly going to make them look at us and go, we can still kick the hell out of you. And now that we got the bomb, nobody's going to say anything to us about it. Yeah. So you're looking at, well, we got money, and there are people out there. Why not just hire them and have them do it? So now you've got, assuming implicit in that is the people that you hire have to be smart enough to keep their mouths shut. Because
Mike's giving us the Iranian version of Stuxnet, right?
Well, it may be that because our focus is still more conventional, and we're kind of Johnny come late now, newcomers. We're newcomers to cyber. That, you know, Stuxnet could have been, all right, if you throw enough technology and capacity at a problem, eventually, in a ham-handed fashion, you're going to work it out. Yeah. While those in the nest are working on more nuanced approaches.
Yeah,
so that what appears to take lots and lots of capability right now in the world of tomorrow or the day after takes relatively little capability because you're more nuanced now.
We also need to keep
and can copy.
Go ahead.
And can copy, that's all.
Okay. I think we also have to keep in mind kind of the uniqueness of watching the evolution of botnets to where now it's a business. I mean,
Yeah.
it's, I can go out and buy capability. If I wanna go out and buy 1 million machines or rent 1 million machines, I can do that, and it's not that damned expensive.
No.
Incredibly cheap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, and oh, by the way, look what I have now. So I think strictly limiting and looking at it from the, you know, what kind of resources does nation state A have? If nation state A decides they need a few more resources, there's a growing market out there to provide those. I think it's only a matter of time before something like the botnet phenomenon, somebody goes, you know, we can have mercenaries out here that'll do stuff too.
Yeah.
And I think there's the beginning of that, we're beginning to see it.
Which ties nicely back into Steve's argument.
Exactly.
I mean, with nuclear capability, there are natural limitations
Right.
there, whereas with this capability, there are no.
Now, there, I don't think, you know, I, yeah.
It's not unlike late industrialization. Inventing the first stuxnet worm is extremely expensive and time intensive.
Exactly.
But the next, you know, once you've demonstrated that capability, then the cost keeps going
And
down.
they'll learn as you,
HMS Dreadnought.
Yeah. Make
All the
everything
battleships that
else-
were made after Dreadnought within 2 years were much better than Dreadnought
Yeah.
was.
There's also kind of perverse element in the nuclear stuff, right? I mean, if you want to tweak the US nose and get US attention, you go nuclear. And that goes back to de Gaulle. And
Yeah.
that goes back to the French. I mean, it's not just our enemies. Our friends did it as well.
frenemies, let's go.
Loosely.
Frenemies.
Right.
Hey, good turn.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
So we create perverse incentives on the nuclear thing by it's so important to us for them not to do it. I don't think, I think in a sense that component is missing on the cyber. So they don't have perverse incentives to do it, but they have incentives to do it if they want to project power. And it becomes, you can copy and you as you say, all the economies of scale and second and third, you're not an early adopter. And the US has been the early adopter and the early leader, so the investment has to be much greater.
Yeah.
But cyber, so I don't disagree with any of that. So I think certain types of targets are limited to people with a lot of resources, and certain types are not. I mean, I'm an engineer, I've never been in the military even a half day. But I've had assignments where it was like, write a computer program that breaks that camshaft. I guarantee it took me 3 weeks and I broke a lot of camshafts. There's no science to it. You go there, you press the button. And so certainly if your job is to write code to break, to spin centrifuges, I'm thinking you're gonna have a centrifuge nearby. And then not anyone. But if you break it into Microsoft products or Apple products, that's everywhere. So you can practice on that.
Yeah.
The problem is, there's so many things that are controlled by Microsoft, maybe it doesn't matter. You know, if you're attacking a Caribbean ship, you maybe want to get access to the ship systems, but everything else is controlled by Microsoft, so maybe you don't care. I think there are a class of problems that only the big boys can play.
No, I think you're right. And you know, going back to the nuclear thing, one of the things that I've noticed is that the nuclear powers, probably inadvertently, almost certainly inadvertently, I can't believe that they would actually see this and do it anyway. But they've all sent the message to the countries of the world that don't have the bomb. If you have the bomb, we'll sit down and negotiate with you. If you don't, we will invade you. So they've offered an incentive to some countries. We get a bomb. We don't even really need to be able to deliver it. We just need to have one. You know, if it ends up that we plant the thing 50 miles outside the capital, on the likely approach that an invading army is going to take to get to the capital, and detonate it inside our country in our own defense, we get one. Because we've noticed the United States sits down with North Korea or wants to negotiate with North Korea, doesn't want to negotiate with Iraq or Afghanistan. They're willing to use cyber stuff against Iran because they think Iran is on the verge of having a bomb, but they don't do that for everybody. You make the same case with Russia and Georgia. You make the same case with China and Tibet, and on and on and on it goes. We sort of implicitly put out there for the countries of the world, you might be a little safer if you have one. You don't have to have an arsenal, but you might be a little safer if you have one.
Well, it certainly gives you a seat at the table, too.
Well, it
Join
sort
the
of
nuclear
precludes, you know, it changes our calculation for what we want to send into an area like that if we know there's a possibility. I mean, that's why I maintain when we went to Iraq, we went knowing that we weren't sending anybody someplace where they might use nuclear weapons. I don't know, not everybody subscribes to that, but I sort of believe that we would have done things a lot differently if we thought for a moment that Iraq had a nuclear weapon and they were going to use it on our guys the moment we landed on Iraqi soil. And I waited for it. When we got 50 miles outside Baghdad, I waited for it. And it didn't happen. And that's when I said, they don't have one. Because Saddam Hussein knows why we're coming. It can't possibly be a mystery to him what we're doing there. So if he's got one, this is when it's going to be used. And he didn't use it. And I went, they don't have one. So we're
Some of us thought that before we even went in. They didn't have them.
Yeah.
Certainly nuclear. I mean, they might have others and moved it, but on nuclear, I think it was. And David Kay said the one thing we had, you know, that he hadn't realised, and other people watched it very closely, was the degradation of Iraq's technological and engineering capabilities as a result of sanctions. But we had no, you know.
Well, I was pretty sure they didn't have one, but that moment when they're when on the news they're saying we're 50 miles outside Baghdad, that's where I sort of went, now we're going to see. If we're wrong and he really does have one, we're going to see it happen here. And when it didn't, I went, yeah, he doesn't have one.
But the lesson, right, is for other countries is make sure you do have them, don't talk about it, don't pretend you have them, make sure you do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's... But with the acquisition of cyber capabilities, I mean, is it in any way comparable? I mean, Dave Bobrow's got a piece of, and that's something Mark and I are editing, where he really takes issue with the limits of both the Pearl Harbor model and the deterrence model. He's the little one.
Has he published it yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
We
I'd love to see that when it comes out.
Yeah, no, it's a good piece. So, I just think we have to be very careful about how far we push the nuclear analogy.
Well, I wonder if, I'm just playing with this in my head. I mean, with nuclear weapons, you can try and hide the fact that you're developing, but it's impossible. Because these are things that are not common, they're not commercially available. Therefore, if people are on the market for yellow cake uranium, you pretty much know, okay, they've got nuclear aspirations, regardless of what they say. Whereas cyber technology, you can talk about it till you're blue in the face. You can go out there on the market and purchase all kinds of cyber capability, and nobody says boo, because cyber capability is present in the private sector in a gigantic way. Thus, it's impossible to know who's developing a cyber capability. They can be doing it right out in broad sight.
Yeah, there are a variety of aspects of cyber that, you know, completely violate the nuclear analogy, attribution being...
No, I'm just talking in terms of, we may never know, we have a reasonable chance of knowing who's developing a nuclear capability. We don't have the same opportunity to know who's developing a cyber capability.
Well, even on the nuclear, I mean, I take issue a little bit, right, with that, because an awful lot of things are dual use. And in many ways, when we looked at this, God, it's probably almost 20 years ago, and Steve Black and I looked at, Steve was a product at Carnegie Mellon, and he then became a member of a team doing inspections in Iraq. But what we found was that a lot of stuff was dual use, and every bit of the transaction was illegal until the final diversion to the end user. And a lot of things, it's all about the end user being the one you don't want to have it, and every other way, it's a legitimate commercial transaction.
Do the component pieces kind of set off gentle alarm bells? Oh, these are certain component pieces, at least, that if somebody is out there in the market in a big way looking for these component pieces, then they tip a hand.
Well, there's certainly some of that.
Yeah.
But
And this is where my
Centrifuges
ignorance
being
comes.
one
Well,
of them.
nuclear
centrifuges.
triggers.
Yeah, centrifuges I get, but.
Yeah, but an awful lot of it is actually, I think, dual use. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
you know, and Khan, I mean, the genius of AQ Khan was to take a procurement network and turn it into a diffusion network. And I think that was one of the things, I think we knew about his procurement network, but we didn't think he'd then become Walmart. You know, that's-
Well, part of what I was sort of trying to get at was, you know, Phil had said, you know, you announce yourself a little bit. You announce that you have the capability. With nuclear stuff, at the risk of quoting Dr. Strangelove, these things work best when everybody knows you have one. Why didn't you tell the world? With cyber, do you announce? Do you,
Even if you did announce, would people pay attention?
depends on the announcement, depends on what comes with it. You know, we're paying attention to Iran because Iran has made statements in the past that come into a new context if they also have nuclear weapons. You wonder what our reaction would have been if they had never made any of those statements.
So what kind of announcement are you gonna make about cyber that's gonna get anybody's real attention?
That's the question
what
I'm asking.
thinking. I don't,
is
we
what-
developed the next generation of deep blue. Great.
Do you, I mean,
Like, so,
in military history, there have been moments where newly formed powers take actions that announce themselves as such.
Yeah,
And-
and that's fine, except that I think there's a general, when we started looking, when I took over as the DoD analyst, senior intel analyst for cyber in 1997, we had a list of 7 countries that we thought had a significant cyber capability. By the time I left that position in 2000, we quit counting. I mean, that's just the way it was. The other thing is that cyber in the context to which we're talking about right now, unlike nuclear or other weapon systems, doesn't require extremely expensive equipment. You don't have to have a Cray computer to develop malware. Do it with any kind of, you know, mid-grade computer that you go down and buy at Staples. And computing capability over the last 20 years does nothing but increase. You know, the laptop you bought 10 years ago, it was huge if it had 200 megabytes worth of storage, and now we're talking about how many gigabytes you're gonna have.
Or
The last one I
terabytes.
got has terabytes. You know,
I
so,
worked at the Pitt Computing Center when I was a student, and there was a guy there who had been selling home computers since 1980, and he says, you know, when I started, they came out with the first 1 megabyte hard drive. I thought, this is more memory than anybody's ever going to use. You could fit all the software we sell
right.
on a 1 megabyte hard drive.
But it's, so, you know, I mean, we're not talking about huge, massive capabilities here. This is, and I think we sometimes get carried away by looking at the nuclear situation, question, and trying to.
I think it's precisely because nuclear is so expensive
Right.
and has so many, in a sense, you know,
This is.
traces, whereas with cyber, fewer traces, less cost. And at the same time, I like your point that if you want a cyber capability that has, in a sense, a fairly limited target, geographic, functional, temporal intensity that you can control, like a Stuxnet worm, then the cost of that is much greater than, you know, a cruder weapon in
Yeah.
a sense.
And
If you take
some,
Mike's point about announcing, why do you normally announce you have a capability anyway? It's for deterrence, right? So, I mean, we were just discussing that the idea of deterrence within cyberspace is pretty much not able to be done, particularly in the way that it's done with nuclear weapons. And I've come to the conclusion that, yeah, Phil might remember this, Casey might remember this. Remember the big discussion back in the 80s about conventional force deterrence?
Yep.
Yes.
Sure.
Where did it go? Nowhere.
It was going somewhere, actually. I mean, it was going
Yeah.
somewhere in NATO for a while.
Yeah, but it had the same problem with conventional force deterrence that you have with cyber deterrence. There's no Armageddon out there that you can produce with it. So, as a consequence, it really never progressed beyond the stage that we're at right now.
Well, it really became a numbers issue.
Yeah,
Okay, in other
Yeah.
words,
it was more of
it
a
was.
arm's limitation.
Well,
than-
yeah, but it was still a question of, you know, okay, I can probably put an extra 1,000 tanks out here, and I'll counter this, and, you know, then it got to be this, well, you can't put that many tanks inside, you know, the country. Oh, by the way, you can't get them all through the Fulda Gap. That's what-
Yeah.
With nuclear, you don't have that. I mean, you reach a certain level.
Right.
Where if you had another 100, it wouldn't make a damn bit of difference.
Right, but a lot of it was about the deterrence defense relationship, right?
Right.
And I think Glenn Snyder talked about this. So if you've got, and there were two different arguments. One was what was like the stability. I know what it was. It was a stability instability paradox, right? So stability at the nuclear level leads to instability at the conventional level. Therefore, you need the balance. You need those numbers conventionally, and that was the logic of flexible response. The other logic was that nuclear weapons are so dangerous that, in a sense, their inhibiting effect goes beyond inhibiting the use of nuclear weapons
Right.
to also inhibiting the use of major conventional force by another superpower against you.
Right.
And I used to believe in that, and the stuff has come out about the Cuban Missile Crisis made me less sure, because the extent to which
Right.
the Soviets integrated nuclear weapons into their arsenal, and the fact that they had already had authority to launch if the US actually invaded
Right.
in '62. But that was always the argument, right? Nuclear really conduct. Now, I think they still have a profoundly inhibiting effect. And Bernard Brodie talked about the marvelous clarity of the line between non-war and destruction.
Right.
But I think none of this applies in cyber in the same
I
way.
agree.
Well, that's what I'm trying to sort of insert here, is that smaller countries, smaller entities is probably the better way to put it. Don't they have a different calculation than larger powers? Larger powers are interested in, you better not invade Europe. You better not think you can take over Europe because we have these things, we can stop you, we can destroy you. To me, smaller countries, smaller entities are more thinking, we're not helpless. Don't take it for granted that you can do this to us without us making it hurt. We're not gonna conquer the world, we're not even thinking we're gonna beat anybody. But don't think that we're helpless and we're on our back and you can do what you want to us.
That the price you're going to pay is going to be more than you want to pay.
Yeah, when we talked yesterday when we were having dinner, this is a holiday they still celebrate in Greece called Orchi Day, October 26th, I think it is. On that day, in 1940, they were issued an ultimatum by the Axis powers. We're coming to your country. It would be best for you if you let us. If you let us, we'll make sure that it is not painful. On the other hand, if you hinder us, if you oppose us, then we'll take it out on you. And the Greek government's response is orchi, which means no. You're going to have to buy this. We're not laying down for you. We're not going to surrender to you. You're going to have to buy it. They lost, of course. The Germans had tanks and planes and heavy artillery pieces, and the Greek army only had infantry. So they lost their shirt. It didn't take very long. And true to form, the Nazis made them pay. They gathered up all the food in the place to get ready for the invasion of the Soviet Union, and I think about 400,000 people starved to death in the first year of the German occupation. But there was a calculation there on the part of a small country that we're not going to lay down here. So I wonder, as we're talking about cyber, and that's why I'm talking about a country with one nuclear weapon. To me, the calculations don't feel universal. Does a small country that doesn't really have a large military power that they can bring to bear, but can get a large cyber power that they can bring to bear, do they announce it? Do they make sure people know? If you come after us, we can make it hurt. You'll still beat us, we know that. But we can make it hurt. And how do they do that? What is the weapon that they wave that says to everybody?
I don't think you have to wave a weapon. I think this is one of those things where you can make your point very clear just by somehow appearing, you can appear at international conferences all the time, and you start dealing with other cyber guys and those kinds of things, and it becomes fairly clear that you've got a capability. You don't have to announce it, it doesn't have to be a big thing. What's going to happen is, what's going to get back is that they have a capability, they've got the right people. Gee whiz, if they decide to do something, they may be able to do it. I think that's, and that's something we have to keep in mind, that this is a different world.
But if you're then going to do something in that country, first thing you do is go after the cyber, then you know, back to Georgia, right?
Yeah, if that's what, yeah, now.
So there's a danger in it.
There is, but I think the mistake we're making is there are certain differences in this whole cyber problem that don't lend themselves to looking at the way things have always been done in terms of deterrence and power projection and, you know, spheres of influence and everything else. There is no sphere of influence in cyber that I can tell you. You'd like to think that we could depend on the British. You'd like to think that we know the French are working against us. I mean, there's all kinds of things going on.
We spy on the Germans.
Yeah, well, really? I'm shocked.
We
to hear
can't,
that.
we can't depend on them.
We can't depend on them. But I think and remember, there's a generation coming up that lives with this technology, that does not think about things the way we did. That they don't have the experiences that we've had.
Plagiarism is fine.
Sampling,
Great.
not plagiarism, sampling.
Great.
Something, okay.
But I mean, so, and that's gonna change things. I mean, that is
Yeah.
literally going to change things. If you consider, I mean, even in this country, when you think about all the things you're talking about and everything else, and now that we have a total of less than 1% of this population is our military veterans in the United States right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that means that the things we talk about and take for granted are you're talking Greek to most of the United States.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what, most of the people out there speak cyber better than they speak what you're talking about in that kind of history.
Oh, yeah.
So the paradigm is going to shift.
And I think, if I'm a small country like Korea, I'm not gonna tip my hand, I'm just going to sit quietly by, learn from the experiences out there, taking Isaac's argument, because I can practice without setting off a seismograph or having a satellite detection, I'm gonna practice, and I'm gonna develop the capability to the point where I know, without a doubt, that I can be successful anywhere in the world. And that's the point I project, if I want to.
Yeah, and I can do it very
When I
slowly.
have to.
Why, if I want to and when I have to, I mean, basically, I've developed my capability with no one's knowledge, because even if they see me developing computer capability, hey, that's fine. You know, we live in this cyber world where we want capabilities developed and sold. So basically, no one knows, to the point where they emerge being able to do what Isaac suggested now only the big boys can do. Well, so I guess coupled with your
It
argument
doesn't have a
that,
deterrent effect at that point, until you actually.
well, and I'm not sure where the deterrent effect comes in.
I'm thinking more of
Yeah, I do.
defensive.
I
Yeah.
don't,
And that's what I'm
No,
more
but
talking about.
But actually, that's interesting, because David was actually casting it in terms of offensive.
yeah.
Right.
And that's what I was wondering about, because I think that's what we got to, as states more interested in offensive or defensive capability, some mix of both. You know, what are the incentives for each type? And I would have thought if you South Korea, the first thing is protection.
Yeah.
Right, and particularly against your crazy neighbor.
Well, I'm thinking of all of these, what we used to call third world countries, who have been told, no, you can't develop nuclear technology. Yes, we've developed it, and yes, it's been significant in our rise to power, but you can't do it. Oh, by the way, because of the severity of various atmospheric emissions and water pollution, there are all kinds of pollutants you can't use in your evolution to industrialization. Never mind, we used them in ours, but you know, you can't use them. I guess I'd reach a point where I'd be kind of pissed. And all of a sudden, here is a potentially offensive technology that I can develop, and no one's going to say no to me. And when I develop it to a capability that I'm relatively certain I can do whatever I want, it's that point I might use.
Yeah.
Not as a defensive, but as this is my path to greatness. And maybe I'm just being a cynic, I don't.
No,
It's a valid argument, actually.
yeah, it is. It's a good argument. I mean, there's a point where what Isaac was talking about comes into play. The more people you have that can do that, the more powerful you get. So countries that already have an educational infrastructure in place that
Yeah, I'd
allows
be
them to
worried about
produce
South
more and
Korea, I
more.
really would. I mean, because for a very long time, they've been training more than their fair share of engineers, and they've got a whale of an education system, and
And
we've thrown the net of protection around them, so they don't have to worry about that.
Well, there's an interesting, and, you know, using that analogy, there's an interesting situation. They're also very insular.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I went to do security at the Asian Games in Qatar, and supposedly had the run of the place because the Emir brought us in, and my team in to look at overall security for months before the games. It turns out the company that they had hired to put their network together was a South Korean company. Okay, now I'm in there as a security advisor to the royal family, and the Koreans told me to go back saying they were gonna show me squat. You couldn't look at the computers, you couldn't look at their policy, you couldn't look at anything. And, you know, the administrator for the whole thing, we went and complained to him because we couldn't get anything, and he went, they paid him more money than the Emir was, and he said, no, you can't look at it. You know, so we never did, but that was policy, and every place we've been where we've dealt with South Korea, that's policy. You can't see anything that we're doing. You cannot see our computers. You cannot see how we develop our networks. You cannot see our security codes under no circumstances. And I think that's becoming more and more the rule rather than the exception as you get into countries developing capabilities and actually dealing with cyber, you know, around the world. I'll tell you, one of the countries that worries me the most is Brazil.
Yeah. That would have been my next stop,
Absolutely, really
too.
concerned about Brazil. Huge capability, lots of money.
Well, even India to some extent, I think, is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's true. You know, there's it's a different world, and cyber changes it.
All the Indians have to do is go on strike in the call
That's right, you
centers.
get absolutely no technical support anywhere.
It's not Dave from Oklahoma, that's for sure.
Right.
So, I guess the discussion is stalled on whether we're dealing with offense or defense.
It doesn't have to. I mean, there's lots of military history that says that you come balanced to this thing. You know, you have all of it. You have offense, you have defense, you have resilience, the ability to survive. You have indication and warning, you have all of it. And it's just a question of what proportions you want to have those things in. Countries with more resources will fill more of those four things. Countries that have less resources will make do where they can.
There may also be a case in looking at, Estonia is a good example of this. Part of the reason that they were so successful in surviving the attack was, one, they had good support from friends and allies.
Right.
Primarily, Finland was absolutely critical to them being back online. The other thing was, they are so wired in this, I mean, they do everything by computer, including vote. Nobody has a checkbook there, they do everything, you know, on their computer. One of the things they forgot was they had another infrastructure. I spent a lot of time with the deputy defense minister who handled the recovery, and he said this, when everything went bad the very first afternoon, when it really was going bad, they were right in the middle of it, and he said, what do we do? And somebody finally said, you know, I bet we can pick up a phone. we communicate? How do we talk to somebody? How do we get a hold of the Finn? Pick up the phone, and they started making phone calls. Nobody over there thought of picking up a telephone because they texted, or they, you know, so that kind of thing.
See, now that's funny that you mentioned that. There's a great story attributed to General Ridgway, that when he first took over command of forces in Korea, he toured the front, and he comes across a company commander, and he says, "Tell me your situation. What is the biggest problem you're having? What do you need?" And he says, "Well, sir, the Chinese army keeps cutting the telephone lines, so I have no contact with anybody on either of my flanks." And Ridgway looks at him like he's growing another head, and he says, "Then you do what your grandfather did, send runners, but it is unacceptable for you to not have contact with anyone else." For the guy who was probably a teenager in World War II, the idea that we don't have a phone, well, we don't have a phone.
Well,
What are we supposed to do? We don't have a phone.
see, and I think what I'm kind of looking at is that if you want to do and understand what the playing field is, and understand where the threats are and what the capabilities are, you approach it from the perspective of, okay, it's a new world, what are the new alliances? That entire northern European area is very strong from cyber and communications. They work well together. That's a kind of different alliance than we've seen before. That has a big difference. How many?
Do alliances that we use cyberspace?
Oh, yeah, they do.
That was a question I wrote about
And they
15
do.
minutes ago.
But then you have to stop and look at other things, because the world has changed. Look at how many of what infrastructure, for example, in the United States. Look and see how many of the telecommunications, the major telecommunications lines, and companies in this country are owned by this country. We've been selling off our telecom right, left, and sideways.
Yeah.
We don't control our own telecommunications anymore. Trust me, I can think of 6 different companies that could shut us down tomorrow and knock off probably 60% of our telecommunications. It's crazy, it makes no sense, but we do it all the time, we allow those things. But that is that's part of what we're talking about. We're talking about telecommunications. We're talking about moving information. We're talking about moving data. A lot of what we see as we go across our internet goes through those connections. How vulnerable are they?
You said, right? Oh, sorry, did you finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. No, you said it was interesting. You responded by saying, of course they do. And I'm not sure. Do alliances appear in cyberspace as an extension of existing alliances you have?
Don't think of them as military.
I'm not. Okay.
Think of them as
supportive relationships.
Supportive relationships, probably economically based in most cases.
Okay.
Did
the
government of
not value-based, coincidences of values between different partners. You're talking about Northern Europe, and they basically all have the same, democratic values, but,
Estonia and Finland speak basically the same language.
yeah.
Which nobody else does.
Yeah.
Has the government of Finland friended the government of Estonia on Facebook?
We can check that.
Yeah, part of this is now we're back to talking about the humans in the mix. Do the humans form, and is it more personal than governments? Is it? I know people personally in Finland that can help us. Let's call them. When we're talking about remembering that we can use the phone, is that an argument for an institutional memory that should be preserved? Have some people around who remember how we used to always call people on the phone before we friended them on Facebook. How do the humans change this? Not change, alter this. And what is that? Does the government of Estonia friend the government of Finland and Facebook? Is it as simple as that?
That's I think, a really important question, because it seems to me one of the big questions for us, right, at a very high level of abstraction, is can our existing language for understanding world politics be put into the global cyber?
Yeah.
Or do we have to think, it's interesting, right? You don't use alliance, you friend on Facebook.
Yeah. And the,
Is that significant? And that's why I asked, do you get, and what kind of alliances, and is alliance even the right term?
Well, my question would be then, and I've thought about this quite a bit, and I know we've discussed it a little bit, is are we at kind of a tipping point? In other words, what's happened with cyberspace is, for all intents and purposes, from a historical perspective, just happening. It's just really starting. What we're seeing is that the way we see the world, the way we view political and alliances, the way we see geopolitics, my guess is going to change fairly dramatically as a result, to a large degree, of technology and the movement of information and data. I think that's going to become really very true if you're talking about power and new capabilities of projecting power in the third world as it becomes more and more able to adapt the technologies. I'm very conscious of what's happening in Africa as those countries begin to get new technologies brought in and they begin to expand there. Same thing in South America. I think there's going to be a change that we're not aware of. I don't think we can predict it. I think it's very complex. I think it's going to require a whole different way of thinking on our part in terms of geopolitical and alliances, shifts, changes, economics, social, you know.
and part of what'll make it foreign to us is what you were saying earlier. A new generation is coming up,
Yeah.
and they view things differently.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things, in a previous lifetime, we did some work on changes in technology. And then you look at the extent to which they were adopted by states and militaries. And the big tendency was to incorporate them into existing force structure, strategy, and doctrine.
Right.
And what you were just saying was we may be needing to think about different force structures, different strategy, different doctrine, and this new generation might be doing that.
And because what I'm looking is certainly the first thing that both the U.S., actually, the U.S., the Russians, the Chinese, and other major quote-unquote, you know, powers, the way we used to track and do analysis was they would write cyber in, you know, into their strategy and doctrine. I mean, what happened in Estonia is chapter and verse out of Russian strategy and doctrine.
Yeah.
Same thing with Georgia. China, their strategy and doctrine is clear as a bell. They've written extensively about it, and when you see things go on, you can relate it right back to that. We do the same thing. I don't think that's going to continue to be something we see as more and as the technology becomes more pervasive in third world.
Unless we say, okay, cyber is simply one more component of state power.
If we say that,
I mean we as a group, I don't mean the US.
okay,
I mean, that's, if you see it that way, then they will continue to do that, right? And what I was thinking of is, if you think about, Steve Blank has made an argument again in this collection of We Read Anything, that not only is cyber used, but organized crime is used by the Russians.
and I was just going to turn around and ask you, because what you're saying there is, you're seeing a sub-organization that actually has a very strong political impact on what goes on over there.
Yeah.
That is very cyber-oriented. I can see that happening in many other places around the world, because that's the first opportunity to grab a hold of cyber capabilities.
Yeah.
And use them, and does that then become another paradigm that we have to deal with? Because, I mean, I remember we used to talk about captured states and failed states and everything else. That's not the same model, we're not seeing those same models anymore that we used to see there, where we could say that because of your criminal activity.
Well, I'm not sure, because, I mean, Moises' name, last year or the year before, did a piece in Foreign Affairs about mafia states. And Bulgaria was an example of captured. I think a lot of it, I think you also got, and I think the Russia, the Soviets, the interesting way. I mean, I think what you've got there is organised crime is back under the control of the state.
Oh, I agree.
And the KGB. And I just read a piece came out in the Oxford University Press Handbook that, you know, where Vladimir Volkov, who was a very good analyst, wrote a great book, says Russian organised crime is extinct. I don't buy that. And it's a huge...
Really?
Yeah, I mean, but it's certainly not what it was.
Is it, okay, we're not gonna argue that point. Because we could, it would be interesting.
Well, we can't live.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm saying is, this whole, we're gonna have to rethink this whole idea of global power.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I'm increasingly, you know, coming to the point that I'm increasingly uncomfortable with this discussion. I'm ready to throw my hands up and go home.
Well, yeah, I mean, essentially what you're saying is we're looking at the obliteration of the Westphalian system that exists now.
That's kind of, I was sitting here playing with some of that stuff. I mean, are we saying essentially that the economic structure that has up to this point been responsible for the emergence and development of the superpower states is giving way to kind of a new sense of, I mean, I'm thinking of new alliances that reflect collectivist notions of society, the selling off of vital infrastructures in this country as compared to the kind of nationalization. It's always been nationalized in some of these countries. It's a recognized fact that your major infrastructures are government run.
Yeah.
And immediately they have, in this emerging new technological world, they have a leg up.
And we haven't, and I will throw this out, and just popped into my head from what you said. We haven't even thought about, discussed, or mentioned cyber money.
Yeah,
Bitcoins.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we haven't talked about that, and yet it's becoming a real currency.
We have an expert next door. We should get Matt in here to talk to us about
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
We should actually.
Bitcoins.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, come in.
But, I mean, the gist of the conversation I'm hearing is that centers of power that exist in this Westphalian environment that we live in right now are going to not necessarily be the centers of power in the future world, particularly if it depends upon an increase in cyber capability and building the cyber power, which is a whole lot cheaper and a lot less difficult to come to than the conventional means of power, dimensions of power that we talk about when we're looking at strategy and talking about dimensions of national power.
This is really interesting, Mark. I've been looking at the whole, you know, this notion of the long-term decline of the Westphalian state. I would argue we're coming into a new dark age, right? I don't think cyber's got anything to do with it. So I'm actually, so I'm intrigued by it. I'm really intrigued by this. This is an additional factor pushing. And Demchak makes a point that in fact what you see in cyberspace is the reassertion of Westphalian.
I was just going to ask you about that because
Yeah.
you seem to be, that's diametrically opposed to what she and Dombrowski wrote. What you're saying is that
In the book, she's saying there's a Westphalian kind of reassertion in the book,
yeah,
in
and
her book.
I would submit that it may be, especially as we're talking about other generations coming up, the formality of Westphalian models is going away. That something will take its place. It's not frivolous that humanity has moved away from chaos.
Well, no, I mean, you're absolutely correct. I mean, we're back to that idea of certainty once again, and, you know.
But what if it's not alliance, where you gotta sign a treaty and now you're bound? It's collaboration. You know,
Yeah.
with a treaty, I gotta be there. I
You
signed a
have some
piece of paper.
obligations, yeah.
You know, and so, Phil will know this better than I will. When we're talking about NATO, my guess is there were points where they had to sort of, as they're saying, let's get involved in this, you have to temper that with the idea that lots of signatories to the NATO treaty are gonna go, we signed this treaty, especially after the fall of communism, we've signed this treaty for this. We did not sign it to go off and do these other things. The treaty specifically formally spells this out. This is what we're here for, and if this ever happens, you can count on us. But you're not gonna use it to get us to do other stuff. But if it's not that.
That's not happened though, has it? I mean, NATO was supportive of Estonia.
Supportive of Estonia, but have there ever been things where, for instance, we've said we should get involved and NATO sort of looks at us and says, no, we're not?
No, what's interesting is that NATO, that we have ISAF in Afghanistan, that we actually had a response which was very similar. And
Okay.
I mean, I'm saying, because I don't know, I stopped looking at NATO in about 95.
And that's actually when I was talking about, was like, for instance, our involvement in the Vietnam War.
NATO has always objected about what they call out of theater operations.
That's what I was getting at,
Yeah.
and you know, I'm sort of, I guess, trying to push forward the idea that sensibilities about these things will change. A new generation comes up, so now we're talking about whether Finland and Estonia friend each other.
But Bitcoin's a great example of all this, right? Because it challenges our traditional notions of currency.
I was
Well,
gonna
which
interrupt and
which is-
introduce Matt when Phil gets back. not
Which
Phil,
is
but-
inherent in
back.
this whole idea
Thanks,
of
Dan.
national sovereignty, right?
I'm thinking Casey, and I'm looking at the Phil name tag, so. Line of sight, it's all line of sight with me, you know, it's stream of consciousness, line of sight.
Nice digging yourself out.
But the other issue, I mean, all right, so I like this idea about alliances and collaboration, and I agree with you. I guess we're talking about a degree of collaboration that is less binding possibly than a formal alliance.
But
where-
easier to generate.
And easier to generate, obviously, where you have some specified responsibilities and obligations. So then it comes back to that whole idea of trust. You know, why am I going to align myself with somebody to do something if I don't have the trust that, in fact, you know, they're going to sign a piece of paper obligating themselves and signifying to me and the rest of the world they're going to do this? Where's the trust that they're actually going to do this?
I don't need the trust if I have the interest. All right, if you're an interested party, you have a result you want to see come out of this. We don't have to be friends. We don't have to love
No, I
each
didn't
other.
say anything about friend or non-friend. Yeah, I've got to have some certainty or some trust that, in fact, when I need you to do something, you're going to do that. You're going to support me.
Trust in terms of predictability.
Yeah.
One of the things I was going to say, one point, I was trying to get Nick Wheeler over from Britain for the
Right,
first one,
yeah.
and Nick couldn't make it. He is working on trust in nuclear terms. That's his big thing. And it'd be very interesting to get him to Pittsburgh at some point and have
Oh, it really would.
maybe a meeting of this where we try to kind of follow up with the whole issue of how can you generate trust in cyberspace.
Why don't you sponsor a conference on that, Phil?
Get me some money, man.
You said right beside the money man right there.
What's next to you? We're a nonprofit. What are you talking about? We make donations to RAND. I mean, I have to out myself as basically a technologist who's been working for a think tank because, I mean, I'm not a trained political scientist, but I'm having a hard time accepting that there is such a thing as a cyber alliance that doesn't mirror existing alliances with Intel. I mean, I cannot imagine someone having an alliance where you didn't already have an alliance sharing Intel. You know, us in the UK, the Five Eye partners, yes.
Right, but then you've got alliances in cyberspace like the Russians and the Nationalist Youth Movement, the Russian government and Nashi, wasn't it? Nashi, right?
Yep.
Which certainly worked, and you see in this in the geopolitical realm where you've got we've got ISI and Lashkar-e-Taiba. I mean, he's very much an arm. So the nature of alliances might themselves be changing, and that's why I think it's important on Matt. And I'd love to get him on Bitcoin because I mean in some ways Bitcoin reflects the whole challenge to all our assumptions about stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so even on this one, I'd say, okay, there's a whole set of different kind of alliances and patterns of collaboration emerging, which in a sense do not depend on state to state, and in fact go well beyond it. And I agree with you about, I think state to state, I think you're absolutely right. It's hard to imagine it bottom up unless you've already got a shared relationship.
But as a paradigm, the Zapatista movement, there was a point in Chiapas where numbers and varieties of organizations descended on Chiapas, and they each began assuming roles on behalf of the people of Chiapas. One organization took over humanitarian things, one took over public relations. I don't know how they arrived at the trust that you're describing, but people took on roles, they did things. Some were only there for...
Let me pick up on what Phil said. These alliances, these collaborations, and it picks up on, I think on some of what Mike says, are based on interest of what you want to do in a particular temporal point of time, not necessarily for eternity, and they're fluid. They can end and they can come and go, but there is a concurring interest that you want something done for, it doesn't even have to be a specified, near term, long term, but as long as those interests coincide, you're going to collaborate, and you can have some degree of certainty, as long as the interests continue to coincide, that the collaboration will continue.
With an equal understanding, though, that some organizations are going to be done before the whole thing is done.
Oh yeah.
And when they're done, they're going to leave.
So the real task is going to be to continue the observation to see whether the coincidence of interest is still there.
Still there, yeah.
Right.
It's a very dynamic,
Yeah.
Very dynamic.
It's going to be a dynamic collaboration. Over time, you're probably going to come and go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah, but that, interestingly, right, there's a lot of work on organised crime, and certainly in the Netherlands, it's these small coalitions that develop, 2 or 3 people come together. They work together, and then there's no trust, and they constantly defecting, they're constantly betraying each other, they're moving on to work with other people. So you're talking about a space that's somewhere between that
yeah.
and the formal alliance system at the other end.
Yeah.
And then you get what are the penalties for defection, right? Are there penalties? Because if you've got penalties for defection, trust doesn't really have to come into it nearly as much.
Right.
Phil, didn't you actually, I seem to remember you doing an article around 1998 dealing with cooperation among organized crime?
Yeah, I did.
What was it? It was the Mexican cartels and the Colombians.
Well, there was some Colombian collaboration with Sicilians, but it never really took off.
Okay. There was something you would describe where somebody was, rather than fight for control of territory, one side became the wholesaler and was simply using the established network of the other.
That's pretty much what's happened with the Mexicans replacing the Colombians.
Okay.
But that's more recent, I think. What's interesting is the way in which the Colombians relinquished control of the cocaine trade in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was a deliberate decision not to fall in Medina and Cali that they retrenched and said, the big lesson from this is we don't want to have to contend with US law enforcement and intelligence. We don't want to come down on this. So we will get the drugs to others and let them do the business again in the United States. And I think that's the source of the shift.
And the others were willing to assume the risk.
And you assume the risk because that's where you make a lot more profit.
Right.
And that's why the Mexicans become so prominent.
Okay, so there is that interest in there, and did they establish any beforehand penalties for early withdrawal? Anything like that? Well, no, you're forming that kind of partnership. There's a shelf life to it, And
Well,
both
and-
sides have
and-
expectations of it,
yeah.
and if one side leaves early, was there an agreed upon
It's
price?
quite interesting. I think you still have it going on in a series of different supply relationships from Colombia to Mexico. Some Mexicans have been, I think, doing a circumvention thing where they've started to develop relationships directly with the Peruvians on Shining Path.
Okay.
And I've still not been able to make full sense of this, but my sense is that in part it's a way of reducing the price and cutting out the Colombians and undercutting them.
Okay.
But I'm not sure, right?
Mhm.
But I think where this comes in is you can have trust even amongst these kind of groups,
Yeah.
partly through certain kinds of arrangements. I mean, think about escrow. Escrow is an arrangement for ensuring you can have transactions without trust.
Right.
And
Which is a good place to bring in Matt talking about Bitcoin.
Can I
because-
just,
Yeah.
I've been playing with our definition to see if, is what we're saying that capital-based economic development that's characteristic of the Westphalian state is gonna be replaced by something else, something that we called interdependent network communalism. And that maybe organized crime, drug cartels, and what's the name of that website that,
Silk Road.
no, the other one.
The deep,
The one you showed me.
Tor, the network.
Yeah.
The
Is that
network in
Tor?
itself is deep, yeah, the deep web. It's a
And
connection
Tor,
essentially.
I mean, are these currently shadowy uses, blatantly illegal uses, heralding forth kind of a new kind of world order?
To interrupt, I'm sorry.
No, go
Tor
ahead.
isn't entirely used strictly for,
No, I get that.
distributing drugs and things like, though it is used.
That's why I used the word
Um,
shadowy. I
Well,
mean,
well, it actually has I guess you say, a lighty side of it as well, because people in Iran, China, that live in, this is actually what it was developed for. Individuals that live in societies where they have firewalls, where they have limited internet access, can download the Tor browser, which would be like a bundle package, and you can essentially have access to global information while living under something like the Iranian firewall. Now, what happened because of this, though, essentially what they do is when you log into the Tor network, it bounces you through servers all over the world. Enough so that if I were to log on here right now, it would say like could be in Singapore, I could be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, a variety of things like that. And what it does is it creates an anonymous user. And when you have this anonymous identity, when you're browsing the web, you then have access to .onion sites, which are deep websites, which would be what everybody knows about the Silk Road now because of a variety of things that have transpired in there over the last 6 months or so.
And if I may, are you talking about websites that are not accessible by the normal internet?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not gonna go on Firefox and go on Silk Road and, buy black tar heroin. But I could do that,
Yeah.
on my Tor browser. Dr. Chambers and I have looked at a variety of
I
different.
was rather stunned at what you could do on that browser.
Yeah, well, the students
And
came
it's
and
all Bitnet, or Bitcoin.
Right.
Students came and asked me, could they put Tor on the computers in the Ridgeway Center? I had it this week, 2 days ago. I said no.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially been.
But they all have, potentially they all have Tor on their laptops in the dorms and using the IUP network to get into the system.
Well, I mean, we used it.
That's what Matt did. He's
Yeah,
on
we-
the IUP network to get him into the system, opens up his Tor browser, and he's no longer on the IUP campus, he's in Tahiti.
But they know that he logged in.
Yeah, but they don't know obviously they don't know what he's doing.
Now, your skill is probably way better than that klutzy kid, was it at
True.
MIT, who called in a bomb threat?
Yeah.
And
Tor,
it took
true.
them 60 minutes to track him down?
But as
God.
kids get more,
Ivy League education, really?
Oh, man.
well said.
Well,
the great developments in this technology are not being made at the Ivy League. They're being made at places like this. So, anyway, talk about Bitcoin.
Well, I don't know if you guys know how Bitcoin arose or what exactly happened, but our traditional perspective, at least on banking and on economics, has been that we have, states. We have states that control, and then we have the Federal Reserve, things like that control the banking system for an entire, state. And what happened, though, was whenever the 2008 financial collapse you know, brought the entire global economy down. It kind of, in that chaos that was you know, transpiring during that time period, an individual, they don't know who he is, it's believed to be Japanese, developed a system, a cryptocurrency system, which essentially ensures that all these computers that are networked together there's an algorithm that generates bitcoins over time. And essentially what it does is it puts these coins out, and Bitcoin is kind of like a mix between a stock and an actual currency. Because people think of them whenever you say, oh, I'm going to go buy Bitcoins. They think, well, I'm going to buy 1 Bitcoin. But that's not exactly how they work. They can be broken up, divided. You can buy 0.25 of a Bitcoin. You can buy fractions, you know what I mean? And so what happened was this guy created this small cryptocurrency. And what it does is it uses P2P, peer-to-peer transfers, and these anonymous web addresses, which it just generates, and then done, disappears after the transaction is conducted, and you always getting new ones. And you have these things called wallets in which you can transfer the money into, and they're generally kept offline on hard drives. So there's actually a guy in Europe, in England, that his computer crashed, and he had $2 million worth of Bitcoins on his hard drive, and he threw it away. So he literally lost $2 million, no way he's getting it back. But then there's also other ones, like Coinbase, which is an actual server-side wallet where you can buy money off of an exchange, Bitcoins, have it sent to this wallet, and it's on a server. But essentially the whole point of them making this, and I don't think that he ever anticipated that it was going to become an actual accepted form of currency. But he made it, and basically, you know, techies were using it. It was used to sell Magic the Gathering cards. Like people did stuff like that with this. This is, just internet stuff. And eventually, they began to see, the black market at least, began to see uses and potential uses for this as being able to transact anonymous, types of transactions, and essentially being able to do it all over the globe. And what happened then after, I guess you would say after that, was other things started picking it up. People started accepting Bitcoin and say, oh, this might have a legitimate use. This might have a legitimate use. Then things like the Silk Road started popping up. And after that, it kind of just took off. As the global economy is collapsing because of all these state failures and mechanisms, here we have a ground-up type of grassroots, peer-to-peer, nationless currency that doesn't depend on whether or not, it's certainly affected by nations' policies, but it's not dependent on them. Like the US dollar, if the United States collapsed, that'd be the end of the US dollar. Now, the US can't destroy Bitcoins, but they can enact policies that make the price of them fluctuate up and down. Now, like when the Silk Road, when they took down the original Silk Road, prices of Bitcoins went down to like $200 per coin. Now they're, as of today, $900 on most trading sites. A year ago today, they were $12. So that's essentially shown how much faith, because it's all money and values and how we look at things, but it shows how much faith individuals have put into this specific type of monetary system. And if that's a reflection of the way that the world's going, which I think it is, I think that, as you guys have been talking about the Westphalian state, I think that especially people in my generation, we don't feel
Westphalian?
At all. At all. Like, I hate to say this, but I don't have any, I don't feel like I have a national identity whatsoever. And I think that most people my age don't feel that way either, because of the fact that, people from Mexico aren't people over in Mexico anymore. It's somebody on my Facebook page that I added last night. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, it's this.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't look at, boundaries are imaginary lines to me, drawn on a map. You know what I'm saying? They're not, there's not the Mexicans, and then there's the, there's not that Cold War perspective on.
Let me challenge you on that.
Okay.
Is your house, you live in an apartment?
Yes.
Is it yours, or can anybody come in?
Do I own the apartment?
No, I'm saying, while you're living there, can anybody come in?
If they
know them or not,
key
just
or...
anybody can
right.
come into
Well,
your...
you would expect...
You have a lock on your door?
Right.
Okay. You live in a secure building where there's a?
No.
Okay, so it's just, well, what I'm getting at is you're suggesting a blurring of lines, a changing of identity. And I'm trying to localize how far that goes. So you are a person who lives in your house. Your house is not communal. Other people can't come and live in your house.
Right,
You live in this state. You have a driver's license for this state.
right.
So you're a resident of Pennsylvania, you have a driver's license, but you don't feel so much like you're a citizen of the United States.
Not particularly.
Okay.
I mean,
Fair enough.
I don't feel like, I think that because of the interconnectivity that I've had since, and I mean everybody, I mean, we started off, and especially people that are probably about 5 or 6 years younger than me. Because when I started messing with computers when I was about 5, and by the time I was about 10, 56K was the big thing, you had AOL, and, you go into these chat rooms, that was great, we couldn't even, but by the time I hit about 16, 17, and MySpace took off, is when you first started to see this kind of diffusion and this actual contact between you and people in other places in the world, as opposed to before you might have pen pals, or you might go there and see some people, or might have an exchange student, which I had some of them growing up too. But there was never an instantaneous access between me and someone in Estonia, someone in France, someone in the Philippines at any given point. We just had to be online. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like, it takes away the perception that I am, something different than these people around the world. And it's like, we always say the Russians. Well, what does that mean exactly? Which Russians? Who? But we have our minds work that we generally do accept categories of people. You can easily say the Russians, we're like, oh, let's get them, But
So you've heard us spending the day talking about national security, ostensibly.
right.
American national security.
Mhm.
Are you thinking that there is a more relevant thing we should be discussing? I mean, there's an
Personally,
implication to what you're.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm not coming after you. I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying that if we follow the logic of this, there's an implication here that says that we're an older generation and we
right,
are not discussing the things that you would discuss.
right, you're not.
So in your mind, what is the security we should be discussing if we're following your logic?
Well, I think Casey had mentioned something earlier that I find to be, and Dr. Fidner had also said this. You have this entire chaotic system which is constantly changing, evolving. Systems are evolving from it, decreasing because of it, and all kinds of things. But I think that if you were going to do anything, I mean, you would probably want to focus solely on one small region or one small area, as opposed to using or trying to even think about manipulating the entire system in a way that that would, I don't know, be effective. Because I mean, you have the thing is, people you guys sit around to find out a way to, how could we do this? How could we make this work? There's going to be an equal amount more people who are going to sit around and say, as soon as you do that, they're going to wait, and they're going to say, great, something new for us to figure out how to.
Well, it's always been that way.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But I mean, not on this scale. I mean, nothing has ever, never in human history have I been able to instantaneously talk to somebody in Vietnam, Estonia, and South Africa at the same time. Just like that, on my Facebook. Well, all at the same time, and just, be talking. And I don't know, like I kind of think that it's a 21st century perception of how the world is. And I mean, I kind of feel like I have been maybe molded by what I have grown up with in terms of technology, but I can completely understand, the events that happened in your lifetimes have molded you to have your perception of reality.
So it's a
You're skating on thin ice here, my friend.
You feel you have a cosmopolitan identity.
Yeah.
Have you travelled to other countries?
When I was a little kid, minimally, my mother was a Spanish teacher, and she would take trips and things like that. But I mean, most of my traveling and connection with other people. Like I talk to people from other countries, but it has been through these networking sites, through emails, through gaming, even gaming. I mean, online gaming. You half of the people that play Xbox Live live in Europe. You know what I mean? And
no, it's very interesting because I've been out of Wales for 45 years of my 65 years of life, pretty much, or 43, and I still regard, and I've lived in the United States almost 25 years, I still regard myself as predominantly Welsh, right? I mean, first and foremost, my identity is Welsh. So I find this really interesting, what you said. And I wasn't being smart ass when I asked that question.
No.
Have you been elsewhere? Because sometimes when you go elsewhere, it reaffirms your own your sense of identity. And I wondered if you went to, say, Mexico.
I have.
lived part
I was
of
just
it.
there this summer.
Okay. But, I mean, did you then feel more American or less American?
Well, I don't prescribe to or subscribe to cultural relativism and the fact that just because these people live on this side of an imaginary line that they're going to be completely different than me, because they're not. We're all at the core, our DNA, human, Homo sapiens. You know what I mean? And culture and our environment are what influence us to such a degree that makes us think that we're different. In reality, it's just not true. But do I feel like? I feel like there are, rational conclusions to things, and I think that it doesn't matter what the culture is. I think that we could conclude that if we think about things and we use philosophy and we use science, that these are in the ballpark of being correct. You know what I'm saying? Like this type of behavior is in the ballpark of being correct. And I think that globalism, things like the internet, are completely adding to this global identity. And these imaginary lines are essentially disappearing because of the internet, because they're not needed, if that makes sense.
It's really intriguing.
Yeah.
Let me just come back with one quick thing.
Sure.
I mean, I live in Mexico all the time, my wife's there all the time. And one very frustrating thing, right, is when you, in the United States, if you got a plumber coming and he says he'll be there at 9 o'clock, you guarantee he'll be there at 9:30, right? If you're in Mexico, it might be...
Excuse me, what plumber do you use?
Yeah, don't leave before you tell us who that guy is.
It might be 9 o'clock in the morning, and it might arrive at 9 o'clock at night. There is no mail, no, you need it, yes, but there is no mail service because you can't trust anybody right? And I mean, I love it there, and there are many things I love about the culture and everything, but there's certain things that are very different, and where, in some ways, you feel you're in a different kind of place.
Well, I mean, you certainly are. You're driving down the highway and you see guys with machine guns on the back of trucks coming down. I don't know if you've ever seen things like that.
All the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I guarantee you've seen that.
I've seen a variety of things like that.
That's a regular occurrence.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, that's,
Well, it's no wonder the plumber doesn't show up then.
What you see less than you did 5 to 10 years ago is like 15 kids on the back of the pickup.
That's right.
And about another 6 in the cab. That's diminished. But no, I'm trying to, this is really, I think this might be the most important thing we've discussed today.
Well, I went to the Bible, Wikipedia, and because I want to know who's doing studies of nationalism in the U.S. But the only thing I have is that there was a rise after September 11th, which makes a lot of sense. So I wonder.
Yeah.
I would be curious what the trends are, because I don't know what the trends are. It's just a data point. But if the trend is that there's less nationalism now, I would suspect it's because we're farther away from September 11th.
Yeah,
Yes,
and we, well, first of all, there seems to be a social cyber power, where cross-border association begins to dilute senses of nationalism. I'm not an economist, so I'm sort of wondering, what is the connection between nationalism and the health of currency? Well, that's what I'm saying, is Bitcoin has no nationality to it, so it's a system of wealth that exists apart from nationalism. The dollar is popular. Americans have made it so. Other countries have seen that it works, so they tend to deal with that. In a dilution of nationalism, are you going to care if the dollar tanks?
No.
And so there again.
You mind if it affects Bitcoin?
Well, not
Well, here's
here's
the
Bitcoin.
thing.
It might if it affects your living.
Right,
Like when you-
certainly. But I mean, I think that the reason that Bitcoin came into existence is because the world has sat around and watched as these individuals, in the case of the 2008 collapse, a select few individuals, have the capability for literally destroying the global economy. In small belligerent actions can actually collapse the entire world economy. And I think that that was one of the main reasons why Bitcoin emerged from that type of collapse. And I mean, clearly, yeah, I mean, if the dollar sinks, there is going to be a huge standard change in not only my standard of living, but everybody's around the whole world. But another interesting thing to mention about that is that the United States government, the federal government, has essentially turned to the drug business, which was, I don't know, I don't have a specific number, but given the original Silk Road user base, drugs used to sell and go through there at a pretty small, I'd say a couple, tens of millions maybe. But because of actions by the US government in the closing of the Silk Road, they essentially, their direct actions made the Bitcoin inflate from $200 to $1,200 in a period of about 5 months. They were, as I said, last year at this time, a Bitcoin was $16, $12 to $16, and that was high because it had never been that high before. Now, $700, $800, $900 on a daily basis. So they essentially took these people that didn't have much money and just by their actions created millionaires, multi-millionaires. And I guess that it kind of has, there is an interdependency clearly between the US dollar, between any currency and any system that accepts any type of currency. But I mean, that doesn't make me any more nationalistic. That doesn't make me, just because I use the US dollar or accept it as a standard, that doesn't make me feel any more American. It simply means that I'm using a more secure currency, or one that is perceived to be a more secure currency.
Okay.
Let
me throw one thing at you that I agree that there may be, if there's a diminishment of nationalism, we're stepped away from, we're further away from 9/11. But I think you have to add to that, from our perspective looking here, that there's also been some very significant changes in terms of cyberspace and the impact that it has on day-to-day living.
Yeah.
And that goes, and I think maybe the most significant of those would be the growth of the cyber, like Facebook and, and all of that. Because that's.
You mean the social media?
Yeah, social media, yeah.
I think you've got two things, and they link with social media and social networks.
Yeah, social media, social
The
networks.
transnational nature of the social
Absolutely,
networks.
right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, every little bit of it. I mean, from P2P to, like, I mean, file sharing. You get your files from, I mean, the Pirate Bay. Servers that are in Europe. You know what I mean? Everybody downloads these. I mean, you have gaming. You have people that are literally playing video games with people all over the world. It's.
Hey, but there's. Oh, go ahead, man.
Let me go back and I mean, I also accept that we're becoming much more globalized, much more cosmopolitan, and I don't know about less nationalistic.
Actually,
I go back,
I was about to
and but I don't foresee the complete obviation of the Westphalian state system, because I go back to why were states created to begin with, or why is government created to begin with? And none of this stuff that we've heard so far about globalization, etc., protects your rights, which is why you gave them up to begin with to form a government. So if somebody saw, how are we going to establish some kind of collective globally that's going to be able to provide some kind of degree of safety and security for this global networked mass of humanity or population, other than you got to have some kind of center of power. It may not be a state, but you got some kind
Right, and I think you have to have local power, but a lot of it, I mean, it's fascinating in Michoacan right now, okay? What's happening in Michoacan is essentially what the Knights Templar, which was a success that we're familiar, or one of the successes, and they've gone from drug trafficking to widespread and unreasonable extortion. And this has led to vigilantes. And in the last couple of weeks, we've had the military intervene. And the vigilante complaint has been that the military and the government is acting like a referee instead of supporting us. But David Cullen talks about this, and he also talks about the thing which was important from what Mike was talking about this morning, which was the growth of massive populations along littoral, littoral areas. But Cullen talks about and James Cocaine, another Australian, does the same, talk about, in a sense, contested protection, contested governance. This is exactly what's going on. That's the kind of erosion from below. I think this is the kind of erosion from, if you like, at a global level. So you've got local erosion of the state. Now, I agree with you, I don't think the state's going away anytime soon, but it's having to share governance with lots of other players at lots of different levels. And in some ways the internet's caught in that, and yet we're still approaching it throughout all the discussion until Matt, in a sense, said we've still been approaching very much from this parochial, traditional national security perspective.
Right.
So we're going back to rewrite Hobbes.
I mean, maybe we just titled it wrong. We called it national security because that's sort of, the formal way that we begin to think about it, but it's some kind of collective security.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is we go back to, Hobbes talking about that step that you take from the state of nature to collective security, and we start. It sounds like we start from there and reintroduce. I mean, he was writing around the time of Westphalia, if not directly to it. So it looks like we go back to that and redefine a security that also includes organizations, includes the things in the white box we were talking about on the first slide this morning, and how we integrate them into the normal formal stuff.
How about this? How about those fluid collaborations we were talking about earlier, and fitting into some kind of less formal arrangement of collective security than a nation state. So what you're looking at is your safety and security is dependent upon groups of individuals and groups of individuals who have the same interest that you do. And it can come and go. It's an ebb and flow, it's dynamic, it's fluid, etc.
And your security may be tailorable.
Well, but here's the problem you have to deal. I think you have to deal with that. I mean, they got to be somewhat an approximate location. They can't be global. They can't be separated all over the world, or you're not going to be able to provide that degree of safety or security that you are anticipating you're going to be receiving from that collaboration.
So it's how much real security you need and how much virtual security you need.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But use one notion, right, to throw in that if you go to a human level of security, then the internet has actually created new insecurities. And here I'm thinking some reports coming out of Britain about British pedophiles paying Filipino families, getting them a webcam,
Right.
and they were arranging sexual acts with children that were coming directly to the British pedophiles. So here's the downside of Tor, right? I mean, and here's the paradox: that Tor can be used, as you said, rightly said, to challenge authoritarian regimes and allow you to get access. But it also protects a lot of bad guys and a lot of bad things.
Actually, to add on that, Casey and I had just talked about that in the other room, how the Tor network was actually brought down by Anonymous multiple times because of that sole reason.
Yeah.
It was attacked multiple times, not by a government, not by a regulatory source, but by a emergent, ground-up group that saw that to be inappropriate, and took it into their own hands to deal with the Tor network, and that happened quite a few times over the last 2 years, I'd say.
But at least you have an entity that has a defined set of norms that they think are the norms that everybody should behave with, which is nothing more than a government that has established a set of norms that they think the society should be governed by, who's acting without any kind of authority or formal coercive power to begin with.
And I have just a stand here. I don't think that what Matt mentioned contradict having like, you know, a nation or national security concept. Because what his experience that he shared with us basically is that the use of the internet or social network or, you know, Facebook, whatever you call it, it's basically letting him feel that he's part of a global society, that he's dealing with people like him, human beings belong to the same species, okay, not someone else, and basically try to just dilute all these differences that we managed to instill among ourselves, you know, over time using different technologies.
But here's why he's a
We are
flawed,
back to, you know, we are human beings.
but he's a
you know,
wonderful person, but a flawed data point because one, he's in a university system. And so even if there's no internet, we've all been in universities, you know how it is. All your friends are from different countries, it's kumbaya, yes, cultures are wonderful. I stayed in an international house last year, it's you know, so I have a hard time.
I don't live here, never have. I'm a non-traditional student, I commute 2 days a week, I have a kid.
Yeah, but you're in a classroom. And you're reading papers, and you're dealing with professors.
Okay, I'll give
It's
you,
a
I'll give-
university
I'll
sense.
give you that
Yeah,
data.
yeah,
I mean, you know,
that
unless
data.
you're homeschooled in college, I mean,
I'll give you that data.
No,
But I don't think that this, you know, probably he said it this way, but I think he still feel that, you know, concept of national, this inside him, you know, that concept is inherent, you know, in any one of us. No, I don't think, you know, what he said that I'm not American.
Can I inject
Do
something?
you really mean it?
I went to my
I don't want to be confused, just give you
I went to my
but I-
intergovernmental relations
really-
files,
I
and
think you have it.
Oh,
You
I
have
do.
it
I
inside.
feel that
I'm
way.
quite sure that everyone have it.
I think
But
I have
probably
an
you have it.
analog for what Matt is trying to say.
Mhm, go ahead.
This is a presentation I do in my intergovernmental relations class about boundaries and the artificiality of state boundaries. So what you have here are the results of a study. On the left, this is a map of California based on voice phone calls. This is where this is who people are talking to. Okay, so the very shaded areas are, you know, these are where people are calling from and to. So you have people calling back and forth in these areas. This one, however, is text messaging. So this is where people are text messaging back and forth just within the state of California. And you can see kind of rather clearly that California is rather easily subdivided, but then it strays into the adjoining states as well, which leads this author to conclude, and this is only one of a whole series of maps he puts out. So the argument is, are state boundaries really all that efficacious when it comes to reflecting, you know, the values, the needs, whatever you will, of individuals that we have artificially grouped together within a state. So if text messaging allows the collapse of artificial boundaries to that extent, then to what extent does cyber contact, you know, if Steve were here, he could talk to us about World of Warcraft and the millions and millions of people internationally who join and ally themselves. That's the interesting thing about World of Warcraft. You've got alliances there, and these are pretty clearly cross-national alliances. And I'm stunned every time I talk to Steve about the persistence of these alliances and their strength. It's not just within the World of Warcraft game, but they have, I mean, there are party, I mean, he'd have to talk about it.
Well,
Escapes me.
it's also an illustration that there is a separation between the cyber world and the physical world.
Yes, clearly.
So you have a physical security that you depend on to be alive on a daily basis.
Well,
And that can fluctuate, so maybe all you need is somebody to occasionally check on you, make sure you're still breathing. But
I guess I don't agree that we're on the verge of kind of seeing the traditional nation state disappear.
I'm not
But I do
suggesting
believe
that
we're on the verge of a kind of a radical redefinition of what the role of the traditional nation state is.
yeah, and for us, I mean, it may be different from country to country. For us, what was the last real live existential threat to the security and safety of the continental United States was the September 11th, but before that, you had trouble convincing people in 1942 that anybody was coming here. They, you know, in January of 1942, the Navy's asking cities and towns on the coast, please shut off your lights. Because German submarines are using the lights from your towns to navigate by. And when freighters go by your towns, German submarines can see them well enough to shoot at them. Please turn off your lights. The response was, yeah, but you know, if we do that, that's really going to ruin tourism. You know, people come here, they want to go to the beaches, they like the lights. If we shut off the lights, it's going to impact our economy. So you finally get Admiral King saying, if I have to come there and do it, it's not going to be pleasant, but I guarantee you I will come and do it. So, you know.
Sounds like the private owners of the cyber assets right now.
Well, that's sort of
when the government asks them to, you know, take some measures to improve the security of their assets.
And that gets into what I was saying.
Thing, yeah.
As part of what I was saying earlier is that you don't really wear the consequences of cyber. You do wear the consequences of a lack of physical security.
Right.
And so opinions may vary, mileage may vary, depending on what piece of ground you're standing on and what's going on. You know, you were talking yesterday about was it you who was talking about a student, former student of yours in the Peace Corps in the Ukraine right now? So I suspect she has a fundamentally different approach to that whole thing, which is not to invalidate yours, Matt. It's to say simply that there may be a fluctuating scale as we talk about security, where there's physical and there's cyber, and depending on context, depending on where you're standing, it oscillates.
Yeah, but Mike, you can't lose. Somehow or another, you have to maintain the connection between them. Right?
You do,
I mean, and essentially, that's what we're all here talking about. What is that connection between cyberspace and this physical safety and security that you're seeking as a member of society that have given up some of your God-given rights to an organization that can provide you that?
But I think that in the last hour or so, we've come across an important characteristic of that, which is it's not a straight line. It's a moving target. It's fluid, it's variable. If we're going to include organizations, civilian stuff, as we were talking about this morning, then we may have to realize that it's going to be a wavy line. It's not going to be, this is it, and we build from this.
You know what I just realized with my last statement? We've changed the focus of the discussion from survival of the state to
Survival of the individual.
safety and security. Yeah. All right, so what's more important? I mean,
Actually, survival of state supports individuals. Okay, they are very related.
well, I mean,
okay,
and,
so
and if
I
you
don't
look-
think they are,
sure.
completely,
If you look at, if you look at the organization of the world today, that's obviously absolutely true. If you're looking at some evolution and possibly the state dissolving and going away or shrinking or something else in some other centers of power.
I think when Phil talked about it, at least down to the local level, I mean, the one thing we have to
Yeah.
realize is
Yeah.
when we talk about states, and that whole concept, what we're talking about, they're formed to do certain basic functions.
Yep.
Which, many of which involve cyber right now, but cannot be provided strictly by cyber.
Right.
I have to have the water flowing, and I have to have the, where are the pipes that it's coming from? Who provides law and order? Where's the cops and the firemen when I need them? All of the basic, those are security issues that are very physical and require a state to organize and coordinate them.
But
Whether that be a local.
Or some authority. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
it could be a local, it
It can
doesn't
be-
have to be the.
No, but it can be
country.
non-state too. It could be
Yeah.
it could be alternative forms of governance.
Yeah.
So in Michoacan, right, you've basically the state has failed to provide law and order
Right.
to protect the people. So these vigilante groups are basically self-protection groups.
Correct.
That's happening all over the world.
Look to Somalia. I mean, who provides whatever, you know, safety?
I'm not arguing that point, but you could
Right,
call that a
right.
state because it's simply somebody providing the fundamental functions of a society that need to be provided.
Right, right.
Now, we, as one of the more technologically advanced countries in the world, use a lot of cyber to do that. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
we have integrated it into the functions that we depend on. Therefore, whether it be at the local level or at a national level or whatever level you want to talk to, it becomes an integral part of what goes on, and therefore maintaining that right now is probably critical to the security of the individual.
Yeah, so.
The
so
fact that
you've
it's-
made the
it is
connection for us.
Formal, even though that it may be global, which is
Right.
something we have to contend with, because that's a new evolution, that's something that is absolutely essential and critical to even down to the local level, is also a global function, and they are absolutely the same thing.
Right.
And we have to deal with that, and that takes a new way of thinking about things.
Yeah.
Okay, this ain't the electric company that makes the lights go on. This is the cyber space that makes everything go on,
Right.
realistically.
Right.
And that's only going to get more and more true as technology advances and
It
you have
gets
emerging-
integrated into more and more.
Absolutely, so.
Yeah.
Everything we've said here is correct, but it's a matter of viewing it from a perspective. The state's not going away, and only by using the state as, it's an organization that maintains and makes sure that you have the basic and fundamental security things that you need to function. Okay, I don't care whether it's that group or it's,
Well, I think you should not talk about state, I think you should talk about governance, right?
Right,
Mainly
yeah,
governance.
yeah.
And governance can exist in multiple
Right.
levels.
Yeah.
And I was really struck by you know, if you take Anonymous, and I didn't know that one, I mean, I knew they had the running with the Zetas, right, which is in itself an interesting one. But Anonymous going after Tor seems to me is an act of governance in cyberspace.
Yeah, I agree with you, yeah.
Yeah.
They have established the norms that they think it
Yeah.
should be operating by, and they've been violated, and so we're gonna do something about it. I mean, that's the role that a state would normally, or a government would normally play.
But at the same time, Anonymous is nebulous enough. Many actions get taken in the name of Anonymous. So some of the actions appear noble, some of the actions appear juvenile.
Yeah.
So having confidence in them to provide security, and I'm not saying that people don't. No, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that you're having confidence in the Anonymous that says there are things we don't do. There are things we will not sit still for, and we will act when the time comes.
let's also talk about the environment. What we're seeing an evolution. There has never been any kind of real significant governance in cyberspace, other than a bunch of people who volunteer to make sure that the servers work.
Well, I was getting ready to say, after when was it, 73 or 4, when we broke it up and sold it off?
You know, I mean, it's just, yeah, but I mean, it's in terms of the governance. Now, because it is now beginning to mature a little bit, and it's getting integrated into other technologies, some sort of governance internally is probably going to start showing itself. I think we're beginning to see economics come in there, things like Bitcoin. We're beginning to see all of the things that you think of when you're talking about a functional organization. Now, that will then require some sort of governance. It's not going to be the kind of governance that we always talked about in terms of, you know, we're going to control the internet. Ain't gonna happen. It will probably happen internally by an entire generation of people like mine, who go, yeah, well, we're gonna do it this way. Whether it's called, you know, whatever name they assume, whether it be anonymous or somebody else. What you're seeing is the child version of it now. Another 5 years, you're gonna see probably the grown-up version of that, and it's going to be something very different, and I'm not even sure we can even define it right now.
Yeah.
But I think it will, as it matures and everything else, you'll begin to see its own governance created. Now, that's going to be interesting to see how that interacts with the physical governance that goes on for everyday life, and how we deal with that.
No, that's really good. And let me say, okay, so this is just for me, right, coming out of this and going back to some complexity notions, cyberspace, an emergent system in which forms of order and disorder are constantly interacting and will determine the future emergence. And I'm not sure that gets us very far, but I think it's potentially an interesting way of looking at it, because you can think, okay, what can governments do with this, and can they nudge that? And nudging, I wish Dave borrows you, because Dave talks about nudging in some very interesting ways. Can you nudge that in favour of going more towards the order than the disorder? I'm reading a science fiction book at the moment called The Chaos Quarter, and it's basically transformed national hostilities to space. But it's kind of quite interesting. But it just, and I think that it's interesting how much of our thinking and how many parts of cyberspace were actually dreamed up by science fiction authors before they were real.
You ever read William Gibson?
Gibson, Snow Crash,
Yep.
which is so much of the avatars and so much of the kind of stuff.
Actually, a question for the group. It seems that we consistently, as you guys are talking, move back to this Westphalian concept, that's 400-year-old, idea that, there's this group of people that, live here, and which they do, and there's, them, and there's this, and there's us, and things like that. But I think that my question is that why are we using that as a basis of how things ought to be? Because prior to the Westphalian state, you had small kingdoms, you had people that were aligned with one guy, like a prince or something like that, and then the transition from that to Westphalian was different. It was certainly a different type of transition, and I'm sure that there were a lot of people thinking, okay, well, why would I want to be? Even the United States is a good example. We have these colonies, and then how are we going to get these colonies that can't even, diplomatically represent themselves to become the United States of America? What does that even mean? We have people from Connecticut. We have people from Massachusetts. There's no correlation there. So,
well, there is, and it's collective action is better than multiple individual action.
Yeah,
And-
economies of scale, regardless of whether you're talking economics or national security or safety or what have you.
right,
And,
but
and collectivity can deliver you security. So, and an analogy that I use is, a pack of dogs is capable of hunting something much bigger than they are and bringing it down and having something to eat. A team of dogs, on the other hand, can take you across Alaska in weather like this.
right.
So collective action is, and what you're seeing us do, if I can, if I'm not trying to speak for the whole group, but part of what you're seeing us do, to me, is trying to decide whether we build on the existing foundation or whether we find a new one. And Westphalia is the existing foundation.
Right.
But
this
Matt,
is how.
if you listen to what you said about the transition from pre-Westphalian to Westphalian, essentially what Phil's talking about, and possibly what we're looking at in the world today, is reversal of that and,
Right.
and an involvement back into the smaller localized governance for mainly physical security. Which has to do with all of these other things.
I think we've got a problem, which is the state is interesting because it's top down.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
mostly hierarchical.
Yeah.
Most of these other forms of governance are bottom up and they're local, and a lot of them are networked.
Right. And I think that you just mentioned an analogy with dogs, and we have a bunch of dogs, and we're going to try to take down something bigger. Well, I kind of look at this as the Westphalian approach is, we have one dog that's trying to take down that something bigger, and no matter what it does, it's not going to take the dog down. You can't have any type of collective action with a global environment when you don't have multiple players that are involved in the global environment taking the same action as you are.
So the reaction to that would be that's what alliances are for.
Or multilateralism.
Or multilateralism.
Right.
So they understood that. They didn't come up with this frivolously. They didn't, there's a reason why it has had the importance it's had in political science. And it's, before there was nothing, and it allowed for more powerful entities to be created. All right? You ever read anything about the unification of Germany?
Sure.
So Germany was a number of individual German states, and what really revealed their weakness was Napoleon, because France was a big country with a large population who figured out how to mobilize it, and they consumed the German states. So over the course of time, by the time you get to Bismarck around 1850, everybody is sort of thinking, you know, we really would be better off if we were more together on things. We'd be able to protect ourselves better. So they unify themselves into a Germany that is much more powerful than individual states that may throw in with each other, may not. Now that was the situation back then. Now the situation has changed. So what you're seeing us talk about here is, as Phil was saying, do we revert? Do we go back to being the individual pre-Westphalian states that Germany was?
Or we would follow the model of the EU and aggregate even more.
Or would we aggregate even more? Because I've witnessed both where the internet is concerned. I've witnessed a collectivity that has no borders at all, but also a localization that says we're only really interested in right here. We can connect with the outside world from here. We're not really interested in what's going on in other states, I mean in this country. But to answer your question about how the states, the colonies, why would the colonies come together? Well, the first was there was an existential physical threat. And individually, no colony was going to be able to survive that threat. As a collectivity, once they learned to operate together, they were able to, with the help of outside powers, obviously, but they were able to withstand and gain their independence from that threat. So then they're confronted after that with, do we stay together? The answer from the folks in my state was no, we do not. We are not interested in being part of this. You guys, you 12 want to go and live together, go with God, let us know how it turns out. But the other 12's response was, we're not really interested in having a single nation in the midst of us that is not part of us. We're not interested in the possibility that they could be a security problem. They could side with someone else. They could be taken over and used as a foothold to get to the rest of us. And that's just the physical stuff. On the ideological stuff, or the political stuff, I guess would be the better term. How does it look for our brand new Constitution if we don't have unanimous approval of it? We've got this Constitution that's supposed to be the next big thing, but Rhode Island doesn't want any part of it. Are they saying it's not legitimate? Are they saying we're not legitimate? Does that open the door for the British to say we're not legitimate? And as a result, we're going to come and revisit this whole revolution thing. So, you know, these are the reasons why, and it's just that now those reasons don't seem to apply anymore. But it's hard to get people to abandon. You won't ever get anybody to abandon the old stuff out of hand.
Right.
So part of what we're wrestling with here is, if we're not, Westphalia's been the rule. If it's not going to be the rule anymore, how much is it not going to be the rule? Is it going to be not the rule in all cases? Is it going to be the rule for some things but not others? Will we throw it out entirely?
Well, Mike, I think that your argument, what you explained there, is essentially what I'm getting at with this. Here you have a bunch of these people that have no chance with issues that were facing them, in this case the British. Mm-hmm. Here we have a variety of countries, people in all these countries that are connected together, that all are experiencing these problems. I mean, everybody is having, these are cross-national problems. Mm-hmm. And everything that exists in the 21st century form, for the most part, is cross-national. What are we having? A war on what? Against Russia, Germany? No, it's a war on ideology, which is what? Borderless. We have global warming, pollution, things like this. Can one single nation combat pollution? No. Can one single nation, do, well, in the United States case, maybe, knock down some major internet, servers and things like that, but But no, not really.
Probably not on the long term.
Right, and this is what I'm saying, is that we have, the argument for the union was that there are these huge problems, that if we don't work together, we can't deal with them. My argument against nationalism now is that there are all these huge problems, and if we don't work together with everybody else, that we're not gonna be able to do anything about them. And that's kind of.
But you would still have to, even in a global initiative, you would still have to accomplish things locally.
Sure.
And that would be done with physical labor and physical, so how is that gonna happen?
Well, I mean, what does that have to do with nationalism and national identity and borders? I mean, what?
How will you band people together to do these things? See, you're thinking of nationalism in an identity way. I'm saying nationalism in a collective action way, because that's how it was originally put together. We're all Americans here, you know, as Ben Franklin said, we all hang together, or we may all hang separately. That's not nationalism. They're not Americans.
Right,
yet.
that's collectivity.
That's what we're talking about here. Is if it's not nationalism, you still need that collective activity that is going to make results happen. Even in a global initiative, the global part is going to be knitting together numbers and varieties of local results to make a whole. But somebody has to make those local results, and those local results, in some cases, are going to have to be physical actions. How will they be coordinated?
Can I
Well,
posit?
some form of governance, not necessarily a state.
Yeah, I'm not talking about.
I think part of the point that Matt's making, which is legitimate and valid, is, look, risk to the world, the globe, the earth as we know it, are primarily or exclusively transnational.
Yes.
And that states by themselves individually cannot solve that. So as a consequence, you have to have a global collective to work to solve those problems. But that's not the reason why governance was created to begin with. Governance was created to provide me and you with the personal safety and security that we can get up in the morning, live through the day, and go to bed at night.
Yeah, with the idea that if you get attacked and I let you get killed, then it's just me. If I defend you,
It's take it out of our hands individually and provide us a little greater comfort that we're going to be able to survive the day and get up the next morning.
yeah. Whereas if you get killed, now I'm sitting in my own home and I'm all alone and there's nobody to call for help if I need it.
But I mean, isn't that like a 15th century perspective?
Well, can I put something on the? Can I posit something that might? I mean, it seems to me like we're talking kind of extremes. Is there something that's more central, that's more in the middle? And I'm wondering if what we're positing is the emergence of kind of a new world order, one that de-emphasizes capital-based, economic development-oriented Westphalian national mindsets and alliances.
Yeah.
And begins to emphasize national mindsets that bear a close resemblance to interdependent networked communalism.
Yeah.
And that that nations that possess mindsets close to that, I'm not going to suggest that there's one out there, but mindsets close to that, are likely to emerge, will possibly emerge as the cyber powers and members of the next great alliances.
Yeah, and so we're turning from invasion to humanitarian relief. And we're not.
Or we're turning away from one way of looking at the world and to another way.
I
de-emphasizes.
try to say it, with more visuals. We're seeing, it used to be you let other countries hang. Something's bad happened in another country. Gee, that's a shame. I hope it doesn't happen to us.
Well, I'm kind of thinking I'm taking a cue from what Casey said about, in kind of typical traditional capital-based economic systems, your critical infrastructure, pieces of your critical infrastructure are regularly sold off so that they're no longer under your direct control. In fact, they may be under the control of a multinational conglomerate of some sort.
legal
However,
control.
huh?
I would make the distinction that it's legal control.
Right, legal.
We can
No.
always, we got the guns, we can always
Sure,
take it back.
exactly. But there are certainly other societies, maybe some northern European societies, that don't necessarily have that same emphasis. I mean, those infrastructures remain under the control of the community. And as a consequence, you know, there are some advantages, some comparative advantages that they have when it comes to not just the protection of those infrastructures, but maybe even the development of cyber technologies. Because they too have lived under the shield of the United States and its military might. I mean, certainly the Scandinavian countries haven't necessarily had to worry much about their own military vulnerability. They can channel those resources elsewhere, and that may lead to an increase in cyber capacities as well.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I'm asking.
And what I was when I was saying before, that there's gonna be a sort of an oscillation with physical and cybersecurity, broadly speaking, is that some things are gonna be addressable globally with cyber. Some things are gonna be addressable physically, and they may be local in nature. You know, if we can step away from, you know, when we think about security, when we think about military stuff, when we think about it as Americans with American capabilities, most of the rest of the world doesn't have the logistical capability to do any of the things that we do. If we could step away from that a minute and speak more generally about the world, you have physical actions that have to, you know, your shoes have to get tied, somebody has to throw the switch for the electrical power. That's local stuff.
But if you can develop the capacity, going off something Isaac suggested, if you can develop the capacity, and you can develop those capacities essentially under the radar, you can test those capacities essentially under the radar. But if you develop the capacities to effectively negate the military power of a large society like the United States, then all of a sudden security, it's a whole different ballgame. It doesn't matter how much military force you can project, because you've got societies out there that can shut you down unless you can come up with a way. And because your technology, for a variety of understandable reasons, hasn't progressed as fast or as far as theirs has.
So we can then talk about these different parts. So there's the part where the physical stuff can be shut down if it's connected to the internet. But that can be mitigated if you have enough people who are able to get it back up and running.
Right.
So there's an intellectual capital part to security.
Right.
There's how much is connected to the internet part of security.
Right.
There is a collaboration aspect to security.
Yes.
So I guess that's what I've been sort of trying to move things towards is on the one hand, we're trying to see if we can move away from the usual. And we appear to have arrived at several components that could be fleshed out that are part of a new, I don't know if new is the term I want to use, another.
Let's don't say new paradigm.
A revised paradigm.
Another way of looking at this.
I'm sure that would be real welcomed in the federal government.
Well,
No, but I think we have to consider some things that have changed.
yeah.
And I won't say in the paradigm, what I'm saying is we have, it's interesting. We are talking about the global nature of cyber.
Yep.
And we're talking about how so many elements of cyber are just absolutely interlinked. But cyber as a technology has occurred very, very quickly. And so it's kind of like, oh, look at this, it's a flash thing, there it is. Some of those things have also been developing much more slowly within the context of our much more traditional environment. There is no way you can argue that, for example, there is not a global finance dependency with everybody. Okay? I don't care what you're agreeing with, who you're arguing with, there is a financial interdependence that is absolutely global. If you look carefully at some of the infrastructures, you'll find the same thing is true with a lot of the telecommunications. You've got undersea cables, you've got multinational communications links, you've got them owned by countries all over the world. They're no longer necessarily, as we talked about, owned within that particular geographic country. And so those evolutions, as the world has gotten smaller and technology has allowed these things to happen, has been much slower, and we don't really notice it. It becomes the case of the creeping norm, and so it just is the way things are. We've become very aware of the global nature and the interactive nature of cyberspace because it's just like suddenly they're in front of us. Let's step back and look at it. I don't think it's all that different from what we're seeing develop on a global nature in many cases right now. We have to be aware of that because we don't talk about, we really realistically can't talk about things as just simply being national because the economy isn't national,
Right.
communications isn't national. Those things are global and have developed that way. And I would predict that so many other elements and aspects of what we see and what happens, whether it be because of environmental changes, whether it be for any number of reasons, are also going to become global issues and create global interdependencies. If that's the case, then we really aren't as far apart right now as we sometimes feel like we are when we start talking.
Phil, right here.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble now.
No, no, I think that
Can you get there?
Yeah, we got it.
this thing's in danger of falling.
Here, I'll stabilize while you write.
Cooperation right
So, local level, local. National, okay, national. So let's see. So you've got a set of you've got a set of problems. Above this line is cyber problems, below this line are physical problems. And maybe this line is really like that, given what Casey was just saying, right? Because the global financial system, for example, is a mix of physical banks and all sorts of. So you've got this space here, which arguably is enlarging, right?
Agreed.
And then what the world you're looking at, what you want to suggest, Matt, I think, is that most of the solutions are in this box here. This is the Matt box, right? That's your box. What I'm seeing, right, in the kind of stuff I look at, is an awful lot of governance issues are occurring down here. So that's Mishwaka, cyber. This is the vigilante stuff, right? In Mishwaka. And partly, I think, nations are stuck in the middle in it's a very uncomfortable middle that they're having to deal with. And they've been eroded from by people like Matt, and they've been eroded by, or they're failing because of the vigilantes and the Knights Templar are causing them problems down here. Now, it may be that a set of problems up here and the set of problems down there are very different, but they both in a way challenge the nation state. So I don't know whether there's something you can play within that for your final final report. It's not very well worked out, but it was a response to, I think, the great inputs.
Yeah, I mean,
you guys were making.
It's a nice graphic representation of the two different sides that we've been talking about. Yeah.
What's this?
This is the growing hybrid nature of a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, that's sort of the middle
These are
stuff.
the more,
where
these
it's
are more,
expanding.
these are the more traditional.
These are national. This is the national level. This is the notion the state's getting squeezed by, in some ways local, not so much for cyber, because I think the cyber things are year on year. Interestingly, there are problems like global climate change, but an awful lot of the governance problems are year and year.
Yeah.
But it was just, at least it would have been useful if we'd had this 9 o'clock this morning.
Well, we had to get here.
Yeah, but we had, yeah, that's right, we had to get
You
here.
know,
But
You got
you
it.
know, very similar, and you can, if you've got this as a kind of problem space, then you can start to try to locate certain things on it. So Bitcoin, you know, is interesting, because Bitcoin in some ways, it starts, you know, yours starts at very much a local and almost individual level.
Right.
And yet it goes up in, goes from the bottom right in its origins to the top left in its impact.
Right.
and that's,
Presence.
I mean, implicit in what you have up there is that we now make a distinction between what must be physically executable versus what can be virtually executable. And
Maybe, but I'm recognizing there's a lot of that's like those stripes, those,
well, yeah, we're eventually gonna find equilibrium.
yeah.
But right now, we don't have it, because we don't understand it well enough to have it. So people who strike out on their own are filling in that middle line.
And all our discussions predominantly been in the middle one, the upper middle.
Right.
And Matt was saying, you guys have got it all wrong, you dummies. Right?
That's precisely what he's saying, I've had him in class, so.
And it's really on the top left.
So our focus needs to be in that shaded area in the center,
Well, there needs to be the realization that that's a growing area.
or that, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll keep growing.
And it's going to keep growing.
So it's a question of emphasis and de-emphasis, or gradual emphasis, gradual de-emphasis.
And that shaded areas where the physical was being overtaken by the
Oh,
site.
where they
not
taken, they merge it.
Well,
It's
merging,
merging.
merging.
It's merging, yeah,
Yeah.
you can't have one without
Yeah,
the other.
I agree with you.
There was an article in the Times just recently about how hackers are going after refrigerators now and
Yeah.
things like that
I
because
saw that one.
I'm serious
Yep.
because
Oh, yeah, no,
Like
it's
the
a big
refrigerators
deal.
yeah, and
microwaves.
hijacking people's refrigerators. And
Yeah.
that right there, seriously, and that right there is a prime example of how even on a local level. I mean,
First of all, why do you wanna hijack somebody's refrigerator, and what do
I
you
guess
do
ruin all
with
their
it
food
once-
just
It's a
Because-
processor and they're just using it as a botnet. So wherever there's a processor, they're
Oh,
gonna
that's
use it.
also-
They're not limited, they don't care about your
But
milk.
there's
They're just
also-
like, well, you got a processor,
So
I
it's
can use
just,
it.
That's
it's
it.
just a dumb processor
But
that you.
there's an additional side to that, and it goes, again, it's all this emerging overlap. In where I live now, it's now law that they have to come out, the power company has to come out and replace all of our, electrical.
Right,
Meters.
Digital
readers,
Right.
Yeah.
that they can now read from the street, they just drive by.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, the one at my house talks to the one at the next house. Okay, they're all lit, it's
Right.
all a network. If I get into one of those, I have now got the entire grid, I own it, it's mine.
So you can
That's-
fool with the power of your.
I can fool with anything I want to,
Yep.
okay? Now, several of those are also connected on the same network with the refrigerators, because the refrigerators are a big power source, there's a lot of power. They've actually got them linked up to where they'll read how much power is being used and they'll turn things down or up or whatever. And they also can call for maintenance if the refrigerator recognizes it's gonna break down, it calls the guy to come fix it the day before it breaks down.
When my answering machine goes on vacation, can the refrigerator sub?
Absolutely, I think that's, well,
Yeah.
the last refrigerator they tried to sell me at Lowe's also had a computer in there. Literally, there was a screen and everything, in the face of the refrigerator. Thank you very much, full internet access, have a nice day.
Holy.
Yeah, and that's where we're going, so, yes, all of these things are, again, there's that merging that is both a great benefit and a new liability,
Right.
you know, that we're gonna have to deal with as it all becomes the same thing.
But if you've got a problem space, right, you can start to think about it then in some useful ways. So it's transnational organized crime. It does things at the physical level, and it does things at the cyber level.
Yep.
And it does some things at the global cyber level. So that's one of the things, that's what you were talking about earlier, Casey. Anonymous versus status is a really interesting one because it's top left versus bottom right. And that's a really interesting one. So you might just be able to play around a lot with this problem space. I don't know. I mean,
No, I think you're right, absolutely.
it's something to throw out and think about.
You know, we need to get a copy of that, and send it to Tom and say, look, we beat your last one.
Actually, I should take. I do want to take. Somebody should take a.
Somebody take a picture of it and download it on a computer for me. I mean,
I can do the first, but I can't do the last.
Let's see.
Well, Max, you've got a pretty fair representation of it, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
What does TOC,
Well-
hey, Phil, what does TOC stand for?
Transnational organized crime. No, it's just
Oh.
an example, right? I mean,
Right.
somebody operates in both domains.
Well, that works.
Are you getting a glare?
No, I got just a little bit up in the corner.
Did you get Phil?
No, I didn't get Phil.
We need to make, attribute this, right?
This is for history
That's
after
right,
all.
attribution, right, there we go, there's Phil. Back we got it.
We're sitting here ushering in a brave new world.
I should have downloaded the scanning app that I was gonna download before I changed it.
All right.
Then I'd be able to
Phil,
convert it to
Phil, I
whatever
know
I
this
want.
was your attempt to summarize everything that we've had and so we can break and leave.
Yeah.
That was his thing.
No, it was.
No, I mean,
I think it's,
that's a good summarization, and I mean, I think we'd probably have beat this to death.
But you got to write a lot about what's going on. I mean, certainly,
I understand.
well, but
Yeah.
most of the
Yeah.
conversation today has given us the elements we need.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right,
To plug
yeah.
in there.
and multilateral, that's multilateral global responses,
Right.
which is incredibly idealistic, and by the time you're 40, I hope you still feel the same way.
By the time he's our age,
That's a
he
kind
will
way
be
of
too
saying,
genius
that's a
to
kind
believe
way of
that
saying
anymore.
crazy.
No, I don't. Well, I mean, I'm a Hopkian realist, right? So,
Yeah.
but I go beyond. I'm not like a Mearsheimer realist because Mearsheimer argues these are the things that matter.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And see, I just come at it from the standpoint that when I was a graduate student, I lived in some place where people traded gunfire with each other every day. So it was apparent to me that we needed some sort of police presence that was currently in the possession of a local government. And at one point,
The answer is just for you to start packing too.
Yeah.
That's of course.
I couldn't afford that. That's just where I was.
That's the
And
conservative's answer,
You,
right?
you should strap a gun on your hip.
yeah, well, it was strange the way it ironed itself out. Part of what happened when I was living in Homestead, City of Pittsburgh went on an anti-gang initiative that worked like a charm. So the gangs went to find someplace else to roost. Well, at the time, 1995, I think it was, Homestead, Pennsylvania only had 2 full-time police officers and 4 auxiliaries. So that's where the gangs went. And they began trading gunfire with each other over different parts of territory in Homestead. It culminated in a firefight that erupted in the cemetery. I'm assuming that most of the geography hasn't been terribly changed. If you come over the high-level bridge and you head up the hill, there's that road, and it goes through a cemetery, and on the other side of the cemetery is Steel Valley High School, or was back then. Well, three students from Steel Valley High School were walking down that road when the firefight erupted. They never knew what hit them, and they were killed instantly. At that point, something happened, and Homestead was placed under martial law. It's the only way to put it. 6 police forces descended on Homestead. They closed down 9th Avenue, which was where the police station was, and turned it into a parking lot. We then had Allegheny County sheriffs, state police, the police forces of Munhall, West Mifflin, Homestead, West Homestead. We're all there. We had a helicopter presence, and for 3 weeks, that was the norm. So I have a slightly different idea that there's always going to be a physical component that is gonna come home to roost with you at some point.
Yeah.
And when I look at this, the counter to the vigilantes, especially if we ever find out that there is a way to attribute things, I keep playing over in my mind what they did to Anna Politkovskaya. That when they can identify cyber operatives, really good cyber operatives, the answer isn't going to be to counter them in cyberspace. It is going to be to murder them as publicly and graphically as possible, as a message to all the other people who want to engage in this. We know how to find you. You may be a big deal in cyberspace, but we kill people for a living.
Or a journalist.
This,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you said it, because I do see cyber as a domain of convenience, because if any organization can dominate in the land domain or the maritime and or the air domain or space domain, they control cyber. I mean, cyber exists. But it's like a G20 conference. How many police officers came from Ohio to Pittsburgh? You think we had any trouble? Absolutely not. Those of us who live in Pittsburgh knew there's not going to be any trouble in Pittsburgh. They're going to be cops beating people up left and right. That was their job. But the better example was the FBI arrested the guy who was tweeting out commands to the crowd. So the FBI had this down too.
Yeah.
So you can dominate in cyber all you want, but when people come with boots on the ground, it's over.
Which is why I have a different take, for instance, on the Winter Olympics. I don't think Vladimir Putin's going to let anything happen to
You
the
don't think
Olympics.
Uncle Vlad is gonna?
Something's going to happen in Russia, because I think the people that are opposing him know that nothing's going to happen at the Olympics. So they're looking for the places that Putin stripped away police presence to go to the Olympics. That's where they're going to go. But yeah, I firmly believe that we ignore the physical component of this at our peril.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's arguing the physical component. Anyone will tell you that.
Yeah, I think that center area is,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
gonna grow.
I mean, we're talking about labor pains here, to be sure, but it's gonna
Yeah.
grow, yeah.
And it's evolutionary. It's going to happen. It's started to happen. The thing is, and I think it goes back to what I said before, you're gonna see the changes more rapidly in the cyber. But the quicker the cyber, the new technologies emerge, quicker cyber changes, then you're gonna start seeing the faster merging of the two, because it'll start flooding together.
Yeah, I mean, one way of thinking about that is this was going to expand like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All the time. And so the whole thing is going to expand, but that part of it is.
Yeah.
So these other areas are going to be restricted by
So
that.
So those that modify their mindset or possess a mindset conducive
Sure.
are in a vastly superior position to those that come into it kicking and screaming, if at all.
Just like the guys that used to make
PowerPoint,
buggy
yeah.
whips.
PowerPoint
You know,
and me, he says.
Some guys used to make buggy whips and they were really upset when the buggies went away. Some of them got smart and said, you know what, I bet I can learn to do, build cars.
Now, as that line expands, will it expand uniformly?
No.
Will there be conflict, maybe warfare between the various entities that want to expand in different ways, or expand faster or slower?
Probably more than likely.
Well, here's your problem, right?
Yeah.
And the problem's a complex system problem here. You've got individual actors, and they act in different ways, and so you're gonna, this has an emergent property, so it's totally unpredictable.
I don't think you're gonna have warfare, I think you're gonna probably have conflict.
I was gonna make the distinction.
Well, that's why I use the
Yeah.
term conflict, that may in some cases become warfare,
Maybe.
but more in the sense of, does the larger consume the smaller? We got more resources, you got a good idea, just like in business. You got a good idea, we got resources. You wanna see your good idea happen in any way, we got resources, so you come along with us or it never
I
happens.
think what we're gonna see though, is sometimes the resources are gonna surprise us.
What's interesting, right, is Matt, I think, let me suggest it's fairly rare. We were with a graduate student in Seoul, and every time he mentioned the Japanese, it was the imperialist Japanese.
Yep.
Right? If you think of the Japan-China relationship right now, in many ways, it's very traditional nationalism on
Yep.
both sides,
Oh, yeah.
and it's territorial disputes.
Yep.
I mean, very old-fashioned, it's 18th century. So and here's the problem I face all the time. I think you've got this world that in some ways is so new and different, and in other ways it's so very traditional. And the interplay of all that makes it even more complex. And then you've got a whole multitude of very good actors and very bad actors at each of these levels.
Yep.
So that just makes it all even more complex.
No, we're not, it's not.
There is, hey, Steve, welcome to the summation.
Okay.
Kind of perfectly now. And it's all Phil, so I'm gonna turn the ownership of it over to Phil and let, I mean, essentially what Phil has done is, basically summarize the discussion that we were having right at the end in this matrix right here. This column being global, this column being national, this column being local, with various perceptions and actions taking place primarily from the global collective back to the local, more physical. This is much more transnational driven. This is much more personal driven. And physical security and safety primarily driving it. This is really the merging between the physical and the digital, right? The
Yes,
cyber.
sir. Yeah.
And it's going to be expanding. So, and that has all sorts of ramifications for what do you
Now, by
do?
local, do you mean subnational?
Yes.
Much
Yeah,
subnational.
Okay.
I mean, essentially what we're looking at is this situation going on in Mexico with
So
vigilantes down
in Michoacan, right, where you've got
in
is
Somalia.
you've got a Knights Templar, which is wonderful. I mean, what a Knights Templar. I mean, what a medieval term. and then the vigilantes against them, and the government forces, the armies come in, and the vigilantes are complaining they being a referee instead of helping them. So it allows for different kinds of governments at different levels and competing forms of governance and different kinds of actors populate all those boxes. So
It's really a governance matrix is really what it is. And how that fits within sort of the evolving nature of the world. And you missed it, I knew you would have loved it, the demise of the Westphalian state system.
No, I was just talking about that.
I think it was the tremendous presentation by Matt, which really sparked a lot of different kinds of thinking, which are a very different generational perspective about how he feels much more cosmopolitan than nationalistic.
Yeah. Until it comes down to who's gonna protect his ass.
Not to hear that.
All right. Well, I mean, I think based on the discussion we had this morning in this matrix, I think I can put something together.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do is put something together, get it out in a draft form to you guys, and let you do some commenting on it.
Still gonna use box, right?
Say again?
I mean, you know, put it out like the box or.
Black.com.
Yeah, I'll put it out on box.com. I think the final report's due the 1st of April. Obviously, I'll start trying to work on it and capture my thoughts while they're somewhat fresh. But I've got the spring break week in March, which is
Third week of March.
third week in March, probably to try to finalize it and get it out. And Dan also did say, we could probably slip the date a little bit. But I mean, I'd like to get rid of it. So, I'll try to get something out to you guys by the 1st of February.
Okay, wow, okay.
1st of February, are you kidding me?
No, I'm going home and work on it. I'm gonna take tomorrow to work on this. Instead of sitting here listening to you guys,
You impress the hell out of me. So.
I'll start with the matrix and put it out, and let me see if I can flesh it out and I guess identify all the blocks and essentially what all the blocks are supposed to mean.
Yeah, I've started to use a new tool. I just bought it called Tinderbox, which is for Mac, but it has a thing called Twig, and you can put notes in. You can move them on the screen and connect them. It's really an interesting. It's very complex. There's a high learning curve, which I'm
That's not something I need right now.
No, you use a PC and it's only available
Yeah.
on Mac right now.
Oh,
But it's really an interesting one, and partly just been looking at that the last couple of weeks, and I've recently bought it, and I haven't done much with it. But it helped just kind of, okay, I would just look in Kindle.
so if there's nothing else, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
You know, the end got spirited. I was glad to see that. I think we needed that. I think we came to some, I guess, some relatively good, I mean, I think it's pretty fresh ideas. Particularly as a comprehensive document.
I haven't seen anything quite like it.
Yeah,
I think it's.
I haven't seen anything like this either. So I'd say, I don't know how much utility it has, but
Don't do that.
I think it deserves to be seen the light of day. And with
Well,
that,
it may help reshape, right now, the dialogue about cyberspace is dominated by privacy issues.
Yeah.
And safe
Yeah.
actions, and I think it may help balance that narrative and move back toward, some real issues that are still there.
And the one thing, you can locate all the various problems within each of the boxes.
right.
And some of them overlap boxes, but at least the primary thing within the box.
Thank you. And I think all of you know from the past meeting, any expenses that you incur, just get them into Heather. She'll get you reimbursed on them. Mike, same goes with you for the hotel tonight?
Oh,
Okay.
tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we were gonna pay for it anyway down here.
True enough.
Did they,
They count.
Cancel, I think.
did they cut slowly
Yep.
without taking the money?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Mike, as always, thank you very, very much.
Yeah.
It's been good. No, thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it.
No,
And
thank you,
I
Mike. Thank you
enjoyed
for
it
keeping
and
us going.
it's been fruitful.
And I hope we can find a way of continuing this, because I
Yeah.
think it really is one of
It's a
Are
great
you listening,
strategy.
Dan?
Oh, no, he's not here.
No, I know that.
He's been gone for a while, right?
It's a great
think-
strategy.
Again?
He's been gone for a while.
Yeah. I don't think he was back having
I
lunch.
don't think he was, which is a shame.
But, Phil,